full rate. Why? Whoa. It's already there. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boat campaign real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming off of the fireworks from yesterday. Hot CPI. Got the market down. It could have went down more, but you still finally had a bad day. People worried. The bonds got destroyed. You had so many things. The biggest day on the dollar since SVB. Yes. All of this happening, and now you are right back up to the range of yesterday after PPI. So it's actually quite interesting. One, PPI moves you around a decent amount. Two, you're at the second level or the second high of yesterday intraday. So we're still within yesterday's range. And then as far as the data, the month over month came in a little less than expected, but then the year over year went up. But people took it positively, especially after yesterday. And then you had the ECB. They didn't do any rate cuts or anything like that. But for the most part, I think we're going to be a little more sensitive to the data. The data in the morning, it helped us out. There was even jobless claims too. I think that gave us a little bit of a boost, but all in all, this is still the digestion from yesterday. I'm sure we're going to have a very wide range, and then we'll see where the data takes us, and before you know it, it's going to be earnings. But for now, this is still the hangover of yesterday. Now you got a little bit of data in ECB. Tomorrow we'll get a little bit more, but for now, just play the range, and again, we're only pricing in 1.5 rate cuts. I know, Chad, a lot's changing, so we'll see if the narrative shifts. But Chad Adonia, how you feeling, baby? Good morning. What's going on? Zoraj, Blizzy, Joe's Trace, Charlie in the tree, baby, yelling. Oh, you made it here in the morning. Good morning, baby. Awaz, Gary, baby, Kenny Miranda, Laker, Jay. Good morning, baby. Najee Wolf, Christina, Joey, El Chapato. Oh, Bradley Frizzle in the peach, ladies and gentlemen. Are you kidding me? Oh, no, my goodness. Peach Nation, get your ass up. Oh, it's here in the morning, baby. Good morning. Ben Stone, Mark J, Dan Kingsley, Noe, baby, Alex, Angelo, Anzel, baby. Four Slayer, DOG, baby, Sky Daddy, Renee, baby, Ty B, Zoraj, Marcus Hanlon, NRG, Noah, baby, S Dub for Mayor, Critical, Battleborn, Joe Trays, baby, let's go, Ramiro, Matthew, Tony, Winnie Loser, Sarah, Tyree, Open Face Sandwich, baby, good morning. And Carissa's here, man. YouTube's screwing them over, man. Carissa emailed me, she's like, am I banned? I'm like, you not banned? I went to her channel. I checked it out, so we trying to get Carissa back in here. She here, though. So good morning, Carissa Hines. Oh, Agent of Chaos, Jen Chan, baby. Fabian, Jerry, QXL, Matthew, baby. Good morning. Oh, so Chad Adonia, I hope you're feeling good. And shout out to the Twitch. They're here in spirit. They are here in spirit, baby. So let's have a good one. Again, this is day after the data, the digestion. I think you're going to get a lot of back and forth. We're already responding to stuff, so I hope you're locked and loaded, baby. But now, let's get to the news. Let me get you Josh AI to help you out, and then I'm going to finish it out with a little bit more headlines and plays. You have Christine Lagarde talking right now, and again, look at the chart, man. This looks absolutely wild. So good morning, but now, here is your news. Burp. Stocks pair losses after PPI, Euro falls on ECB. Stocks paired losses after an inflation gauge trailed estimates. The Euro fell as the European Central Bank held rates and firmed the path to a first cut in June. S&P 500 futures came off session lows. Treasury 10-year yields remained near the closely watched 4.5% level. The Euro fell to the lowest since February against the dollar, while German bonds stayed lower. The ECB's deposit rate was left at a record high 4%, as overwhelmingly predicted by a Bloomberg poll in which only one of 62 economists saw a decrease, but the Governing Council added wording to its accompanying statement, flagging a reduction should updated economic forecasts in June signal sufficient space to do so. Corporate highlights: Intercontinental Exchange Inc., the index provider and owner of the New York Stock Exchange, is consulting investors on whether to change its definition of a sovereign issuer so that debt issued by the European Union can be included in key government bond indexes. Tesla Inc.'s chief executive officer, Elon Musk, is set to visit India and meet with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, sparking speculation about the U.S. company's investments in the South Asian nation just ahead of the start of national elections. Deutsche Lufthansa AG clinched a wage accord with cabin crew, ending months of intense negotiations that had been punctured by crippling strikes at Europe's largest airline group. Inflation reverberation: hot U.S. inflation data is continuing to reverberate through global markets. Treasuries and U.S. stock are calm after slumping following the data on Wednesday, but bonds in Europe and particularly in the UK have been rattled as traders pair back bets on when and how deeply their central banks will cut interest rates. That echoes what happened with wagers on the Federal Reserve's path, with markets now pricing less than 2 quarter-point cuts for 2024. The European Central Bank is making its decision later on Thursday, fading rate cut hopes. For the Fed, the first rate cut is now only fully priced for November, a turn that seemed unthinkable at the start of the year when the consensus was that the U.S. Central Bank would reduce rates by 150 basis points. Traders are starting to doubt whether Fed Chair Jerome Powell will be able to engineer a soft landing for the economy. The Fed itself, in the minutes of its latest meeting, generally favored slowing the pace of shrinking its asset portfolio, while almost all officials said it would be appropriate to cut rates at some point this year. Bond traders, meanwhile, are readying themselves for a scenario where the Fed doesn't cut rates at all this year and preparing for yields on 10-year U.S. Treasuries to surpass 5%. Schroders is shorting U.S. bonds across a range of maturities, while PIMCO said it anticipates a more gradual easing cycle in the U.S. than in other developed markets, with a non-negligible chance of no cuts at all. The team at Jefferies, however, think that U.S. stocks can continue rallying with or without lower rates, though other strategists said that will be even more dependent on how strong earnings are. China stalls. Chinese inflation stalled in March, barely increasing from a year prior, and with a continued slump in industrial prices, all of which underscores the deflationary pressures facing the country's economic recovery. Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley, however, have raised their outlook for China's economic growth this year, driven by an improvement in factory activity and exports. Top overnight news: China's CPI cools by more than anticipated in MAR, coming in at +0, 1% versus +0, 7% in Feb, and versus the street +0, 4%, while PPI deflation dipped to -2.8%, inline WW the street, and 10 BP worse than -2.7% in Feb. BBG: China ramped up yuan support with a record fixing relative to estimates as dollar strength kept the currency close to a policy no-go area. After 4 months of relative stability, danger signals are appearing that may add to downward pressure, including stalling inflation. BBG: Temasek plans to invest as much as $18 billion across Europe over the next 5 years as it eyes rich family businesses. BBG: Huawei Technologies is building a massive semiconductor equipment research and development center in Shanghai as the Chinese tech titan continues to beef up its chip supply chain to counter a U.S. crackdown. Nikkei: Ukraine said a Russian missile barrage destroyed the Kiev region's largest power plant. The attack set Tripilska, owned by state-run electricity and heat producer Centrenergo, ablaze, a person familiar said. BB: Fed cuts are now a matter of if, not just when, following several months of hot economic data. According to Nick Timiraos, the risk is that inflation becomes stuck around 3%. SJ, the DOJ opened an extended antitrust probe into Nippon Steel's bid for U.S. Steel. People familiar said the investigation is focusing on the Japanese firm's ownership of a steel mill in Alabama, a JV with ArcelorMittal, BBG. A new rise in U.S. inflation is undermining Joe Biden's re-election message, threatening the president's effort to defend his economic record in a crucial phase of the campaign against Donald Trump. FT, Amazon must pay $525 million to software firm Cove for infringing 3 patents covering distributed cloud storage technology. BBG, Manhattan apartment rents unexpectedly declined in March after months of increases, though it's unlikely to be a sign of a softening market. New leases were signed at a median of $4,100, down 1.8% from a year earlier, according to appraiser Miller Samuel Inc. and brokerage Douglas Elliman Real Estate. It was the first time in 4 months that rents fell on an annual basis, and an unusual twist at the tail end of winter when prices tend to begin climbing toward their traditional summertime peaks. BBG. Alrighty. There's more. S&P futures are little changed on Thursday morning trading, reversing some of the earlier pre-market weakness after latest inflation data. Comes after U.S. equities sold off on Wednesday following the latest ramp-up in concerns about sticky inflation. Rate-sensitive, long-duration plays came under outsized pressure while momentum bounced back. Treasuries mostly firmer following yesterday's big backup in yields. Dollar little change after rallying 1% in the prior session. Gold is up by 0.4, Bitcoin up by 1.3, and WTI is off by 0.7. Market seeing some relief this morning from cooler than expected March PPI print, which is taking some of the edge off of a hotter CPI print on Wednesday, and yield backup exacerbated by weaker 10-year auction. However, market's still pricing in for hawkish Fed, with futures pricing out a full 25 basis points of cuts from 24 yesterday, and now looking at just over 40 basis points of easing this year. Market is also dealing with renewed scrutiny on stretch systematic long positioning, particularly as most major indexes drift towards key trigger levels. Lack of buyback support in the earnings season, another area of concern. However, also thoughts that sticky inflation delays but not upends the pivot narrative, while firmer growth backdrop should facilitate another upside earnings surprise. March headline PPI down by 0.4 month over month to 0.2, cooler than expectations, while core PPI down 0.2 to 0.2% in line with expectations, providing some relief from yesterday's hotter CPI. Initial claims below estimates, though continuing claims higher than expected. More Fed speak. Williams stressed the need for data dependency. Also seems to have revised up his PCE forecast for 24. Collins and Bostic on the docket later today. Overseas, ECB left policy unchanged as widely expected. Consensus for June cut. China CPI came in softer than expected, while PPI deflation worsened slightly. Fastenal Q1 results missed. Company flagged soft demand. KMS fiscal results missed. The company highlighted affordability challenges. STZ beat and guided above for full year 25. Marvell holding AI event. Amazon out with annual CEO letter. Not done lowering costs. Positive generative AI offering. Believes Prime Video can be big profitable biz on its own. Costco reported better than expected March comps with street positive on traffic acceleration and fifth straight positive non-food comp reading. Politico reported DOJ has opened in-depth antitrust investigation in a Nepal Steel takeover of X. VRTX to acquire Alpine for $65 a share cash deal valued at $4.9 billion. Microsoft to unveil new Windows and cloud AI features in their Build conference in May. Reuters discussed how Nike, upgraded at Bank of America today, can hope Summer Olympics games in Paris can put focus on performance products. Wow. Don't worry, there's more. Markets are now pricing in 2 Fed rate cuts in 2024 following hotter CPI. Soft landing hopes in danger as traders hedge for hotter inflation. Japan FX chief says not ruling out options as yen slide fans intervention risk. PBOC signals continued support for yuan following stronger than expected daily fix. Emerging market currencies post largest slump in 3 weeks after hottest US CPI reading. Inflows into active U.S. ETFs surged past previous records for both monthly and quarterly hauls. FOMC minutes say policy rate at peak. Policymakers favor slowing pace of bond sales by around half. ECB widely expected to leave policy unchanged and prepare for a June rate cut. Bank of England Green argues still tight policy due to higher inflation and tighter labor. Homeownership costs surging with insurance premiums, property tax, and maintenance showing little signs of cooling. China's CPI inflation falls by more than expected. Factory gate deflation worsens. China exports likely decline in March after better than expected growth in the first 2 months. Goldman Morgan Stanley upgrade China GDP growth forecast. China cities relax home purchasing policy and bid to stimulate sales. Microsoft to reveal new AI tools for PCs and cloud at annual build in May. Justice Department opens in-depth antitrust investigation into Nippon Steel. AI big Wall Street firms debating how deep they could cut junior banking hiring. Nike looking for Olympic Games to boost performance. Copper prices rise to 15-month high on optimism of China manufacturing rebound. U.S. budget deficit widens to $1.07 trillion in first half of full year 24, up 4% year over year. And then Biden reaffirms ironclad commitment to Israel's security. Biden pledges closer ties with Japan. And South Korea President Yoon party suffers heavy defeat in parliamentary elections. PM offers to resign. Wow. Wow, not bad. Not bad, my friends. So I got a couple of plays. It's weird. There wasn't that many headlines, but I feel like I read a lot. I don't know. It's all over the place. Still a little, or not that many plays, though. Not that many plays. So what do we have here? You got team. They are up by 3.1. Barclays upgrades to overweight. AstraZeneca is up by 2, 7% dividend increase. And Fastnera approved for treatment of children aged 6 to 11 with severe asthma. Nike up by 1.5. Bank of America upgrades to buy. ALB up 1.4. Berenberg upgrades to buy. STZ up 0.6 off earnings. Alpine up 36%. Vertex is to acquire them. ARVN up 5.5. Global license with Novartis. JanX up 5.3. Follow through reportedly considering sale. RLYB up 93. J&J collaboration. ELYM up 60 to acquire Tenet Medicine's current $120 million private placement. Rent up 30% off earnings. HYMC up 10. IZM up 6. UROY up 4.5. ASPI up 4 off earnings. CRMD 4.0. BDN up 3.5. AQST 3.4. Piper Sandler initiates overweight. KMX is down 8.4 off earnings. Fastenal down 4 off earnings. XHAS down 3.9. Debt exchange transaction. Private placement of convertible senior notes. Hood down 3.6. Citi downgrades to neutral. BBVA down 3.1. Elantra downgrades to buy from strong buy. AES down 2.3. MSTR down 1.9. Tiva down 1.8. CRH down 1.8. Airbnb down 1.8. Needham downgrades to hold. Benchmark companies initiates buy. BTU down 5.7. Preliminary Q1 earnings. MCY down 4.5. SEDG down 2.5. ATUS down 2.1. JP Morgan downgrades to underweight. Sound down 1.8. Cantor Fitzgerald upgrades to neutral. XL down 0.4. Barclays downgrades to equal weight. Love down 18 off earnings. Sun down 12.5. RCell down 10.3 guidance. Veritone down 6.7. And CSTE down 4.9 off nothing. Wow. So not bad at all. I got a couple of plays. I'm going to be watching JP Morgan and Citi again earnings. We went over the previews. I have them on the watch list. We're going to go over them today. But again, baby, day before earnings, it is that time. So watch out for those plays. Keep an eye on Marvell and Intel. We have the Marvell event today, and then Intel, we made a play yesterday. Team got a nice upgrade. They're moving. They have earnings in a couple weeks. Nike got that good upgrade. They're still near the 90s. And then KMX, that was a bad earnings. We'll see if that continues down. And I would watch for any sympathies, and then keep an eye out on bonds and gold. And oil too, actually. But yeah, bonds and gold. Those are going to be the good ones. I already moved a little bit with the data, but that is all I have for you, Chattadonia. But honestly, the news isn't that crazy. I think we have really good time. We made some very, very good time. Not too bad. I think cattle got some data here a little bit later. It wasn't like early in the morning, but I think they were down before. Yeah, so literally I think within the last like 5 minutes or so. Am I tripping or no? 20 minutes? But yeah, they're starting to move up. But Chad, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Like the video. You know Carissa's here. You know Carissa's here. You know her account might not be showing up, but if you think you ain't going to like the video because Carissa not here, oh, no, you still going to get taxed if it's not 1,000 likes. I'm just saying. Oh, yeah, you better like the video, sir. You better like the damn video. Okay, God bless you. Good morning. Good morning. I'll be right back.
It's a bit different question than the previous one, but would this situation of restrictive policy offer a reason for the ECB to maybe accelerate future rate cuts? That is my question.
Well, thank you so much for your question. And on fiscal affairs, I'm going to limit myself to the comments that we included in the monetary policy statement, where we indicate that government should continue to roll back energy-related support measures so that disinflation can proceed sustainably. And of course, we then say that implementing the EU's revised economic governance framework fully and without delay will help government bring down budget deficit and debt ratio on a sustained basis. We had the privilege of Valdis Dombrovskis being with us during the Governing Council meeting this morning. And I think all governors were very pleased to hear him confirm that the revised economic governance framework will be put to a vote to the European Parliament before the end of their session, which I think has another 2 weeks to go. So this is good news to the extent that there will be a framework within which governments are expected to operate and which will be guiding principles and helpful from our monetary policy standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Madame Lagarde. And the next question goes to Carlo Boffa of Politico. Carlo, please.
Thank you very much for taking my question. Good afternoon. First question I wanted to ask you is the services inflation is still very sticky, as flatlined for the last 5 months, and the underlying momentum is now accelerating. So would you say that the ECB could theoretically still go ahead with a cut in June if services inflation sticks at around 4%? And my second question is if you can give us a bit of color of the discussion within the Governing Council around the balance of risk surrounding inflation. Some of your colleagues have suggested that the balance of risk are now more balanced. Where do you stand? Thank you.
So thank you for the 2 questions. On your first question, you are right, and I think we point out very clearly in the monetary policy statement that services inflation is still holding.
Chatadonia. All right, y'all talking Jamie Dimon. So y'all know we've had, I think, since this cycle has began in 2020, we have had 7 incorrect rate calls on the market. So like you want to blame Jamie Dimon and everybody, it's just everybody. So like in terms of like pivots, we've had 7. And what I'm like, that's like saying 3 cuts and then going to 0, 7, or we say the Fed's going to cut. We've done that 7 times in this whole entire cycle already. So yeah, it's all exciting, baby. I hope you guys are locked and loaded. Welcome to Friday Junior. Oh, yeah, but Chatadonia, you're here right now. You got the news going on. You had PPI, CPI yesterday. You had the ECB. You're here right now. Tell me, what is your first play of the day, Chatadonia? Post it in the chat. Let's get it popping. Bruh. Axon. Microsoft calls, 1,200 likes for Carissa, 500 shares cattle, be patient, short everything, VIX, SPY puts, Reddit puts, long nugget, Marvel, SPY put, long gold, SPY calls, APVO, Carissa calls, NVIDIA, SPY calls, NVIDIA, SPY call, Buru shares, save Carissa, Coffee and Bagel, sell TQQ, SQL, SPXL, Apple calls, Cash, Nikolai, Marvel, Nikolai, JP Morgan, ARM, SPY call, Bob Along, GM, MSOS, liking the video, JP Morgan, Ford, Long, Josh AI, TMV, dips on dips, Amazon, all in on silver, SPY calls, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, JP Morgan puts, Boeing calls, Amazon calls, SQQ, VIX, IONQ put, more calendars, first like of the day, baby, ALB, QQQ, calls to infinity, TSM Law, like in the video, Apple calls, banking, JPM calls free, Palantir, Tesla, TSMC, and the final plays. Fiverr, crying over Mara, SVIX, McDonald's, still holding you, VIX, and MSTR, baby. Wow. What a mix. What a mix, baby. What a mix. Ain't that something, man? What a mix. So usually it's like, all puts, all calls. So I think y'all all over the place. We got a couple of AI events and a little bit of follow through from yesterday, Chad. So I think that's it. I already went over my plays as well. I think we're good. We got 30 seconds until the pledge, baby. So if you have anything, let me know. Otherwise, I hope you have a glorious Friday, Junior. We are going to be here for 7 hours. We'll see if yesterday turns into anything or today's anything like yesterday. Again, a lot of volatility waiting, a lot riding on there. So I will be here. Hopefully you like the video. But Chad, any final questions? Final questions are close to 1,000 likes. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. So, Chad, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope your Friday Junior is good. I hope we can make it better. But here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and never will. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out, all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, for real. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your dedication and sacrifice. Whether or not you have agreed or not, you did it for people y'all have not even met. So God bless you and thank you. And I hope all of you see the example set. And I hope all of you show love every day, day in, day out to your veterans, because it's the least we could do, baby. It is the least. So veterans, big shout out and God bless all of you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, janitors, garbage men, coaches, anybody giving back, making their community run. That's where it all starts, baby. So God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send the jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or not. Oh, Charadonia. Charadonia. Let's go, baby. 2 minutes till the bell. Oh, you need 100 likes. I don't know, man. Right again on the wire. We have a lot of data today. Not data, just events. You're going to get a lot of back and forth. You're going to have a lot of preparation for earnings. I don't know how much. I don't think we have any other data, but how much it'll affect us, that'll be another question. But, Chad, you got a minute and a half. If you have any questions, let me know. Post any plays in the chat. Call any call-outs out. If you need anything, you let me know. There's a lot of other Chads out there that are good, too. You know, they'll help you out. But that's about it, man. It is game time on a Friday, Junior. Oh, wow. And we have 920 likes and a minute left. Oh, man. Earnings season, too. Are we going to hit our 1,000-like goal with earnings? Find out on the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You. As traders sell off on CPI, the smaller PPI gets it back up to doing nothing. Russia will work to keep space peaceful and without weapons. Nice. All right, 1 minute, and we hit the likes, baby. There it is. So God bless you, Chad. Thank you again, as always. Hopefully I could help you out more throughout the day. You just let me know. You make any call-outs, and good luck. It's early, man. It's early. It's only 6 o'clock in the Pacific time zone. So get ready for it. Again, I don't think you're going to have anything nuts. Watch some of the China names. They had their data there. So it was a little bit back and forth. Other than that, keep in mind some of the names there that are going to be reporting here in the next, literally tomorrow, all the way to next week. Even Netflix, Tesla, and more banks. I think Netflix and Tesla's in 2 weeks. So 15 seconds, Chad. call out any place. If you need anything, you let me know. And good luck. And honestly, we're starting off pretty good. So bonds are holding their bid off the morning. So far, PPI data and ECB has had you relieved. Round 1. Fight. All right. Gap up and sell off. 2 standard deviation, JPM cheap. Yeah, they dropped a lot. So today I think is going to be a good time to look at them. And again, cattle, that one had a little bit of those movements in the morning. Again, Nike got a nice up. Nike's up 3, damn. So Nike was literally just at 89. That one might have gotten away. Still got the Intel. They came up here a little from yesterday. I don't know what Marvell is going to do. Fully onboarded with EXP and Co Real Estate. Got an MLS in association. 100% official now. Let's go, baby. Or not. Bro, I like it. The way, bro, you're like the second person in the last week. I think Ray had the same exact thing happen. That's awesome. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Game time. And then Pfizer. S&P is up 11.8 points right now at market open. That's an automated report. Pfizer's a little bit up. It's back to where we bought it. Remember, they had a pretty wild day. Check Tesla out. They moved a lot yesterday. Meta is not moving. Remember, Amazon, too. That was a leader. And then just keep in mind, Intel's coming down here a little bit. Chad's saying Tesla's running. Again, Nike. If Nike could come back down to break even, that could be a good one. So Nike is up 3. It's literally going back and forth. Unity popping. Remember, you had Roblo news yesterday. Roblo and Pubmatic. Unity always reminds me of them. Marvel coming down. Might go red. Where's NVIDIA? NVIDIA green. And remember, NVIDIA's effect. And I talked about it on the watch list, but a lot of people didn't bring it up yesterday. They had an upgrade. So NVIDIA had another set of analyst activity yesterday. And that's why it kind of was like in its own little world. We want to see if that actually ends up holding up. Intel moving around here a little bit. NVIDIA, no. Oh, no, almost. UAA, where's the banks? JP Morgan a little down. Citi, break even. Wells Fargo, break even as well. 3M on the high. And then SPY going a little lower. So we're only up 0.18. Data dog, data kelb. And then you're at 51.68. Damn. So we're still below 5,200. I guess that was kind of the curse of yesterday. You got a baby gap about 7 points, and then literally the range from yesterday down to like, what, 51.20 or something, and then 5,100. So it's either we get away from that, or if we start going lower, you're going to go right into that. Nike going up. Google is on the high now as well, too. The high taker pretty active. Still some names on the low. Google just took a big candle. Snowflake. They are on the high as well. Now Micron, they were off the bottom. Intel's moving. AMD, STLD. PPI came out in the morning. It was good. So it was hotter on the year over year, but the month over month came in weaker or a little less than expected, and then that got people somewhat excited. It was a decent size reaction. I'm surprised no news on Gildan today, but the deadline for their offers were yesterday. Maybe they wait till Friday to announce. And then NVIDIA, team on the high too. They had a upgrade, I think, this morning. They are a runner. Damn, they're already up 5, though. RBC expects only 125 basis point cut in December from U.S. Federal Reserve versus 75 expected earlier. So RBC Bank just lowered their estimate to 1 cut instead of 3. Nike coming down, team through the high. There was something else just popped there. Micron, AMD, Tesla, Coin, a lot of names on the high ticker. Again, you're still getting pressure, though, to the downside. It looks like Energy. I'm seeing like Chesapeake and a couple of others. Yeah, and Energy is a little bit weaker. Yeah, cattle had data a little bit early there in the morning, or a little right before we opened up. NVIDIA. Yeah, they're back. Remember, NVIDIA yesterday was absolutely insane, so they do look good now. Intel's barely up. Marvel's trying to come back up. Sound on the high. Uber's running up. Again, Uber's been down the last couple days, and then Bonds giving up a little bit of that rally there. So, again, whatever happened with the PPI data caused the market to move, but if anything, markets are holding up a little bit better on that. If oil increases drastically because of Iran, Middle East, would oil or would inflation go parabolic again? It would to a degree, and it's like it would for like one part because the price of fuel went up, but another part would be because of expectations. So like you got to think about it. If oil like really rocketed up again, and then gas prices kept going higher, the problem would be one part like the literal effect of higher oil on inflation, but the other part would be people's perception and expectations. So if oil kept popping again, it would lead people to start leading into like, oh wow, maybe we are going to have higher inflation in a year, in a month, and then expectations get all over the place. Gold hitting a high of the day, Nvidia, Google, bonds going lower. It's weird. Dollar was climbing, but chilling out from it, just literally not moving. Datadog 2.5. Data Kelb. Those plays went up 42%. Not bad. So the Data Kelb plays are going up. Meta. Again, Uber I keep seeing. And then JD. Then Airbnb got both a downgrade and an upgrade today. So KeyBank downgraded them and then somebody else upgraded them. NVIDIA Power. Yeah, NVIDIA's up $13, man. What is this percentage-wise? 1.5? So again, yesterday it did what? It did another 1% while everybody else was doing bad. And then SPY going a little lower. Again, bonds gave that up first. UVXY's in the green. Dow Jones is red by 0.10. SPY green by 0.9 or 0.09. And then NASDAQ 0.43. And then Russell 0.33. Gold just dumped back. I just hit a high and came down. But gold's been climbing. Again, it liked the PPI data. $5,166. Rent on the high. They had earnings. You guys were even asking about them yesterday. Because, again, I think this company moved yesterday. And someone was like, oh, no, yeah, it was Rent in the other one. And then one of the REITs stocks held up better than yesterday. I think, I mean, the PPI, it could have been bad. Remember I was telling you yesterday, I thought it was going to be hot. So it was hot on the year over year. But the fact that it kind of like calmed down, I think that helped out a little bit in terms of the fear. But I don't think we're really out of the woods just yet. ISRG on the high. Microsoft's in the green. Where's Amazon? Again, team is still holding. Amazon went red, and then Intel's about to go red again. I don't have a play on Hershey's, no. But Cocoa, I think the Cocoa might hurt Hershey's. So if you want to play Cocoa, it sucks. I don't even think you could play the future, but some of those companies like Hershey's has to pay for it. Cart doing well again. Delta's on the high. Remember, they were up a lot for earnings, and they sold off yesterday. Now they're coming back up. Delta might move around a little bit. High investor. RTX and LMT got clapped. I mean, I think they're still higher than yesterday, or I guess they're coming back to where the tension started. So, yeah, but you didn't really hear much overnight. CCJ about to go 50 again. Team keeps going up. Again, they had that upgrade in the morning. Lunar, I forgot about that one. Nope, never mind. Reddit on the high. Yeah, Reddit just popped 2.7. Delta's going. So, again, that was earnings, and it moved literally 8% yesterday. I would keep an eye on that. That could be a good post-earnings if it starts to pull in either direction. Oh, I forgot about TSM the other day. TSM's going red. SPY and bonds going lower. Again, SPY's the closest to going negative. Dow already didn't. ARM at 125. Expedia. And then there's Booking. PayPal drilling. Janks is on the high again. What the? Another 15? How? Dude, that's crazy. So Janks is up almost 100. Again, Chads were calling that out 2 days ago. And then yesterday there was more buyout speculation, but it's up another 1 and change. Yeah, Rent had earnings. Again, Chad brought that one up yesterday. So both of those. ADIL on the high, Bonds new low, SPY new low. I don't know where we are compared to pre-market. Oh, yeah, you still got a lot of cushion. Damn. That's actually crazy. Compared to pre-market, but now you filled the gap there in the morning. Again, you still have like another 10, 15 points between yesterday's low, and then that's literally responsive to where we got the PPI data. We got 2 Fed speakers. Do they tend to be bullish or hawkish? Trying to gauge market sentiment. I mean, they all have came in with a slight element of hawkishness as of lately. But in general, what you can expect, they're all going to say one thing hawkish and then one thing dovish about still planning to cut rates. So they're going to say one thing about rates and why they may not cut as many times or at all. But then they're going to say, as of now, the data doesn't change anything, and they still plan to cut by the end of the year. But Fed Williams, he usually leans a little bit more hawkish. You already had him today. Fed Collins, I want to say she's more dovish. And then Fed Bostic, he was very dovish, recently turned a little hawkish, and then slightly coming back to his dovish roots. Tesla, big candle. ADIL running up. ADIL Pharmaceuticals. ANF, Abercrombie. Marvell. UAL going up too. Netflix, you got like what, 1 extra week? Yeah, Netflix is April 18th. Yeah, you can go today if you really wanted to. Or tomorrow, but it's a little early, so you have some risk, but it's not like you're 2 weeks ahead, you know? So Netflix is next Thursday. You're shooting a week ahead. Factor that into your contracts, you know? Oh, the JPAL leak was bullshit, man. I watched it yesterday while I was making the watch list. I saw it. So what happened, you guys remember who was it? Project Veritas. And they came out and they were like, we have something on Jerome Powell and we have like an interview thing. So what it was, they got it was one of the lead economists at the Fed. It was one of the lead economists at the Fed. He works with the Fed and he like contributes on stuff. They just got him talking. He was just telling his opinions about Powell. Yeah, it wasn't. I thought it was going to be big. And like there was something, it was kind of funny. Yeah, he was saying like the guy who works with Powell was saying that Powell doesn't like Donald and Powell wants to do this and the legacy. But like it was BS, bro. All it was is just like literally homie has an opinion. Like that's all. All it was another Fed employee, and maybe he might get in trouble for what he said, or depending on if it was like classified or not. But it wasn't that crazy. But dog, do y'all realize how they get them? I finally figured it out. Remember, I was like, man, does this guy just dress up with glasses? And they're like, oh, you don't. Oh, that's crazy. If this was Project Veritas, oh yeah. Do you know what they do? Do you realize how they get the interviews? So you know how like they get all of these like, and they did it with like Pfizer and all these people? Do you know how they're doing it? Yeah, it's all honeypots. No, they have people who volunteer to go on like Tinder and dating apps, and then they hunt these people down, and then they send a fake girl or a guy or maybe both if that's what they're into. It's not even catfishing. They'll send a girl to you, and that's what happened. So this girl, a girl pretended to go out on a date, like 3 dates with this Fed guy, and would just take him out on dates with a hidden camera and would ask him questions about Powell. I was like, damn, that's cold. That's cold, bro. Mm-hmm. That's got to be illegal. Why is it illegal, bro? If you work for the Fed and want to flex your job on your Tinder date, that's on you, bro. That's on you. All I know is that that guy, part of his game is like, I work for Powell. What's up, girl? What's up? That's it. That was just his thing. That was his. This guy went on 3 dates with this girl, and he was like, yeah, I work for Powell. What's up? What's up? I work for Powell, girl. Let me tell you about my life. Like, that was his flex. I see Tainru groups go from 0 to 15. Or 0 and 50. Was that the Chinese cement stock? I heard about it. I didn't get to watch it. What's you with the date analogy? No, I'm explaining like what happened. That's not an analogy. That's like a real story. But the dating analogies are usually good. I think most people can relate to them. So it's like, here's the video. This is what it is. It's this guy who works for the Fed.
To the Fed board.
Meet Harel Hizmo. He's a
See? But like, do you see what I'm saying? So it's a hidden camera, and he's talking to a girl that volunteered to expose this, and he just thinks he's on a normal date. And so like he keep walking around, like they go, like there's different settings of them at like different dinner places, and he's just like, oh yeah. Fed George, long-term strong dollar could become financial worry. Amen. You almost feel bad? Yeah, I would. I mean, I bet you he don't even work with the Fed. He probably work in the mailroom, and all that exposed was that he was just flexing the whole time to try to get laid. You know, the whole time, like he just delivered a DoorDash to the Fed one time, and then he was just telling the girl, he's like, yeah, nah, I'd be like writing speeches and like all that, yeah, and like, yeah, like Powell don't even like Powell. Like, Powell just trying to, like, Powell want to be in the Hall of Fame as the best point guard. You know what I'm saying? Like, he really, because that's what he cares about the most. And, like, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He wrote the ending. He said, thank you. He said, that thank you was me. Rent the Runway. I don't know if they're going through BK still or like restructuring. I think that's the only thing. We do have Bostic today. Yeah, we have Bostic and we had Williams. And then Collins, I think, is on the schedule today. And then no other real data sets. You get a 30, no, it's mortgage rates. No, yeah, we got a 30-year bond auction. So more death and destruction in bond land. And then Spy's literally at break even right now. Have you made sure Swiss Miss does not work for Project Veritas? I've said some like really out of pocket shit to her already. So I haven't been exposed for that yet. It's not even like that crazy, but like for the world, like Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior, you know? People that's shocking, but no, I've had talks with her about certain things, and that's why and certain things I guess you can't really say, but I said I think she's a spy. like from the moment I met her, because like it was like a little like she's hot, and like she was like really like nice and sweet, and like I was like, this is too good to be true. So like I still have the suspicions, but at this point I've kind of thrown her a couple of traps. Like she should have outed me already, but nah. So we're good for now. Who? My girlfriend. I think she's a spy. I thought she was. Yeah. Richmond Fed barking. Latest inflation data did not increase confidence that disinflation is spreading in the economy. We met through a mutual friend, but now that I think about it, my mutual friend could have been an agent as well. So, yeah. Like, I like to think about it like I think she is a spy, but then she just fell in love with me, and then she went rogue. You see what I'm saying? Like she came to spy on me, but then they were like, she was like, I can't do it anymore. He's too great. You know what I'm saying? She's like, nah. And then that's where we're at now. I don't see Barkin. It's weird. These guys weren't even on the schedule. And then you got IMF Georgieva talking now, but you just had Barkin. And then who was the other one? Rent still going. I don't know. It's either going to go all day or the rug pull eventually. That's up 99. Again, Chads were calling that one out for 2 days in a row. So I hope some of y'all hit that. I'm not in it, though. That one scare me. Yum China. Where's Baba? Again, did you all know Baba? I said it on the watch list yesterday. I was shocked. Nobody talked about it. Nobody talked about it today. But y'all realize Jack Ma made comments yesterday? Bro, Jack Ma was pumping Alibaba yesterday. Jack Ma was pumping Alibaba, talking about the restructuring, and then Jack Ma was pumping AI. Fed barking. Fed is not yet where we want to be on inflation, though headed in the right direction over a longer time frame. Jack Ma, yeah, nah. Apple on the high. And then SPY back at VWAP, getting a little green candle again. Today's not bad. SPY got off a break even there. Again, bonds are a little weaker now. That's the only thing suspicious here. Because, again, even yesterday, it's like they spread apart, and then the gaps do kind of close. So we'll see what that does. Apple's just doing decent. Because even yesterday it didn't do that bad. But I think all Mag 7 yesterday held up very well. I think NVIDIA was a weird example of that. No news on Gill. I think we will get the update, though, either today or tomorrow. But the deadline was yesterday for offers. So now it's just on them to announce if they actually got one. Or I'm sure they're going to announce something. But I don't know any other details besides that. Rent the Runway, it sucks. I was actually going to invest in them before they went public. Olivier used to love them, my Chinese homie. I'm glad he got over it. But it's a company where you pretty much can like rent dresses and stuff. So like for girls, instead of like buying like a expensive $1,000 dress or whatever, you could go to this website and rent it. And they'll ship you a couple of dresses, the ones you want, you keep, then you send it back, you wear it for an event, a dinner, and then you just ship it back. And then that's it. So just like renting high quality like clothing You could pretty much rent all of that. Yeah, I know some girls who like it, some don't. It was really popular. This was around like I want to say like 2016-ish or 2018. It was a little bit more popular, and then they kind of I think it had clients, but then their metrics never worked with money. But yeah, not that. Yeah, even weddings too. Can I sign up to be your Chinese homie too? Hell yeah, bro. I got a lot of good Chinese homies. But no, that's one because he's been in my videos a lot. So like even back in the day, a lot of the Chads know him. Costco price target raised. Love you. You're the man. God bless you, Stuff. How you living, man? Good morning. Good morning. Let's get our intels up today, baby. Let's go. Let's go, Marvel. Dollar bounce. It's crazy. It doesn't even matter though. I think once like I told you guys the other day, once the dollar starts getting to 29 though, it's gonna be a nightmare. Because now some people are getting worried about dollar strength, but it's kind of insane. Because yesterday was the biggest dollar gain since SVB. It's actually insane. Marvel event in 4. Oh, it starts this early? Let's see. Yeah, dollar's green by 0.05. Analyst meeting, yeah, 10 a.m. No shit. So Marvel starts soon. Rent the One Way is still going crazy. Upcoming events, AI era. Why? There's no, what the hell? I can't click on it? Fed bargain, not where we want to be on inflation, though headed in the right direction over a longer time frame. I think I already read that one. Yeah, Datadog. The plays on Datadog went up. I didn't even know those options went up. But Datadog plays are up 50%. I don't know, man. I don't know if we're gonna get the Marvel AI event. I have the link, but there's no live video. Usually it sends it to like a more official thing, but I don't see Marvel. So we'll see, but that is going to start in 2 minutes now. So this is the moment. I've been waiting on my moment. Is the market consolidating? I think the market is digesting. I think it's adjusting to a lot of new developments over the last couple of weeks. And I think, we're still holding up and still on a general path, but I think, you're digesting everything that you have just gotten in the last 4 weeks, which has kind of been a lot. I'm in Marvel shares. I think it's going to be good. It could end up being a sell the news, but I do think they're going to have something good to announce. Barkin, timing of rate cuts will depend on incoming data. Says smart to take time to see if inflation slows. Not where we need to be, but headed in the right direction. All right, the event should start in 30 seconds. I can't get it, though. I'm really mad at that. So the Marvel thing, it may like you may just start watching it move, because if we can't get access to it, it's one of those like analyst things. You know what I'm talking about? It is their event, but it is for analysts. But if we can't hear it, it's just gonna pop randomly, and then we're not gonna know why. I'm gonna keep trying though. MU Broadcom popping, bonds lower. So watch out for that. Like I was saying, just even the last couple days, it may seem like the market's ignoring it, but eventually, I mean, they might get a little bit of drag off of each other. But SPY's about to go negative too. Bonds have already gave up everything in the morning. Rent the runway is up 113. Gold and silver unstoppable, even with a strong dollar. And then SPY going lower now. A little bit of a red candle. Is this it? Oh, there it is. Oh. Dude, Marvel sucks. Or whoever does their website. It doesn't show up when you click it, and then they added something, and it's like, watch now, but then you click it, nothing happens. NVIDIA, UVIX on the high, and the whole VIX, UVXY. So SPY going a little lower now. SPY's giving it up. NASDAQ and Russell, only one with gain. I mean, you're just right where literally you opened at yesterday morning. So I don't know how that makes you feel. The numbers were good in terms of data this morning. Like, it was supportive. The data, it wasn't bad. I thought a PPI would come in hotter. It didn't, and that was good. But for the most part now, I mean, you really haven't done much. You've faded, like, I think half of the data. So you've now given up some of that first candle, but this is where you're at pre-market. This is where you're at now. This is when the PPI came out. 30-year bond auction is today. Rent halted and resumed. You have the Marvel event? Where? I'm on their site. It just doesn't load for me. See, it's like watch now, and it just doesn't load. Marvel event up. Did you accept cookies? Click on the blue arrow. Oh, is it ad blocker? Maybe. Cookie. Jamie want cookie. No, it's not working. Yeah, Intel is coming up. Oh, accept all cookies? Maybe that was it. Yeah. Fucking scammers.
For the AI era.
Please welcome Chairman and Chief Executive Officer
I had to use
Matt
incognito.
Murphy.
I promise I'm not doing anything suspicious.
All right.
Why you open them out with that
Welcome,
music?
everybody. Good morning.
Morning.
It's great to be here, and welcome to Marvell's Accelerated Infrastructure
Marvell.
for the AI
I thought it was Marvel.
Era event.
Marvell.
It's very exciting to be back in New York City with all of you in this very historic location. I want to start out by asking the group a question. Does anybody know what this number behind me represents? Is it the GDP of Italy? Is it NVIDIA's market cap? It's actually both. It's also the amount of data center CapEx that's going to be spent over the next 5 years to fuel the expansion of AI infrastructure in data centers. It's actually an astonishing number. So the $2 trillion question everybody's asking is, does this actually make sense? Does the expected economic return on AI justify this outside investment? I think it's the question that we're all wondering about. We'll consider the current and future value of AI across numerous industries. It's not just about chatbots or better search experience. It's going to change the way we live and work. And it's not just simply about automating business processes. Companies are using AI to transform how they identify and manage risk, interact with their customers, and accelerate their time to market with new products. Everyday companies, including Marvell, see new use cases emerge in engineering, manufacturing, financial services, healthcare, and other industries. These are capabilities we never could have imagined. And I believe we're in the early innings of a generational inflection in technology. You know, I was recently at a meeting where McKinsey shared their belief that these innovations will unlock something like $4.4 trillion annually in economic value. Additionally, insights I've gathered from a number of industry conversations suggest projections that are even more ambitious. I recently had a discussion with the chief strategy officer of one of the world's largest companies. He believes the figure is closer to 20 trillion of potential value capture over a longer period of time. So many of you here in the investment community have cited comparable or even larger numbers. So circling back to the original question, does this CapEx make sense? The answer is yes, absolutely makes sense, and it will be financed through massive gains in productivity and efficiency. So look, we can all debate about the size. Is it $1 trillion? Is it $10 trillion? Is it more? What we do know is that there's a multi-trillion-dollar opportunity out there. So with that context, if you look at the technology investment cycle that's going to happen over the next 10 years, the CapEx being deployed makes a lot of sense. So we see this as a very, very real opportunity, and we're as well positioned as any company in technology to take advantage of this. We believe it's as consequential as the advent of PCs, the internet, or cloud computing. What you're going to hear today from me and my team is how the investment cycle in front of us in data center is going to flow massively into semiconductor companies. We believe Marvell will be more levered to the spend on AI than any other company except one. Every day I open the Wall Street Journal, watch CNBC, and what's everybody trying to figure out? Where's the next best place to invest for AI right now? And I'm here to tell you guys, it's Marvell. And you're going to hear all about it today.
That was awful. We're also asking about rate cuts.
The benefit of this AI cycle
it's Marvell.
Directly into Marvell's revenue. Last year, we were over
SPY still going lower. VWAP's not moving. Again, bonds led the way. Russell, SPY, and Dow all red now.
From the prior year.
And then Barkin says, I'm a little reluctant to declare victory on inflation.
Last year was almost all connectivity, including optics and some switching.
Marvell.
So that business will nearly double this year. And then if you layer on custom silicon.
So there you go. He's giving on guidance. That's why Marvell's popping.
This year, almost tripling again.
He's just saying. He just said revenue is going to double.
With about 2/3 being connectivity and 1/3.
There's your pop on it.
So we take that $1.5 billion and consensus estimates, AI will be close to 30% of Marvell's total revenue this year. And that's going to continue to grow. We see $2.5 billion as a solid base case for next year, with upside if the market grows faster. And right now, it's a little early to call the exact split. I know everybody wants to get the exact split in the future. I'm not ready to call that yet, but we will be updating you along the way. Now, a couple of things about these estimates I'm showing you. First, on the custom silicon side, the vast majority of our total custom revenue for Marvell is going to be in AI, just to clarify that. The second is for our PAM4 DSP chipset and DCI revenue, we only capture the AI-specific revenue in these numbers. So what you're looking up here today is AI revenue only. The remaining revenue shows up in cloud infrastructure, and you'll see those numbers flow through when I start talking about the bigger picture data center opportunity for Marvell. So as you already may know, Gen AI and the examples I mentioned are made possible by accelerated computing. Accelerated computing delivers the extraordinary computing power that's required, and these groundbreaking applications would not exist without it. What you might not realize is that accelerated computing would be impossible without the underlying accelerated infrastructure to support it. It's not just the power of the individual computers that makes this possible, but rather entire data centers full of computers connected through a massive data infrastructure. The reality is that there's a significant amount of connective tissue surrounding the compute to move, store, and process the data required to keep these systems running. And that's where we come in. At Marvell, we specialize in building the infrastructure for accelerated computing, which we refer to as accelerated infrastructure. All right, so how did we get here? On the left, this is Marvell's mission statement that we created in January 2017. It's very simple. Our goal is to be the world's pure-play chip company to move, store, process, and secure the world's data. And our thesis at that time, when we came up with this mission statement, was that the biggest TAM growth in front of us in the semiconductor industry was going to be in data infrastructure. And that was going to be driven by the growth in all the data platform companies who were emerging. And that strategy has proven to be remarkably sound. Our mission statement has not changed in 7 years. In fact, it's only become even more
Marvell
relevant
already
now
gave up
for
that
the era
candle
of
now.
accelerated infrastructure.
And then
If you look at the
SPY dipping
foundational
lower,
pillars you
low
need for
ticker
data
fully
infrastructure,
active almost.
It's compute,
Q's on the high.
connectivity, and storage. Now, both our security and storage businesses will get a tailwind from AI. These are standard products across the data center market. But we're going to set them aside today for the purposes of the discussion.
You're
In the
kind
past
of near the
several years,
low
we've
of
built
yesterday.
leading
So watch out.
franchises in each
Anything
of these
lower from
product
here gets a little
categories.
more aggressive.
And today
Fed
we're positioned
Williams,
to be the semiconductor industry's
no
accelerated
need to adjust
infrastructure
policy
leader.
in very near term.
Because accelerated
Eventually we'll need to cut
infrastructure is
rates.
data
Fed rate hike
infrastructure
not part of
in its most
baseline view for
powerful and
outlook. Oh,
technologically
whoa.
advanced form. AI is the most data-hungry application.
Thank you. You literally, Williams just said no rate cut. Someone correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure we just got a Williams. He just said Fed rate hike not part of baseline view for outlook. Inflation still has ways to get to 2%. Makes program working out economic imbalances. Core services ex housing falling faster. Shelter inflation slower to come down than expected. Recent inflation setbacks are not a surprise to the Fed. So that's the good part. I say the conference, he had the doubling thing. I think when he tried to separate something with AI, that got people.
We
but
provide the world's
then again, the
leading
market started
platform
flipping
of
too.
physical layer connectivity solutions, independent of the networking layer or the compute layer. At the switching layer, Marvell provides one of the world's leading Ethernet switching platforms. And you'll hear today that there are actually multiple different networks inside these AI data centers. And Ethernet is the preferred choice in many of these networks. It stands out as the world's most widely embraced interoperable network
I feel like
layer.
we've heard this before.
Now, for compute,
That was
XPU
Broadcom.
refers to GPUs,
Remember, they started
CPUs,
talking
and DPUs.
Ethernet?
It's all the computing that's needed for these intensive data processing tasks. Here, Marvell is focused on building custom solutions.
Again, SPY still going lower. We are
The architectures
approaching
of these large
the
cloud
lows
companies
of
are
yesterday
completely
now.
different.
There's
I mean,
only
they
a couple
actually
of
design
spots
and
you've
build
been
their
at here,
own
but
individual data
this is
centers
the flush zone.
with domain-specific infrastructure optimized for their own applications. So every hyperscale data center today is building or planning to build their own compute silicon.
Marvel
for a
is not
portion
like
of their workloads.
UPS gave
And
bad
Marvell
guidance.
is an ideal partner.
Right
for
now,
these
Marvel's
customers.
only said good things, but it just
So let's
it's
walk
just
through
not
this
hitting.
one by one, starting with interconnect.
But UPS, remember, they guided low.
These AI data centers are complex. Right now, there's no unified architecture, and even within a particular data center, there are a multitude of different clusters connected together. Now, you're going to hear more about this architecture from Loy.
Again,
VWAP
VWAP still holding. Bonds led the way down.
So everywhere
NASDAQ
you
is
see a
closest
link,
to
you
going
should think
negative.
Marvell. And each
Everything
of these
else
links
already
has a
flipped
certain
red.
bandwidth, distance, and power requirement. And as you can see, an optical module is located at each end of these individual links. And you'll hear from Ashut about how Marvell is innovating and optimizing solutions for every type of link imaginable. But you might be wondering, well, why so many links? Why so much variety in terms of speed and distance and power? And the reason lies in the fundamental difference between accelerated and general purpose infrastructure. In general purpose computing, a single workload is processed on a single processor or a fraction of a processor by using virtualization. But That's not feasible with these large and demanding AI workloads. They cannot be easily decomposed to fit on a single processor. So they require a huge number of interconnected processors working together to manage a single workload. This could be anywhere from dozens to tens or hundreds of thousands or more. And in this context, the connectivity between the processors effectively becomes part of the compute itself. It directly impacts the time it takes to complete a calculation. So with accelerated infrastructure, the compute and connectivity are fundamentally linked. And innovation in connectivity is needed at the same rate as the innovation in compute. Now, to understand the opportunity for connectivity within accelerated infrastructure, we just need to do some simple math. Okay, more accelerators drives more ports to be connected. There are typically multiple ports per accelerator. So as the number of accelerators grow, so do the number of ports. At the same time,
yeah, Marvel's not feeling it. Nothing's hit the wire, though.
More bandwidth to keep them processing
data. So this
data.
is either someone's going to upgrade them or downgrade them.
Accelerators require higher speed.
But again,
ports.
none of those headlines on even the other
associated
stuff
content
hit.
growth to deliver the bandwidth.
But yeah,
Put
it's
it all
not
together,
feeling it out.
this
And the
yields
SPY, though,
exponential
too. Again,
growth
those
in the
Williams
connectivity
comments.
framework of these hyperscale data centers.
So we're down
This is a
20
large
points
and
pretty much in the last
massive,
like 20
rapidly
minutes.
growing market and a massive opportunity for Marvell.
So 2 points, 3
Ashut
points
will
away
talk more
from the
about
low
this
of
in
the
his
day.
presentation this morning. Now, moving on to the switching layer, Ethernet switching is an essential part of our accelerated infrastructure offering. Marvell has one of the largest Ethernet switching businesses
Apple's still
in the
in the
industry
green.
today. Our cloud switching portfolio was called Terralinks, and that came with the acquisition of Innovium that we did. Now, we've combined Marvell's switching team with Innovium's.
All right, 5139. You're about to be lower than yesterday in a second here.
Our roadmap to position ourselves for the AI opportunity in front of us. We're in high volume production today on our 12.8T
So again, 5133.
and our new 51.2T
and then like
product is ramping into
5120 and then
production soon.
5118.
The whole combined team worked on this together. And just to give you a sense, this is a reticle-sized chip with over 60 billion transistors. And we went from 16 nanometer technology at 12.8 directly to 5 nanometer technology at 51.2. We moved from third-party SerDes to Marvell best-in-class SerDes. We doubled the I/O bandwidth and quadrupled the transistor count. This product has been received extremely well. And Nick will talk about how we're scaling up this business to win in data center switching.
Yeah, you need the CFO to talk.
Okay, now let me take you back in time a little bit.
Mr. Marvell
I see a lot of
sucks.
familiar faces, so some of you were there. All the way back at
Then the video
Marvell's
holding
2018
NKTR on the high.
Investor Day, where we shared
Low
our
ticker
vision of what we
taking over
believe to
though.
be the
Citi,
future of computing.
banks on the low.
data
Target,
center.
Google, bonds
We had
led
just
the way
closed the
down.
Cavium
Nasdaq is
acquisition.
now red.
As you can see
You've
back
given
then,
up
6 years
everything
ago,
from
we were
this
focused on
morning.
DPUs,
The gap up.
security and network offload, ARM-based CPUs, and AI. So again, this was 6 years ago was our point of view, okay? Now let me tell you what's transpired since then.
You did not hit a new low yet.
2019, we went to market with these products, and we got very clear feedback. The strategy was right, customers liked the technology, but uniformly what we heard is that every one of these companies was going to make custom silicon a priority over the long term. So we acquired Avera, and we made a number of other organic investments. And then we outlined all of it for you guys at our 2021 Investor Day with our cloud-optimized silicon strategy and platform. We also outlined a set of design wins back then that we said in the FY 25 to 26.
Okay, it's still coming lower
which
there.
is where we are now.
You had a little bit of relief, but this is new lows.
$800 million.
New lows of the
in
week.
annual revenue
New lows
at
almost in the
full
last
ramp.
4 weeks.
So we're going to be at that run rate now by the end of this year, and we're going to blow past it next year. To be clear, there's a broad opportunity for customization. Today, accelerated compute for AI is hot, and it's driving most of the volume and revenue. However, there are other important custom computing applications. Every one of the large hyperscale companies is working on some or all of these applications in some way, and we're strategically engaged with every customer. So the result of all this is that there's a tremendous amount of design activity right now across all these customers.
We'll probably do the previews
Let me just
around
give you some
11.
simple math on
If
why
you
that
go to
is.
the watch list, I put them on there in the
First,
pricing
you do have
too.
multiple customers in this market. You have all the applications I showed you on the previous slide. Some of these have multiple SKUs per application for different performance reasons. And this type of business is also multi-generational in nature. So when you're working on the current version, you're also working on the next version typically. So when you put it all together, there's a lot of projects and opportunity in flight at any given time. So it's not just one AI chip for one customer every 4 years, and that's the cadence. It's an amazing opportunity right now. And as I said, the biggest opportunity in custom silicon today is within the AI compute silicon itself. Now, we've shared previously that we had won 2 sockets for 2 different customers, and I'd like to expand on that today. The first socket is an AI training accelerator for a US-based hyperscaler. This customer is using the chip in their AI clusters and systems, and it's ramping incredibly fast. The partnership, teamwork, design, qualification on this product has been a huge success, and I'm very proud of the accomplishments of the combined team on this effort. In addition, as part of the same development process, we're planning to ramp the AI inferencing accelerator next year. So given all this, we now have multiple years of visibility on this particular program, and we expect revenue to continue in the next generation as well. The second customer design is an ARM CPU for a second US hyperscaler. This will be deployed in their general cloud computing platform as well as in their internal AI infrastructure. Both of these sockets, the AI training accelerator and the ARM CPU, are in production now and ramping for revenue this year. All right, so today I'm excited to share with you some new news. And it wouldn't be a Marvell Investor Day if we didn't give you guys a little bit of new news, right? So the new news, and it's great news for us, is that we've won a third US-based hyperscale customer for AI. It's for an AI accelerator. It's in design now, and the customer wants to take it to production in 2026. It's clear that our engagement model with these customers is evolving, and these initial wins have now turned into engagements that span multiple products and multiple generations. So if we take a step back,
I mean, SPY didn't hit a new low. You're bouncing off of yesterday's low, but you did not set a new one.
With 3 of the 4 US hyperscalers. And our design win funnel is up by a factor of 8x where it was when we started this custom business just 5 years ago. So let me talk to you a little bit about how we support this massive set of designs that we've got. And let me just give you a sense of this R&D scale of Marvell today supporting the whole portfolio. First of all, we're a pure play data infrastructure company. Our R&D spend is approximately $1.5 billion a year. Now that R&D is actually bigger than that because we receive NRE funding from our customers
without Mr. CFO.
For these custom projects we just talked about. So we capture that at Marvell as an offset to R&D. We don't capture it as revenue in the top line. So all this R&D is only going into data infrastructure applications. So if you look at our largest peers, we're very competitive with them in terms of our R&D profile for this opportunity we're talking about today. It's right in the same ballpark. And compared to the rest of our smaller, less scaled up peers, this is not even close. And the reason why this is important to our customers is that they want to know that their key partners have sufficient R&D scale and commitment.
So there's still weakness and dollar near the highs.
And we're
so SPY got 3 candles off the bottom. Marvel's moving around, but the pressure still remains in the market.
The partnership is multifaceted. As an extended part of their R&D team, we're working hand in hand with our customers to co-architect their next generation data centers. And by having the strategic position on the custom compute side, we gain unique insight into the next generation architecture requirements, not just for the custom compute,
lower if the yields are up, because yields go up when the price of a bond drops.
Plans for their next
so literally the bond is losing value. That's why it yields more money.
So this gives Marvell a significant
higher
advantage
yields
over
is
our
bearish.
competition, having this deep kind of partnership and insight, unique insight. So let me tell you now how we invest to win in this market. First, you need to have an immense amount of IP and technical capability. And our team has been very thoughtful, very deliberate in recent years about building our technology platform. We've assembled a powerhouse of infrastructure technology, second to none in the industry. Marvell is building some of the most complex digital products.
It goes down
in the world.
every time he says Marvell.
This includes chips that are among the biggest in the industry. To thrive in this business, we need to operate also at the leading edge process node. So building on the success of our 5 nanometer and 3 nanometer portfolio.
Yeah, you had Barkin and Williams comments. Honestly, they were kind of hawkish here. Williams especially, right around here.
Is world class. And that's why every single hyperscale data center operator today relies on it. And it goes beyond IP. We have best-in-class packaging technology, electro-optics technology, analog capabilities. We focus on meeting customer needs for low power design, seamless interoperability, and more. And there are precious few companies that can match Marvell's technology assets and capability. Now, we're making this investment, this huge investment, because we believe this is the biggest opportunity in the semiconductor industry in decades. And let me talk to you about how big that opportunity can be. Okay, so let's take a step back and look at the big picture. So last year, total data center CapEx was about $260 billion. And of course, some of that is in buildings and infrastructure. So if you take that out, it gets you to about $197 billion. And that's the infrastructure equipment TAM. So then, if you break out semiconductors, this gets you to $120 billion. Now, we don't play in the analog and the memory side. So if you break the $120 billion down further into the core semiconductor TAM, excluding analog and memory, it's an $82 billion opportunity last year and growing very fast. Now let's break that $82 billion down further into the categories that we've been talking about that Marvell addresses. So compute is the largest portion at $68 billion. And I'm going to drill down on that a little bit more in just a moment. Interconnect was $4 billion last year, switching was $6 billion, and storage was about $4 billion. So let's talk about that $68 billion market now. First of all, it's growing very fast, and it's expected to become a $200 billion opportunity by 2028, with a 24% compounded annual growth rate. Now, some people believe that this number is even larger than the $200 billion. And for us, that would be even more exciting if that was the case. But right now, we're using analyst estimates, we're using our own view, and we're setting this as our base case scenario. So when you break down the $68 billion, $26 billion is in general purpose computing, $42 billion is accelerated. In general purpose compute, if you look over the long term, is expected to remain relatively flat, while accelerated compute is essentially driving all the growth with a 32% CAGR. Now let's talk about what portion Marvell can address. And remember, our focus is on the custom portion of accelerated compute. So if you look at this past year, about 16% of the TAM was already in custom. It was about $6.6 billion. And if you go out to 2028, and you assume custom maintains the same share, that becomes a $27 billion opportunity. Now, we believe custom is probably going to gain share over the next few years because ultimately, most of these hyperscalers are just getting started. So right now, we're estimating that about 25% of that will be custom, and that gets you closer to a $43 billion market opportunity. So in the end, depending on your assumption,
China names are starting to flip now.
Custom is going to grow anywhere between 30.
They actually had a little bit of green, and then Nasdaq still red. Bonds are getting murdered, bro.
And if you take a
you guys got another
almost
1% on bonds. So whatever you thought PPI did, bonds just not at all. Again, you're well above 4 or 5 right now.
Than the general purpose compute market by 2028. So with that in mind, let's now look at Marvell's total opportunity in data center.
Almost
so
4.6 on the 10-year.
$6 billion market last year. It's growing about 7% CAGR, and historically, that's a relatively typical growth rate for storage in data centers. Interconnect is a very fast-growing at 27% CAGR. And Ashut and Loy will talk to you today about the key drivers, but basically, you have a $4 billion market growing to $14 billion by 2028. Switching is a $6 billion market growing to $12 billion, so that's 15% per year. And with that foundation now, let's add the $43 billion I talked about, and I showed you earlier, and we get a $75 billion total available market for Marvell in the data center in 2028.
Rent still going?
CAGR, that's growing at almost 30%.
And then SPY's still going lower.
So
Bonds stop dying for a little bit, but watch if markets catch up more. I don't think it's safe yet, and dollar keeps running.
Let me show you what that means for Marvell.
And like I'm saying, China names are going to start adding pressure.
Okay, now,
they weren't pressure in the morning.
Context for everybody. So last year, the TAM that we're talking about was $21 billion. And Marvell did approximately $2.2 billion in revenue. It's about 10% share. Going forward, we have very aggressive plans to grow the business across each of these categories. And you're going to hear from my team about our plans to address each of these markets. In accelerated compute, we have line of sight to gain share significantly based on those design wins that I talked about earlier. In switching, we also expect to gain share. Now, we're a relatively small part of that market today, but we're making a big investment and we're getting a lot of traction. We already have a leadership position today in interconnect, so for now we're just assuming in our base case scenario that we'll maintain the leadership share that we have. And then storage, we're also planning to maintain our share
chief,
position.
latest attacks on Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant
Well, when you add
have
it all
shifted
up,
us in
our
a
goal at
acutely
Marvell
consequential
is to
juncture
double
in the war.
our share over time from 10%.
I mean, we're
to
still
20%
hugging near the lows here.
over the long term.
And then the guidance
That's what I'm
numbers
driving the team
for
towards.
AI
That's what
came
we're
out
all
on
committed
Marvell.
to here. You're going to hear
So
from the team.
there's some data on that.
And there's
Natural gas
almost no
storage
other
numbers coming
company
out right
out
now.
there
24
that I
billion
can
versus
find
13 billion
that has
estimate.
the opportunity to grow their market by 3 to 4 times over the next 5 years and double their market share at the same time in an enormously large market. And that's Marvell's opportunity. That's the opportunity in front of us right now. So I want to take a moment to thank you all for being here.
PPI came in
time
good,
to be in the semiconductor
but
industry.
you've already sold off
It's an
all of that,
incredible
or at the very
opportunity
least,
for
bonds
Marvell.
are showing
Our
you.
company
But markets
was purpose-built
are holding up pretty
for
good.
this moment.
Because again,
I
we're
hope
near
that you enjoy
4.6
the
on the
rest of the
10-year.
day, and that by the end of today's session, you'll be as excited about the future of Marvell as I am. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Okay, opening again. He said full year 24 AI revenue 550 million. Then 2025 they're expecting 1.5.
Executive Vice President,
and then 26,
General Manager,
2.5.
Cloud Optics, Loy Win.
Why are y'all bringing them out to the most generic commercial music?
Good morning, everybody.
You need to bring out Lloyd to DMX.
Faces. But for those of you
Stop.
who don't know me,
Drop.
I was
Shut her down up and up. Stop.
So I joined Marvell as part
like
of
you know
the
what I'm saying? Like
acquisition
that would be what Lloyd
about
needs.
3 years ago.
I think.
Really happy to be with Marvell. Look at the opportunity that Matt just showed. It's just amazing.
Lloyd gonna give it to you.
I've been
All right,
in
Popper.
this industry for
Again, natural
25
gas
years.
numbers just came out.
On my professional life, working on
Again, you've sold off for the last like
high-speed
30 minutes
interconnects.
after some of those
So
Fed
really
comments.
excited to be here to talk about interconnects and how it enabling AI. So let's get started. I love this image.
It's
I
a
don't know
stock
if
photo.
anyone recognize it. It's the Turing machine.
I love
was
this image,
built
bro. It's a
during
stock
World War II.
footage on Adobe. This is
Mr.
a
Turing did
stock
not
photo.
have an AI accelerator
computer center.
that we have today. But he was able to build a very fast computer that broke the Nazis' code by using massive parallel system and lots and
They have a
lots
movie
of
on that.
interconnects.
It's a good movie. I forgot. Is it called Math Games or something?
Today, 80 years later, we are doing the same thing. But the interconnects today for AI
And there's no
are
Nazis.
high-speed optical.
I feel you.
Marvell is a leader in high-speed optical.
Enigma, yeah.
So let me show to you what
I know,
is driving the
imitation
speed
game?
of innovation of high-speed optical. Let's take a look.
It sounds like it'd be like a movie, but it's just like a graphic, like chart, like a timeline. Is this what this is?
2023 was truly
He said, "Play the
ground
clip."
zero for AI.
That was a
Before
PowerPoint with music.
AI, speed of interconnect
Again, that
was
little
driven
green
by
shoot
cloud
just turned
data
red
center
already,
server
but we're
upgrade.
still hugging near
And
the
that
lows.
happened once every 4 years. So every time it happened, the speed doubled. Today, the speed is driven by AI. Much faster. We see the speed is now doubling every 2 years. And customers actually say, I want them sooner. Can you do it? Well, let me talk about why optical, right? There are coppers and other things, and copper has been around for a long time, and there's low cost and cheap. But optical is the only technology that can give you
JD
the
and China
bandwidth
name still
and
going
the
lower.
reach needed
Lulu's on the low
to connect
now.
Hundreds of, and thousands
Nike
and tens
flip.
of thousands of servers across the whole large data center. No other technology can do the job except optical. Last year, GPT-3 was trained on a 1K cluster using about 2,000 optical interconnects. Today, as we speak, GPT-4 being trained on the 25K cluster, 25 times larger. And that requires about 75,000 optical interconnects. The model will keep larger and larger. We see the 100K cluster is going to be available soon, and that may require 5-layer switching. So maybe 500,000 optical interconnect. And people are talking about 1 million cluster. I cannot imagine 1 million cluster, but that's the kind of numbers.
So you came right back to PPI level?
And that may require tips, million of optical interconnect.
So we've effectively done nothing since yesterday. You're still just in the gutter
a lot of questions
from
I get
CPI,
asked all the time.
but still high. It's a high
how
gutter
many optical
with a view.
interconnect per accelerator? That's question being asked all the time. So these numbers should only be used as a guide. Small cluster like 128, you can connect them one layer of switching so that 1-to-1 based on today's architecture. A medium-sized cluster, 1K, will require 2 layers of switching, so that's 2-to-1. And a large cluster that we know how to build today, 25K, will require 3 layers of switching, and so on, so that's 3-to-1.
I don't understand.
So the ratio went from 1-to-1 to 2-to-1 to 3-to-1, and then future 5-to-1, and could be even 10-to-1. So no matter how you look at it,
that 3-to-1 to that 2-to-1 to that 550
will grow faster than accelerator growth in an AI cluster.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the other AI events were a little bit more hype.
Second question that I often get asked is, what about
I mean, they started with numbers. I want the CFO, but
which drive more optical interconnects? Well, the answer actually very simple.
Yeah, it's really not that. It is just network switches.
For large model, you want the largest cluster that you can lay your hands on, that you can afford actually, and have availability. So 25K, 50K, 100K, 1 million, whatever, right? But there are few of them around the world. For inference, the size of the inference machine vary depending on what you're trying to do with it, and different vertical.
No, there's going to be some money. So remember, CEO already opened up with it.
Globally.
We just need them to be like, we doubling up.
AI.
Quadruple. They're going to talk about spending money. And it's, again, this investor day.
The same. Training, large cluster, few of them. Inference, small cluster, but lots of them. So the net both will drive a massive amount of optical interconnects. Next, I want to talk about the need for new infrastructure for AI. Matt talked about the $2 trillion to be spent over the next few years. This is the world map of the world data center today. There's about 6,000 data centers, some large, some more small.
That makes no sense.
And you see the dot, the distribution out.
The legend doesn't have any colors.
Countries, highly populated countries.
I'm confused.
The things will change.
Yeah, this makes no sense.
That $2 trillion spent gonna be.
What type of map? Like, do you know how it's supposed to be a legend and like explain the colors?
Number one, power.
So more power, better. I don't get it.
Server consume more 10 times.
Can anybody read this better than I can? Am I stupid?
So you need to deliver a lot of power to it.
Because I can't. I don't know what this is saying.
Data center today, the power is 32 megawatt.
Like if I muted him, and I told you to tell me what this chart is telling you. But like more power, better cooling within, so that's it? Are they all this? Why didn't they just, it doesn't make any, I'm confused. And then what does the blue represent? Yeah, Jensen did wing it a lot better. I swear, bro.
AI cluster to stay with.
I think they are just winging these. I'm not going to lie to you.
More data center that are going to be built.
Jensen's just really good at it.
Locations.
You know what I'm saying?
In new locations.
Because after this, I feel you, low key. This makes no sense.
2 days ago, my wife sent me
the blue is existing.
Look at this, Lloyd.
But
Microsoft just announced that they
why did they have to make
$3.9 billion to build the largest AI
maybe it's not a map.
Japan.
Maybe this is just
when you look at
bullet
the map,
points that they put next to a map, and it's not like a legend.
Why does Japan need new data center? Because for the simple reason that I cited.
Maybe that's it.
The current existing data center are not suitable enough, have capability and so on for AI. And the $2.9 billion Microsoft now is going to be spent over the next 2 years, and that will be the largest investment Microsoft ever been made in Japan. So this is just one proof point, but you will hear more and more about it. Okay? So the upshot of it is this $2 trillion spent, you're going to have more data centers, more locations, And all of those drive a lot of interconnect.
Again, this is the pre-market chart. I want you guys to see where you're at relative to the PPI. Because some of you guys, you're like, why did the PPI bring this up? I mean, here you go.
Now,
you know, less than an hour or just above an hour in, you've already given up most of it. Still a long day ahead of us.
Infrastructure that Matt talked about. There's a lot of confusion about all the network that are needed. The back-end network, the front-end network, the compute fabric, the DCI, what do all these things do? So I hope that in the next few minutes after my session, we will have the same common language. What are these networks do, and whether they over optical or they're over copper, all right? So bear with me. So here's the AI server. You have inside a couple of accelerators that are connected together with very high bandwidth fabric. This is often referred to as a compute fabric. They are very high-speed fabric, but over very short distances. Coppers on traces on the board. And the protocol are NVLink and Infinities and PCIe. So whenever you see NVLink, you know that they are short distance links over copper. Now, recently, this has been extended to within the rack, but it's still 1 meter range. So let's just be clear. Today, Marvell doesn't play in this compute fabric. It's on copper, passive. Okay? How do you connect the AI server that I talked about to 1,000 other servers in a data center network? You use what we call the back-end network. So how do you get data in the back-end network? Well,
yeah, that's
every
confirmed.
accelerator has its own
O.J. Simpson is dead
card, or
at 52.
NIC card. Every NIC card is
76,
connected to a module, and that's how the module be connected to
they say it's
other
cancer.
module within the switches
Or
and
lost
within
the battle
others
with
AI
cancer.
server. So remember that. The back-end network
OJ,
is where
yeah.
you connect
O.J.
AI
Simpson.
server to others AI server. And the protocol are InfiniBand.
This event was pretty
Ethernet
hyped up. That's why we're
over
listening to it. Just it's
So
kind of
whenever
boring.
you see InfiniBand or Ethernet, in AI
A lot of we've been
cluster,
talking about
you
this
should
AI
think about
event for like a week.
probably
A
the
lot of
back-end
people were
network
getting
and
hyped
over
up on it, but
over optical.
kind of a dud.
This is where Marvell
It moved it up 4%
We are the
for a
leader in
little,
that
sold
space.
off 3-4, but
Now,
now it's in the middle. A little bit of
next is
guidance
how do you
so
get
far, but
data in
not
and out
anything
of an AI
crazy.
server, not through the back-end network.
the first part wasn't that
to
bad.
get
After,
data
but I
in
just
and out of AI server,
some of this is
you
just
go
like
through the front
it's like a
end
networking
network.
conference.
So this is where
Like
you
I feel like
see
this would be a presentation at
CPU
like a Holiday Inn
inside an AI server.
in the middle of like
Typically, there
Oklahoma.
could be one CPU,
about
could be two
switches
CPU,
and
whatever.
blenders.
The number of CPU, each CPU
But
has its
obviously
own
it has
NIC
much
card,
more
and
bigger
every NIC
implications
has its
'cause it's
own
AI.
Connected to
We
its
just
own
don't
optical
understand
module.
it.
And that is how AI server is being connected to the rest of the data center, storage and other switches
I
and so
still
on.
feel
So
more numbers are coming, but
those
if
are
not,
the three
then
times
yeah.
the connection go into an AI server. And the front end network is always Ethernet over optical. So let's see how all of these AI clusters are connected together to the back end. This illustration shows thousands of AI servers connected together via two-layer switching via the back-end network. All the blue links here are optical. A data center may have more than one AI cluster. So let's see example here, 3 AI clusters. How are they connected? They're connected together.
What I
to the
am
data center
learning
to
though,
the front end
and people
network.
have talked about it lately.
I want to show
Dude,
the
AI
front-end
takes
network,
a shit ton
bunch
of
general
stuff.
purpose CPU on your right.
Energy,
And
computers,
this is how
chips,
everything connected together.
cluster,
The
like
front-end network,
getting
because there's
all
so
of
many
this
elements
stuff
within
to
the
like
front-
get
within the
AI,
data center,
man.
so there may be
Like there's
4 or
definitely
5
a
tier
lot
layer
of
switching.
like
So there's a lot of optical
resource
interconnect, Ethernet,
requirement.
Actually,
is
still
what I've
sitting in the
learned
front-end
after
network. But
seeing
you can
several
see
of
here
these so far. Even if I
why
don't
AI
understand
drives
all of
so
them
much
fully,
optical interconnect.
and people are talking about
On
like the
left,
electricity
you
use
have the
and
back-end
even
network
bandwidth, but
associated
yeah,
with each
resource
cluster.
hog for
On the
sure.
right, you have the general purpose.
Because look at this, every one of
only
these
connected to the front
presentations,
end.
bro. They're
So this
like,
whole thing about back
bro,
end
these are
is
like full ass,
all
like
driven by AI.
you're selling gigantic
why
ass
AI is
kits.
driving
It's
so
like you
much-
get
so many
15
more
computers
optical
and 15
interconnects.
chips and 1,000 of them, and
All
that'll be
right.
your first set, and then it
So
communicates with
how
your
do
second
data
set.
get in and out
of
of
your
data
second
center?
set, and then you
need
power it up.
another network called the
Well,
data
NVIDIA is
center
selling the
interconnect.
pickaxes.
The yellow go on top.
So are these guys,
and
I
that
guess.
is 100-kilometer links to connect data center to data center in the region. So now as recap, there are 4 networks total. Compute fabric over copper traces, inside a server, within a rack. Marvell doesn't play today. Back-end network, InfiniBand or Ethernet over optical. It's all Marvell, mostly. And then the front-end network, again, optical Ethernet, where Marvell play a very large role. And DCI network is also where Marvell is a leadership. We play a very large role. So I hope you all get it. There will be a quiz at the end.
So SPY slowly working up.
Networks.
Again, we've only been here for like an hour 15.
Now let me talk
You've
about
given up
Marvell
most of the
Silicon
PPI, but now you're like probably halfway in the middle of it.
To you about
and then back up to VWAP now.
You should think of Marvell. So every link here, there's an optical module at each end. And inside the optical module, you have the DSP, the TIA, the driver, and today we're going to add another chip, silicon photonic, to the toolkit.
What?
So you will hear more about it from me at the later section. But I want to spend a few minutes.
I think they're going to announce a new chip.
I
don't think he was supposed to say that.
So, a year ago, there was a lot of noise about, some people say you don't need the DSP, you
SMC and NVIDIA
to save the power, blah, 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 right?
That was the first time anyone laughed.
Many of you who attended the OFC this year, you heard the customer has spoken. The largest hyperscale provider in US has spoken that they need the DSP. You saw what I showed about the network. There are hundreds of thousands of the optical interconnects within a single cluster. Who's going to go and tune for every channel to get the optimum solution? No,
I just
time
showed
is the
you.
most precious commodity for these clusters to be deployed. In fact, one hyperscale provider said, the so-called linear pluggable optic, LPO sets the industry back to the Stone Age because there's no telemetry, no diagnostic, no interop, and so on and so forth. Okay? So you'll hear more from my colleague Achut about Marvell Interconnect. And then switching. So you heard about the Marvell acquired company Innovium that bring to us a Teralink line of switching. And we are gaining share in the market, and you heard from my colleague.
He says switching, bro.
Really exciting area.
Very exciting.
Last but not least is in the AI server itself. Today, the majority of accelerator being shipped today are using merchant silicon. Marvell doesn't do merchant silicon.
I'll give it like a couple more minutes. Otherwise, we'll wait till we get more numbers.
But Marvell does is custom compute. When you have custom compute, all of the blocks within the server are now Marvell TAM. And you will hear it from
NVIDIA's benefited off of this more than Marvel.
And in fact, the custom
ACAM is going up too.
Matt showed you is the largest TAM within Marvell that we can address over the next few years. When you look at all these things, these are all the sockets that Marvell is addressing today. And that's growing to a gigantic $75 billion TAM in the next few years. And that's it for my setup today. I hope you enjoyed the talk, and I hope that from now on, you will hear and know everything there is to know about the 4 network within Accelerate infrastructure. And with that, I'd like to hand it over to my colleague, Ajut, to talk to you about interconnect.
Okay, Loy. I kind of like Loy.
Please welcome Senior Vice President and General Manager, Connectivity, Ashut Shah.
I hate, dude. This is weird.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Achut Shah, the Senior Vice President.
It feels like it's from 1999.
Marvell's connectivity business.
Like the PayPal presentation was worse.
Every single
Let's just get that out the way.
This
is just like
runs on
very
compute
boring in 1999.
By Marvell's connectivity.
I'm sure the AI nerds get way more out of it.
Today about the fantastic opportunity.
But the PayPal one was worse. Let's just get that out the way.
Introduction of myself. I started my career over 25 years ago, getting a degree
he might
in
talk
electrical
numbers, but we want CFO.
At Maxim Integrated. And at that time, I joined their optical business unit, and the products we were working on at that time were 100 megabits. The dream, the vision at the time was
it's like biotech music.
Optical.
Every time somebody comes out, they play the music Like I just
have links
took
of more than
Ozempic
1
and now
terabit
I
over
take
optical.
walks at the park and I go
10,000
bungee
times that
jumping
100
and shit,
megabits.
you know? And they like
Still not enough for our customers.
and just show you doing stuff. That's what every time somebody comes
I
out
spent
on
20
this.
plus years at Maxim, where my last role was general manager of the cloud and data center business unit, which created optimized silicon for both the power
Marvell.
and the optical products within the data center. In 2020, I joined Marvell to lead the physical interconnect business unit. And shortly after the acquisition of Inphi, I was tasked with integrating the Inphi optical DSP team with the Marvell business unit to form what we now call the connectivity business at Marvell. I'm very thankful for Ford and for Matt for trusting me with this opportunity, giving me this responsibility. And I'm very proud of the team that we formed, a cohesive, collaborative team of
Dollar on the
industry
high.
leaders in the interconnect technology.
Bonds off the lows and SPY
With
bounced. I
expertise
mean,
over a
12,
wide variety
13 points there,
of
almost
analog,
15.
digital, mixed signal,
And then
DSP
Euro
algorithms,
closed in
firmware,
40.
and software. And this team has come together to provide the best-in-class solutions for our customer over multiple generations, making Marvell the industry leader in this interconnect space. There's a lot of bandwidth needs our customers have. It's insatiable. And I'll walk you through today of what our customers are asking for, what are the underlying market trends driving these needs, and how Marvell is very well positioned to capitalize on this opportunity.
You didn't tell me about the wires.
Let's first
too?
take a look at
All right,
where
I'm gonna
these
go to the
networks are
bathroom, and
deployed and what actually
If
goes
I
into
don't hear
creating
like
an
$10
interconnect.
billion anytime soon,
Loy walked you through the back end and the
man.
front end and the DCI networks,
man.
the logical flow of the network's hierarchy. When you look at it from a physical perspective, you can think of this as interconnects within the building, within the data center, and interconnects leaving the data center. Within the data center, you have the front end and the back end network. These are typically less than 2 kilometers of distance, and they use a signaling scheme called PAM modulation. For the interconnects leaving the building, now these are much, much longer distances, hundreds of kilometers, thousands of kilometers, and this uses a much more complex signaling scheme called coherent. But regardless of the distance, the optical interconnect comes down to optical modules connected by a length of fiber. And these optical modules have multiple components in them. You have the TSP, you have the transimpedance amplifier, or TIA, and you have the laser driver. Now, what do these products do? The initial use case for a DSP is very simple. Everybody understands it. You have the SerDes technology, you have some complex signal processing to make sure that the signal gets from one end to another with no errors. But there are two other use cases of these DSPs that are less clearly understood, less visible, but that are equally important for our customers: scale and reliability. When our customers deploy these networks, they don't start deploying hundreds or thousands of units at a time. They have these massive data center clusters, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of units that all need to work and come up at the exact same time. These are across multiple locations, in multiple data centers, connecting multiple endpoints, using multiple kind of optics, tons of manufacturing variability between them. And the DSP helps to make sure that at this vast scale, you don't have to fine-tune every link by hand. It all comes up, plug and play, and works when you need it to. The second function that this DSP does and provides is reliability. When a customer is running these very large language models on these massive clusters, and these data sets takes weeks, sometimes even months to run, in that time, if even one link goes down for an instance, the entire job collapses. You lose all that weeks of work, months of work, tons of loss of revenue, and tons of loss of profit. So these DSPs have intelligence in them, diagnostics, telemetry, system-level intelligence, that checks the quality of the link and adds the margin where needed to make sure that the links stay up. It also detects and can tell the network if a link is going to have a catastrophic failure so that customers can cut over to a redundant link to make sure that the job doesn't go down. So this is the incredibly important heart of the network, the DSP. You also have the laser driver, which takes the output of the DSP, amplifies it for very different kind of lasers, and transmits it on to the other end of the link. And then the transimpedance amplifier takes the received signal, amplifies it cleanly, and passes it on for the DSP for post-processing. And to form all of these solutions, the DSP, the TI, the driver, there is a very complex set of underlying technology behind it. You have leading-edge digital products. You have coherent IP, PAM IP, signal processing IP, error correction, that currently we are shipping in 7 nanometers, 5 nanometers goes to production this year. We're actively developing these DSPs in 3 nanometers and already investing in 2 nanometers going down into the future. On the other hand, you have very complex high-frequency analog, black magic of the semiconductor world. You have high-frequency silicon germanium bi-CMOS processes to create these TIs and drivers. And in future generations, you have to take these high-frequency elements and actually put them back into cutting-edge digital. And all of this takes a wide variety of expertise, of engineering leadership and expertise to develop this full platform of solutions. Overlay on top of these complex technologies the system-level IPs that you need, diagnostics, telemetry, firmware, and software that provides a significant amount of flexibility programmably to our customers to optimize their networks. Because we don't develop all of these together in a vacuum. We work with our customers multiple years, multiple generations ahead of deployment to understand what their network architecture is, what their deployment models are, and how they need to optimize each of these links to get them the scale and the TCO that they need. So on all of these customers don't have a one-size-fits-all data center. So there is a tremendous amount of flexibility and programmability in all of these blocks so they can optimize these products for their specific implementations within the data center. And now you take this entire set of IP with the programmability, the analog and the digital, and with the accelerated pace of AI, every single block here now has to be upgraded and redesigned on a 2-year cadence. This takes a lot of expertise, it takes a lot of experience, and you need the scale to be able to do this successfully generation after generation. And that's what Marvell has been able to do. Now let's take a look at this great opportunity in front of us, starting first from inside the data center networks.
BHC just went crazy and came down.
Optical links that Lloyd talked about. All right. Marvell has had a multi-generation leadership in this PAM inside the data center.
I learned that today too. It's called Marvell, not Marvel. They are a chip company. So remember, literally, they were the second company to start going crazy with like AI guidance right after NVIDIA. So that's why they like kind of got hyped. Even then, they've ran with all the chip makers. If anything, it was their last earnings that we just saw. You know, they ran up to a new all-time high, but then their earnings wasn't as good. It was still high, but they didn't guide up the same way as NVIDIA. So this AI event was kind of hyped. I just turned it off. I think we'll turn it back on. I'm going to keep it up. I'm going to look on the wire just once we get another guidance or maybe when the CFO comes out, because that's a lot of switches and chips and data centers and networking. So I'm sure some of you get that a lot more there, but in general, I mean, it is Investor Day. We are looking for numbers, and they did open up with numbers, and that's where it had a pop, and then it sold off a little bit. I think you will even hear from some analysts coming around the corner, but like I'm saying, there's going to be a little bit more to that presentation, but for now, I think Shaw is going to go through a lot. And yeah, dollar hit a new high. I mean, dollar went up there. Bonds kept selling off. The SPY went down a little bit. NASDAQ was briefly red, but we had a little bit of a recovery. We got about 30 minutes till Euro close. If anything, like I was saying earlier, I mean, some people were getting, they're like, why did PPI bring us up? I mean, you gave up most of it at one point within the first hour of the day. So, I mean, to give you an idea, it's just the same real setup digestion narrative of yesterday. I mean, the story is borderline the same with rate cuts. We did have Fed speakers during that little dump there too. They were kind of hawkish, but generally, I mean, we had hot data, a little bit less hot, but still kind of hot data today as well. And we're just in this setup of, okay, yeah, we still generally believe rate cuts are going to happen this year, but there is now many concerns that are finally capturing the attention of the market. We may brush it off if the Fed tells you to, and if the market really believes it, but for now, I mean, we're still in this digestion, and I don't know. Did y'all understand what I was saying on the watch list yesterday? Did y'all understand the title of the watch list yesterday? Did you guys get it? I think we need to talk about it a little bit, just a little bit. RESPECD or whatever, SEP. Find out what it means to me. Power and the SCP. That's what it means to me. SCP, 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 SCP. No? Do y'all, what was I talking about? It's the title of the watch list. Y'all don't watch the watch list. Never mind. Forgive me for asking you about something you don't. Forgive me my rudeness. I should have read the room. You don't watch the watch list. My bad, man. My bad. I didn't mean to ask you, so I should have asked you. Did you watch The Bachelor? Did you watch The Bachelor? I feel like you would have seen The Bachelor before the watch list. You watch The Bachelor? Did you feel you about the roses? No? No? Is that... Second Timmy. Yeah, there you go. Marcus more hawkish than the Fed. Now we talking. So we'll come on, let's talk about it a little more. Because that is, do you get what I'm saying by that? Like, the market is more hawkish than the Fed. So right now, there's a huge gap between the stock market and the bonds. Like, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to know that. But that's like why the market's weird right now. Because your bonds and your expectations for rates are very hawkish. But your market is still elevated. But, like, what do I mean by, like, think about it. The Fed has a dot plot. What do I mean the market is more hawkish? Like, what would that look like, I guess, visually? I guess I can't ask you the question without showing you. So this is the dot plot, right? Are you guys familiar with that? You guys, we've looked at this a lot, the SEP. So, like, if you took a line and you drew a line to the median, it would create a curve. You guys have seen that before. Are you following with me? So, like, if you go through the median 2024, so 4.6, then go to the median here, like 3.9 for next year, right? And, like, if we drew a line, like if it was like a TD Ameritrade line, if you just went straight to the median and where the curve was showing and you made it a curve, like a yield curve, right? You could kind of see it visually. It's like a little Nike swoop kind of. If you, like, follow the curve. That's the Fed. This is the Fed's dot plot. They have their own little curve, right? So, like, if you did the same thing right now for the Zaza. So if you did that for the Fed futures, the curve of the bond market right now, like, so if you took all of these now and you took, like, May, or, like, theoretically, if you took January and then we went to, like, January 25 as well, you get what I'm saying? And you put the Fed futures on this plot, it would be, the chart would be way, way, way higher, in the sense more hawkish. So the Fed is down here, but the Fed futures are all up here. Again, even on 2025 and everything. So you have not really seen that. The last time you were free, last time I was showing you a curve of the dot plot in the Fed and comparing it to, like, the dot plot of the market, or like the curve, you guys were tripping out. Is it an outdated dot plot? Great. But, like, that dot plot's from March 20th, homie. Like, come on, that's crazy. Outdate? You gonna outdate me? You gonna outdate? That was 3 weeks ago, man. I would argue 2 weeks ago. It's just Thursday now. You know what I'm saying? You gonna outdate me that fast, bro? I still got an iPhone 10 X. That's the Roman numerals. Come on. That's outdated now. That's the crazy part, because, like, low-key, this SEP is actually fairly recent. Remember, we were all like, we went through January and February, and however we responded to the data, we punted because there was a SEP. And this is that SEP. It didn't move at all. So that's why it's, like, it's pretty interesting lately. The market is just substantially more hawkish. So, again, the weird part is that the market is holding up. The market pricing on bonds is very hawkish, but equities are just, again, they're anytime you've ever gotten more hawkish in terms of market pricing, we've been a lot lower in equities, and that, you're just not having happen this time. Bonds, so either bonds need to reprice for the market, or we go into a completely different discussion. Why does anything need to reprice? And that's where, again, I forgot, somebody said it this morning. They were even saying how markets can go up with no rate cuts and markets could go up. It doesn't even matter. So that's what it will come down to. New information, it is outdated. Well, unfortunately, though, then that means every single Fed speaker, then I guess they would be outdated too, because we've gotten information on where they stand, but as of now, what they're saying is kind of communicating on the data, but those dots represent what they've all said. So again, like even when we responded in the last 2 weeks to like more hawkish, one cut by Bostic, Mester even saying the same thing, and a couple, even today, John Williams too. It's like that is from that data, which is only a couple weeks old there. But I think we're following the path still. I don't think the data is old, but I think it is fascinating that the market is now the one pricing in less. But the fact of equities not holding up, I think that's going to be the real decisive answer, because are financial conditions tight or not? Powell will tell you yes. Markets are showing another thing, and then now you throw that into the equation that markets are pricing in something more tighter, but it's not reflecting on everything. You think gold trying to new highs? I think with the right data it can. Damn, Bosch just hit a low? What the hell was that? My goodness. AbiVi X is at the 12th? Yeah. So today would be your last day to buy AbiVi if you want the dividend. Uber's going up. Marvell trying to move. I don't know if there's any headlines. I don't see any. NVIDIA has been, we got to keep watching it over the next couple days. It's been phenomenal. Not like phenomenal, like, oh my God, it's the best, it's the most amazing, but it's definitely moving different than everything. I don't know if it's the earnings effect. Like I said yesterday, you had analyst activity on it, but NVIDIA holding up when I feel like correlation's generally high. There is some names that I guess if they're more bulletproof, like Mag 7 yesterday, they didn't go as crazy, but that could lead into some of the earnings. But NVIDIA, bro, is outperforming on these days, and even some of the other chip makers, they're going down. They did a lot better, though, today, too, though. And in the same respect, SPY's only down 0.1, and NASDAQ is still green. Where are we at right now? You're having a discussion, BYD or Tesla. What's your thoughts? Well, I don't know if BYDs are ever going to take over America. I think Tesla is always going to have that. But I think BYD is I think they're a really good company. That's the only other EV that I think is like legit besides Tesla for the most part. Goat. Lyft has just been going up since their earnings. Remember that last one when they came out with that good guidance. And then right now, S&P 500, you have 394 names in the red, 108 in the green. Dow Jones, you got 24 names in the red, 6 names in the green. And then S&P 500, no, I already did that. NASDAQ 100. You have 57 in the red, 43 in the green. So NASDAQ's more 50-50. Team. NVIDIA. It's only 11, though. So, again, 21 minutes till Euro close. Silver dump in, but not gold. I mean, they're both moving around. I think they're just holding up. I mean, yesterday or 2 days, Was that technically the first red day? But yeah, I guess gold on spot. Gold is green on the day. And silver is red. And silver is back below 28. Again, I was tripping out with silver above 28. Rivians are growing. Yeah, they're getting some good deals out on them too. But we'll see. We'll see when that cheap car of theirs starts selling. What up? How you living? I'm living good, Jimmy. How you living, baby? How's Tejas? Texas. It didn't snow again this year in Texas, did it? Y'all remember when Texas we had that? Twitch? Your Twitch will be arriving soon. I think you have like in a week or two. Twitch comes back on the 22nd. But like I said, I might even ban them myself. So they banned me, but now I need to ban them. So we'll figure it out. Labor negotiations. We'll get to the bottom of it. How long can 2 and 10 years stay inverted without repercussions? If we don't get cuts this year, maybe troublesome. I mean, it's very mysterious how the yield curve could like negatively affect things. That's what everybody has been arguing for decades, but it could stay inverted as long as it wants. And, you know, I think at this point, if we get to like June, I believe that would be the longest we've been inverted since the Great Depression. But it's possible it could go even longer. And if that is the case, I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean the market has to crash, but it does signal, I mean, there is something wrong in pressure. Some people would argue that point, but I believe when it's not so much as it being inverted as much as it is staying very inverted and then uninverting, and that is going to be, and that's kind of what we're waiting on, this whole story of cuts and whatnot, and what we're looking at. I mean, if it's either going to keep being inverted or they're going to cut or something else happens and then it uninverts and then that's it. Yes, and it is confirmed. O.J. Simpson has passed away. He's battled with cancer. That's AAP. I was like, Apple's already on the low. No way. SPY's not doing bad. So we'll see here in Euro close, but you did kind of bounce here after you literally touched the low of yesterday. Like literally to the T of touching, like within like a quarter of a point. And then you like bounce back up. Yeah, the OJ news is confirmed. The inverting builds the pressure. The uninverting is the flood hitting the village. Yeah, it's very graphic, but yeah, I could agree with that. So lately, I think that's a great way to put it because the last couple of years or the last, a little bit more than 18 months now, the inverted yield curve, I mean, you feel the pressure, and I think that's it. Be honest, do you think OJ did it? Oh, I don't know, man. OJ Simpson. I think he did it. I think OJ did it. I didn't really, I didn't ever want to make a judgment on whether or not he did, until one day, several years later, this mother effer sits down and he's like, hypothetically, if I did do it, and if I was hypothetically going to go about all of, I'm like, what? That's crazy. What do you mean hypothetical? Just, okay. All right, man. All right. Mm-hmm. Man, that would be like if Pfizer put out a document saying hypothetically, never mind. You're like, what? What do you mean hypothetically it caught? What? You like, no, why the, whoa. But yeah, so rest in peace to O.J. Simpson. That news is confirmed. MO selling off. Pfizer doesn't go up. It's still within the, I mean, it was at the price we bought it at this morning, but let value be value. Especially, I mean, again, rates are going insane. So, I mean, it's one thing for tech to hold up, but, I mean, the market is still getting a little jumpy. NVIDIA in a world of its own, man. But you're going to see what you're watching with NVIDIA. Get ready for it because you guys are about to get earnings. This is what's going to happen. That's why it's fascinating that NVIDIA is doing it because they don't have earnings like imminently. But you're going to watch days like this where the market is going to practically do nothing or kind of like stay in this like gap range, and then random individual names are just going to move ahead, up or down, or be responding to their earnings. Yeah, they're May 20. They have a long time. It's a month. That's more than a month. $30-year bond auction can be impactful, but I mean, the 10-year is a lot bigger. The 30-year is historically usually always bad, but I mean, right now I think the market's sensitive. The rates could use good news, and it does seem like bad news is lined up. The only thing, kind of like the PPI, the only thing that could happen is if like everyone starts like expecting like bad things in bonds and rates and data, you know, and then it doesn't come in hot, that could give you a little bit of a relief, more or less. So that'd be the only thing. But I do think the bond auction will have an impact today. I'm still holding the Intel stock. The Marvell already had the event. I'm going to get out of that one soon. I mean, I still have a little bit of gains. It was kind of a dud. But, yeah, the event is going on now. They gave some decent guidance numbers. I think you'll get analyst stuff, but overall, generally nothing low-key. Bostic at 12:30, yeah. Remember, he spoke 2 days ago and kind of got things up. And then you had a couple of Fed speakers who weren't on the calendar today. They spoke. You had John Williams, and then he was on the calendar, and someone else. I think Barkin. Thank you for dramatizing the SPY falling. You're welcome. I don't want to talk to you ever again. Thank you. Have a wonderful day. PPI data was good and bad depending on who you ask, but that kind of what I talked about just right now. It came in a little bit better on the month over month, but then hotter on the year over year. But then remember what I was saying yesterday. I thought it was going to be hot, and a lot of people thought it was going to be hot. So it did come in a little better, and that kind of eased things. But then the year over year and year over year core, that was about it. Yeah, OJ. I didn't think you guys would get so caught up with the OJ stuff. Yesterday wasn't as bad as they said it was. Today wasn't as good as people thought. It's an interesting take. I think yesterday, I mean, could have been way worse. And then today, I mean, I think today you just got a blip of like a little relief, but it didn't really last. But then at the same time, I mean, you're still kind of holding it. We're just in the range. How late can MPW dividend be and still have an unbroken dividend? I think they could declare it right before their earnings. Like, technically, as long as it's not 3 months. That's it. Or like 3 or like 4 months between the last pay date, whatever it is. But they still haven't declared the divvy. And then again, yesterday was a bad day for a lot of real estate stocks. And then even MPW, they got the downgrade at the same time they announced the news. I played JP Morgan one way for now. We're going to go over the preview a little later. But, yeah, only one way. But then after, I don't know, these last couple days, I don't know if the puts have moved or not. God, dude. You think owning 4 of the Magnificent Seven's too much? I mean, depends on what price you got them at. But at the same time, they've held. So, like, again, like equal weight finally broke out recently. But if you look back on it, it's like, you may have maybe less diversified, kind of, but I mean, it's not like that's been a bad move. Where did the puts go? I guess they kind of came up from a couple days ago, but they were a little higher. But JP Morgan. But then again, remember, bank stocks, so all of them. We're gonna go over the previews later. You'll probably hear me say this, but bank stocks don't move a lot for earnings. So last time, again, I don't think we hit JP. I think we only hit Citi. Citi, I think, and then Wells Fargo if we sold it at a good time, but otherwise we lost. But otherwise, these bank stocks, like, they don't price in a lot, and they don't really, like, have a history of going too crazy. He's so bullish on Intel, I think it's going to poo-poo forever. Generally, I'm not, like, bullish in the long term. So even, like, Marvell, too, I want to get out of those with the event now. Intel, I'm down to hold a little bit, but I'm thinking earnings. So I think we may even get a little bit more, like, we could still sell off a little bit leading into earnings. And then I think before we know it, the weather is going to shift, and then you're going to get into earnings mode. I have no idea what happened with BHC. That thing got murdered, though, too, low-key. But that one, it literally popped up there like 7%, then just sold off, and then now it's right in the middle. No headlines on that. Coinbase derivatives have launched Bitcoin Cash and Litecoin futures. Semtech, that thing keeps going up. You got dividend long terms. How many should I hold? Per sector? I don't know. I don't use any calculation like that. I just think a general balance between growth and dividend, but how you want to break it down by sector and all of that, that's a personal choice at that point, but I just try to go general, more general than that, not as specific. Oh, yeah, but Intel, anyway, I think earnings, though. I think earnings mode. And then, I mean, it's already sold off. Like, we took, like, what, 2.5% or 1.5% haircut on it yesterday, but, like, the thing already dropped, like, 8% in 2 days. So, I don't know. I do think there is more downside, but I'm going to plan to flip that for a little bit. Bosch appeals court ruling. Was that this morning, though? Anytime I see Bosch pop and I check headlines, there's nothing. SMTC still going. That's in the bottom right. And then it got halted in Canada. Federal Circuit affirms Delaware District ruling in Solix Bosch Health patent litigation. That was this morning. KKR. Oh. And then SPY at VWAP. This is where we had the first dump of the day. So I guess you're a little bit below at 5160. I guess where you close. SPY still red. NASDAQ's up 0.4. And then Russell's still down. And then this is a little bit higher than that. Again, that was a weird opening candle yesterday. I hear some text from COD too. I feel you. Frag out. Enemy UAV online. Semtex on the high. Get him again next time. Where is Marvell? No, Marvel has the the Marvel event was kind of a dud. They came out with numbers and people liked it for a little bit, but I do think the numbers flowed in line with some of their last earnings. So again, pretty much they're saying they're doing $550 million now, and in the next 2 years they expect it to grow to $2.5 billion, which is good. But remember the bar, you got a NVIDIA bar set high, but then NVIDIA is just, it did that yesterday too. But yesterday you had that little catalyst there with Morgan Stanley. Today, nah, he's just holding up. I don't know. Wasn't TSM and Micron? Micron was the one holding up here today too. And then I guess Intel's barely green, or they were barely red now. And then SPY back at VWAP. Bonds are climbing back down. Again, you have a 30-year bond auction in an hour and a half. And then 5 minutes now till Euro close. SPY near the low of the day. Bonds at the low of the day right there. Yeah, the snow play, that one got clapped. That expires next week. That one's going to be dead. And then the Datadog, that one went up 50%. So I made those two plays around the same time. Bond auctions help or make things worse. Well, it depends. I mean, the market reaction yesterday, you reacted and then you ignored it. But yesterday, I mean, it left a mark on the bonds. So it definitely has the ability to move the bond market. The 30 years usually bad. But if it's not as bad, maybe everyone's like, it's not as bad. But then again, though, bonds, they're in the death spiral now. I mean, we're already at 4.6 on the 10-year. I mean, that's where we were a little bit earlier today, but you're literally running up to that number right now. 4.586. I think you're probably a little higher. HYG. I mean, gold and silver. Silver is trying to go green. And then gold's still holding up. Again, it was trying to go red a little earlier, but didn't move as much. And very impressive considering the dollar is up another quarter and the dollar rocket again. And that's probably could be contributing with the yields there too. Kushida tells Congress Ukraine of today may be East Asia of tomorrow. Huh? Gold, dollar, oil. But they're all, I mean, they're kind of doing their own thing now. Like, again, like gold and oil are much different than yesterday. They're in their own little world, and even from the dollar. And then bonds, that's like, they're kind of, it's a lot chiller than yesterday, but then again, there's a lot of things on their own one-way paths. Like oil's still going up, gold is still elevated, yields are still climbing, and the dollar is still strong. All the while, SPY is, I mean, meandering within a 150 or 180 point range from that high. Go. Bonds coming down now, so Euro close, about to be within the next minute or so, minute and 10 seconds. SPY right at VWAP, again, closer to the lows than not. And NASDAQ's the only thing in the green. And now we will see. The market bond yields are just saying that bonds are worried about inflation and policy. That's it. The simplest way to put it is that the bond yields are saying the Fed is not going to cut rates, and the bond market believes much higher for longer. Simply put, the bond market thinks that rates should be higher and longer than the Fed thinks. Ta-da! So, in a weird way, even though stocks are at 5,100, the bond market believes higher for longer more than the Fed does. If we went Japan route and the Fed became the buyer of bonds to get rates to zero, would ETF still go up as the rates dropped? If they went to zero, yeah. Because, right, it just depends on the value of what the ETF holds. So after it goes to 0 to 1, anybody trading TLT for the next, decade after that, then they won't make any money. TLT won't go up any further unless rates go negative. But if you bought it while rates are still at 4%, yeah, I mean, even if we got to 0, the rates would adjust and the portfolios of the ETF would reflect that. Well, when the Fed does finally cut, bonds will rally, but how much they rally will be dependent upon how much they cut, right? So TLT will go up, but it depends on how much they cut. So remember, when we hit the one in 2020, even 2018 or 2019, but it was because we were closer to 0, but in 2020, they cut to 0. So this time around, a small cut and pause, TLT will go up, but it will be somewhat limited. It's not going to go as high as it has in the other times. So Euro close, SPY a little lower, bonds hit a new low of the day on TLT. We're waiting for the bond auction. That's about it. And then earnings tomorrow. Otherwise, it's just borderline digestion. And then even consumer sentiment tomorrow. Why you say bonds will rally when they'll go down? ETF is not bonds. You don't understand it, but it's okay. Because when bonds bullish, the price goes, yields go down. So somebody said something like this earlier today when we were talking about it, and the yields going up in prices. So it's bullish when the yields go down. So when yields go down, that means that the price is going up on the bond, so the bond yields look lower. So it's bullish. But you can interpret it however you like. But TLT would go up. Bond yields would go down, but the extent would be dependent on how much they cut rates. Airbnb. So Airbnb got the double. They got a downgrade and an upgrade on the same day. Eight-week bills. So you got little baby bond auction. Reddit's on the high too. Apple's been green all day. Tesla's trying to come up. Microsoft. Oh, and I don't think Marvel's doing anything. Intel and then NVIDIA is fascinating. Went, 3.5%, almost 4% in the last 2 days. The market just dumped. Silver and gold move based purely off supply and demand? No. There's a lot, that's kind of where a lot of people have criticized it in the past. There's a lot of price controls that go into it. Generally, you say supply and demand, but there's a lot of other factors, and most of the time there's what's it called? There's just heavy price controls. The bond auction's at 1. Same time as yesterday, 30-year bond auction, so instead of 10 years, 30 years. Deutsche Bank expects only one interest rate cut now in December from the U.S. Federal Reserve. That's a second bank now. So RBC, it's weird because all of your big banks have to walk back what they said a couple of weeks ago now. So literally Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, All of them were saying cuts by June. You have to realize that. And a lot of them have been saying 3 cuts guaranteed. But now that's like the second bank today that just said 1. RBC was earlier. Yeah, OJ died. OJ died. That is confirmed. Puts on Jamie Morgan. Do they have to be telling the truth? I mean, it's an opinion. You know what I'm saying? So, like, they all came out with their estimates. Maybe there was a lot of groupthink, and maybe they all kind of fell into the same logic, but generally it was just an opinion. Like, you know, they just said this is what we generally think as or whoever the analyst was. Alpine, that one again, they got the bio. NA flushing, what's this? Nano Labs down 33%. It's a $1 stock. But that just died. Oh, Marcus Hanlon. The man, the myth, the legend, baby. Oh, no. What's up, baby? Happy Friday, Junior. Blessing the chat. You feeling blessed, baby? Amen. Might as well have no rate cuts. Well, Powell keeps saying it. We had that whole talk yesterday. But I think the way that the banks have shifted, I mean, there's a lot of banks that were saying 3 rate cuts, and a lot of them that were saying, you know, even more, but the way that everyone's like 1 now or even 2, it's kind of funny. But then again, the market right now the bond market is much more hawkish, as we have discussed. New books for someone new to the options market and the market. I think whether it's options or not, I think Intelligent Investor is a great stock book to read. Proverbs if you're feeling really froggy. But yeah, man, it goes a long way, man. I think Intelligent Investor is a great book. Fanatics YPO end of 24. Are you familiar? Isn't that Michael Rubin? I don't know with all this P Diddy, Meek Mill stuff going on, but they might have a good IPO. I think a lot of hype behind them. I think they've done good too. The golden path is looking like the cobblestone path. The thing about the golden path, though, it buys a lot of time. So that's it. I mean, you have now until June for a good data print, essentially. Or April, or May, excuse me. Bond prices are related to geopolitics than perceived inflation. No, I mean, if it was people were worried about geopolitics, they would be buying the bonds. If anything, it's broader like it's governmental stuff, I think, is weighing into it. So HSBC expects Federal Reserve to start cutting by 25 in June. Huh? All right, there you go. Spice it up a little bit. So HSBC still thinks we're cutting in June. So literally RBC says 1 cut instead of 3. Then Deutsche Bank says 1 cut instead of 3. And now HSBC comes out and says they're cutting in June. So there you have it. There you have it. Oh, yeah, the Zaza. So that guy lost $50 million. So remember that whoever traded the Fed futures yesterday, they lost $50 million right when the data came out. Unrealized, of course. I mean, the bigger they cut, the bigger the move. HSBC expects 75 basis points of cuts in 2024. So they're the same. I know Marvell is kind of sad. I was up on it a lot off the first pop, and then it just slowly faded down. And then I think, has it been? No, they've been holding up here, but I mean, I was looking to sell the news. I don't know if the event's still going on. I thought you get at least one more headline. Oh, it doesn't. I have to load it up in incognito and accept all the cookies. No fucking way. So you guys could have still been listening to this.
For networking. We drove performance and efficiency for networking applications. Since then,
just know I love you. I could, you know what I'm saying? I could have just beaten that into you. It's been going on for 2 hours and 51 minutes. My goodness. These are still. They're talking money, actually.
But for me, I always
it's the chart again.
Believe that accelerated computing will surpass general purpose computing at some point. Well, 5 years ago when I came to Marvell and we focus on
Marvell. And then gold is breaking out now. So gold above 2060 or 2360. SLV, I think gold's still, yeah, gold's doing better. Airmoff, USO, oil's still down. So again, even some of that, like the global tension trades yesterday, all faded. Nano Labs resumed. Again, HSBC is pretty funny. They're like, nah, cut in June. That's the other latest development. Nvidia is still holding. SPY a little higher, man. Euro close, you're up. So like Euro close yesterday, it kind of looked, I think we had a little pop there before, but you're now above 51.61. SPY is back in the green. So this is where you flushed in the morning. Remember, you had a little bit of relief from PPI. You've regained that now. So it's not like you like totally bounced. I mean, here's your 2-day chart, but establishing a little bit more of a floor. But good for now. Bonds recovered too after hitting a low. They literally hit a low right before Euro close. Dollar is coming down after running. I think that's why gold and silver might be running up a little bit. Yeah, gold's just pumping with the dollar falling. So even though the dollar is up almost 1.5 in the last 2 days, it loves the dollar going down. Gold is extremely strong right now. Again, even though the data did not even help it out yesterday, it's just still the general strength that you're even seeing in equity. Solventum. Hi. And then SPY still going, another green candle. Marvell, I mean, he was just talking numbers. He had volume, but the stock's literally not moving. Those first event candles moved it. They gave numbers, but I don't know if it got any analysts excited. TLT, Intel came up a little bit. Do travel stocks do well around summertime? Yeah, it just depends on the guidance leading into it. So, like, sometimes they'll do good, but if everyone's really expecting them to do good, it's a high bar. I don't think the bar is as high, but some of them did have good earnings last quarter. But generally, yeah, I mean, they're active season. But guidance will be the X factor with how the stocks move usually. MU, I don't know if there's other news, but they were up from the morning. And they actually came up, and then TSM sold off. Airbnb on the high. Again, SPY at the flush level. TSM barely down. Again, Apple's green. Apple's near the high. Apple's up 1%. Delta guided up. They dropped yesterday after that, and then they came up a little bit. And then we're going to have our earnings. Then it's only 8:44 though. Again, Euro close was 15 minutes ago. Yeah, gold pop with the dollar coming down a little bit. And then silver. So silver is lagging behind gold today. Fake out. It's Euro close, baby. Euro. What's the volume like? 22 million. Not bad. About 10, 11 million an hour. Just about average. Again, I mean, the chart still looks like this, too, on the daily. Just remember, every other week leading into this, man, you wouldn't spend more than, what, 2 days down? Remember, it was a long time before we saw a red day? So the market's still within this range, what, middle of March? Almost beginning of March, actually. Bridgewater to hire macro hedge fund manager Ben Melkman. Is HYMC, are they gold mine? Is that Helion? Yeah, mining, I'm sure. Unless they had earnings, that could be data driven. But in general, I mean, the gold miners are actually lagging behind gold. So even then, the gold miners kind of went down today. But keep that in mind, like gold miners, if you go look at like a price chart of gold versus like a gold miner, it's actually insane. So it's just, but remember, gold and the miners are different. But they are lagging. So if gold really does go crazy, I'm sure some people are going to look for the miners to catch up. But maybe earnings, if they're able to come out with that. Yeah, OJ's dead. OJ Simpson died. Chad took that news a lot harsher than I anticipated. I didn't know OJ Simpson had that much of an effect on you guys. But I'm sorry if that's what, you know what I'm saying? My bad, man. CNTX is popping. That was our biotech from the other day. Karma? He lived to like 76 years old. What the fuck do you mean, Karma? 76 isn't bad. I told you, man. Like I had a friend of mine pass the other day. You did too. Karma? Got 76 years? And a Heisman? Yeah, slow release karma. What kind of karma you talking about? Your dad ran against OJ in junior college. It was the 800 meter, and OJ smoked him. That's a wild story. It's pretty cool. All right. And SPY's still holding up. Again, it's right off a euro close here. So let's see. Again, 15, 20 minutes since, what's it called? 20 minutes since euro close. Not bad. PayPal trying. PayPal. They're down. Semtech still going up. Frag out. This thing, man, very crazy, I tell you. Regeneron stock drop is buying opportunity. RBC and Analyst. Marvel going down like big. And still doing the flood. The guy's just talking. I think they're just talking the Analyst to death. That has to be the only explanation. And then Datadog still holding up. Do you like Jay-Z? I do, but my my Christian cohort of friends, they get mad when I say that. He's kind of a little devil, a little fucking demon. I didn't he like making like Jesus mocking movies. That was the latest one, you know. But like, he got flow, bro. You know, some of his lyrics go pretty crazy, but yeah. So I mean, I like him as an artist, and I mean, I do respect some of his business decisions as well too. PPI depends who you ask. It was both good and bad. Month over month did not come in as hot as expected, but the year over year did come in hotter. So it was a little bit of relief. Definitely could have been bad, but it wasn't the worst, wasn't the best. You know, little both elements on both sides. And SPY's still working its way up. Apple leading again. They're up 1%. Actually 1.1 now. Again, bonds bounced off there. Dow could recover. They're the only one red. That'd be nice. So we'll see if that holds up. XLF. Oh, keep that. We did one JP Morgan play a couple days ago. But that's where we're gonna do the previews a little bit later. Around 11. It's still mad early. Again, it's only been 30 minutes since Euro close. Kramer disjourn. What's the other news? I could bring SPY back down. Bond auction in about an hour and 10 minutes. I mean, it might bring the SPY down, but even then yesterday you saw it. It could affect this SPY, but then it'll impact the bonds more, and then everyone's going to go right back to that. So we're really not expecting too much here for the day, but those are where it's lined up. Google going up, and then again, you are going to have your earnings tomorrow, so that would be the only effect. And then consumer sentiment, but I'm sure people are going to start thinking and planning ahead for earnings. CarMax gets slammed by high rates, tight used car supply. Heard on the street. Yeah, remember, this was an earnings. They dropped 12. So you did have a bad earnings. I don't know. How did these options play out? My brother. They went up 45%, 90. That's it. 180, 190, 200. So if you really hit the option, yeah, you have to pay like $100. Not too bad, I guess. Fitch expects U.S. government sector job growth to continue through 2024. And then SPY working its way up a little bit. No Gill update. The deadline was yesterday, according to the company, but they have not given any sort of update as where they're at right now. ECB policymakers still expect to cut interest rates in June. Sources. Check pound and dollar if they start moving. That's coming in now. Then dollar did sell off a little bit, maybe what, 0.05 from the high? Not too bad. Is it too early to say markets are going to ignore CPI and PPI? I think so, because, I mean, the markets are still a little pressured. Maybe some people will take heart that it hasn't dropped, and they're like, that could be strength, but I don't think anything's really changed, and I think we're like in between holding the golden path and like wanting to change the story. It's quite ironic. Dollar, I mean, dollars, we've done well without it. Again, that's more of the paradox of the year, both dollar yields, regardless of how much they've gone up or down, either or, you know, equities have remained. Amazon on the high. I mean, SPY's still working its way up. I mean, before you know it, you might be at the open. Again, SPY's back to green. NASDAQ's up 0.5%. The Dow is struggling, still the only one in the red, but even Russell's green. Remember, you went red on everything at one point just, a couple hours ago? And then you're right off a euro close here, about to enter the top of the hour. ALCC, blank check company funded by Sam AI. No, I have not. High ticker going crazy. Google, Amazon, Apple, even Tesla. Tesla's back into the green now. Hold up. All right, you're getting at these first lower candles, but like I'm saying, before you know it, you move. You need like 3/4 of a point. You'll be right back at the opening candle. Roku Pop, Marriott going up again. Travel names, I think, are all doing good here. See, dollar might go down a little bit more, and then Google and Apple, they were running up there, but 515 on the SPY, we're just right under that. I don't really like SPACs, no. But yeah, Alt C. Is this Sam Altman? That's interesting. But yeah, I usually hate the SPACs. Bond auction is in 1 hour. Coin on the high, NVIDIA. So not bad. SPY still working its way up. Red Fund. JWN too, 1990. BHC's all over the place. Intel staying pinned. Marvel still $70. What's Sam Altman making a SPAC? This guy's just trying to raise money left and he's giving me major Sam vibes. Sam Bankman. He's like, I want $1 trillion. I want a world coin with your eyeball. Now I need a SPAC. What the hell? Like what? Like I get it. Like strike when the iron is hot, but oh, never mind. I just dropped my gold. I was trying to strike while the iron was hot. I just dropped my gold. I lost $100 off of that drop. Dish fields financing offers from private credit firms. Oh, but Dish, you can't even trade it, can you? Is it Dish Q? Is there a new ticker for it or no? Is it SATS? EchoStar? CCL going bankrupt? I don't know. I mean, they struggled earlier. I thought they got that under control, but like I think cruises have done good. And then SPY launching again, Chadadonia. So you're making that progress back up to open. You're now at like the very low end of like the first 2 minutes, but now this is kind of near the highs of yesterday. So now you're getting a little bit higher than intraday yesterday. Don't get too excited, but looking at, I mean, you still haven't gone much in the last 48 hours, but if this breaks out, I mean, you have a lot of time to go either direction. Ay. Coin recent news, everything moving. Fed Collins in 5 minutes. Are you greedy? There's only one way to find out. Give me $1. Amen. Amen. See? And there you go. You're welcome. Greed test brought to you by Josh Answers and Stock Market Live. Thank you. Test your greed today. Are you greedy? It's a good question. I'll give you 2. There you go. There you go, baby. I was saying instructions unclear, but this time you said, no, I'm giving you. You said, I know. Double it. NVIDIA going. SPY. Fed Collins. Recent data argues against imminent need to change rates. Still expects rate cuts this year. Economic strength may argue fewer rate cuts. So Fed Collins, kind of good. Downplayed the data, or said the data is not good. Still expects rate cuts this year. Disinflation likely to be uneven. Recent inflation data hasn't changed view about outlook. Economy strength may mean Fed policy not as restrictive as thought. Arturo with the peach. God bless you, baby. Fed Collins, strong job market reduces urgency of rate cut. Fed policy well positioned for current economy. Economy resilient in face of Fed rate policy. I got you, baby. I got you. Let's see. Fed Collins. So those are, I don't know. Those could be pre-written statements. And then SPY, you are right by open, Chatadonia. So again, PPI gains, sold them off, and now you're right back up. Not really any headlines. Your other Fed speakers were a little bit more hawkish. Homegirl just literally said, yeah, the data is going to be uneven, but she still says rate cuts. So take that as you please, my brother. April. Oh, my man. Mr. Ocho Chico. Let's go, baby. You got Ocho Chico, Arturo, Tim, baby. Y'all showing love. Happy Friday, Junior, baby. Or not. Oh, God bless you. Amen, amen. Economic Club of New York. Thank you, my friends. I hope your guys' Friday Junior is good. Shout out the long term, even though we are down on the last day. Shout out the long term. You're getting WASDE numbers. Those are coming out right now. Nothing but love, baby. Amen. Upcoming programs. Member login. Yeah, I don't think we could watch it. They gonna make us. Yeah, I can't watch it, baby. Happy Friday, Junior. Thank you for all you do. And Dago. And the brown Tom Cruise. Love it, baby. Harder. I can't get Collins. I can't get Collins, but we have the statements already. Amen, amen. And I don't know, can we have, is there Fed bathroom? Do you guys know about Fed bathroom break? I think Fed bathroom break is speaking right now. Do we have Fed bathroom break? It's not playing. Okay, Fed bathroom break. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. God bless you. Agriculture numbers coming out right now. So again, some moves on that.
The market is also reacting to a lot of Fed speak. You have Susan Collins speaking at the Economic Club of New York as we sit here right now. You had John Williams earlier today. How do you put all this together?
Well, the messages are becoming more and more similar. Susan Collins just out with her Economic Club of New York speech, and she said that we may have fewer cuts this year, and we may have cuts later this year, which is pretty much what most of the rest of her colleagues have been saying. Similar to what John Williams said this morning, the New York Fed Bank president, phrasing it a different way, saying there's no need to adjust rates in the near term. Both of them saying that they'd made a lot of progress, but there is more to be done. And Williams suggesting that they want to see more progress on the labor front as well. So there is general agreement among Fed officials that maybe we're not going to see this kind of rate moves that Wall Street was expecting, which is interesting because today we got sort of an assurance from the European Central Bank, from Christine Lagarde, that they might move as soon as June.
Michael McKee, thank you so much for keeping an eye on all the data with so much of a dose of reality. We have now former Federal Reserve economist and chief economist at New Century Advisors, Claudia Sahm, joining me now, also to react to this flurry, really, the slew of data that we've seen in the last couple of days, and how you think ahead also to the PCE. When you look at what happened in consumer prices, producer prices, how does that factor in to how the Fed is able to move moving forward?
They're going to, in all likelihood, see a better PCE month over month than we saw CPI. Now, there's a lot of dark matter that goes into those PCE numbers, and so we really don't have a good read on it right now. But at the end of the day, there are sticky places in inflation, and they're really going to be focused on that. They look under the hood, and there are some problems. Having offsets because PPI motor vehicle insurance prices are less than CPI, that does not change the fundamental story that they're not in a sustainable 2% kind of place, or even really moving towards it. We've got some real sticky parts.
Begs the question, Claudia, do you think they'll even be able to cut once this year?
To me, the when is the Fed going to cut and how much? In some sense, it's become into a parlor game. The Fed has no idea. At this point, the inflation data are driving. The Fed is as reactive as any of the rest of us. They really don't have a read on where they should go with policy. And we've all been thrown for a loop these first 3 months. And the big question are, okay, we've got some real problem parts, the shelter inflation, and particularly owner's equivalent rent, that's just grindingly slow in coming back down. And we have some other odd cases like the motor vehicle insurance that also have a connection to before COVID. And yet, really, how long is it going to take to get those down? And that's the question, because the Fed will follow the answer to that question.
Well, it begs the question also, do you see more areas where you even see reacceleration of some forces in inflation?
So when you look broader picture in terms of categories, I think there's a lot to be encouraged by in that we have many fewer categories that seem to be really stuck in a place that's not consistent with sustained 2% PCE. In 2022, we had it all over the place. I mean, that was the scary thing about 2022. We've narrowed that up a lot. And frankly, for a lot of these components that are in a 2% consistent place, we want them to get stuck there. Like, that's what sustainable inflation looks like. We can't just have these like one-off special offsets of our big problem children in the CPI. Like, we got to get it all together. So some of that sticky is good. They're kind of where they need to be in categories. And then there's a handful of them that really are not in a good place right now.
Now, I want to pull up this comment from Jason Furman on the platform X just about a day ago, and he said that huge and asymmetric uncertainty is the problem here. He says if he's too optimistic and inflation is more like 3.5%, we're in a world of hurt, and the Fed will likely need to tighten more. But if it's more like 2 to 2.5%, we're fine, and there's no reason to worry unless it fell below 1.5%. I'm curious about how you would react to that.
So I would frame our world of hurt if we have the sectors that are still problems. There's a really interesting study out of the San Francisco Fed, a recent one, that looks at, okay, these categories, and I think we absolutely have to go under the hood to figure out the inflation dynamics. We're down to categories that are not interest rate sensitive, right? So if we see a pickup in those kind of sectors, we are in a world of hurt because, you know, what rate increase are you going to do that's going to get all these people to move back home with mom and dad and get rent down? You know, what is it going to take to get some of these insurance structural changes done more quickly? So we're in a place where the Fed's tools, they can do it. They can destroy enough demand in other places, but that is where the hurt comes in. I don't see that as the base case. I see it more, my base case, the bad base case is we just grind. along this year, that we get back there, but it's slow.
You know, we talk so much about the idea of hurt being seen in the inflationary forces in the economy, the prices people pay for ordinary goods or rent. But, Claudia, at what point do you think higher for longer rates would lead to more hurt in other parts of the economy, labor weakening?
Bro, so you know this lady invented the SOM rule?
All eyes should be on the labor market. Frankly, having a very good jobs day last Friday should give us all a lot of comfort, because it's probably going to take longer to get to a place where interest rates can come down. And they have been causing some pain, but clearly we've got enough strength in the economy to push back on it. Now, even the strongest of labor markets, you put enough pressure on it long enough, bad things will happen, right? Like nothing can withstand forever. And yet I don't think we're in a lot of the problems that we're still working out aren't like the interest rates are in the mix, but they're not.
She's that Claudia
We're
Som,
readjusting
yeah.
from a lot of disruptions over
used
the
to work
past
for
4
the
years.
Fed.
And we have a very strong labor market.
now she
and
works
if we
in the
got a
private
strong labor
sector,
market,
but
we
yeah.
got a strong American consumer. And if we got those things going together, we'll push through this in a good place. And I think that's what we want to see.
Claudia Som, chief economist at New Century Advisors, after a wave of critical data that will inform.
Yeah, she invented. She's the one. It's like a rule for identifying a recession when 3-month moving average of unemployment rises by 0.5 points or more relative to its low during the previous 12 months. She's someone who invented that, and it's been used. But are you ready? Marvell, they're a little lower, but they're doing a Q&A now. So this just got a little bit more interesting. That's all of them. We would have had to listen to, we only listened to what, 2 or 3 of them? And we gave up? Oh my gosh, that would have been insane. If we had to go through the whole lineup. Bro, that's like a Pokemon dojo. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you have to go through like 4 of them, then we get to the final boss. I would have not. We wouldn't have been prepared. You know, I don't think Jen Psaki or Corinne would have prepared you for that.
On the first question, I'll have Raghib add. So, a couple things. On our fiscal 26 next year, just
tell
to
us
set
about
the
it.
context for everybody, on
Money.
the $2.5 billion, the way you guys should think about that is the base, that's the floor, that's the view at this time. And I would just say, if you look at where we were last year at this time and we started projecting out where our AI revenues could go, I mean, at some point we said 400 million last year and 800 million this year. We're already showing you $1.5 billion. So think of it that way as a starting point.
Yeah, market
That's
doesn't like
how
it.
we do it at Marvell.
Seems like
if
good
you,
guidance.
If you
but
project out,
they want more.
And you heard what Raghib said, and I'll let him add his own words, but we're looking at a custom silicon market in 28 of over $40 billion, right? And if you just sort of think about what's the math it's going to take to get Marvell overall, right, to 20% share long term, then by default you've got to be very successful in that market, right? And so Raghib's talking about driving his business to those levels over time. So it's very significant, Vivek, in terms of what we're saying to you guys today relative to the design wins now and the production ramps we have going on today. And yeah, as Raghib said, and why don't you cover it a little bit? I mean, we do think that the newest opportunities are as significant or even great, bigger than
and B&B still.
We've already
then SPY
won, so
chilled
it's a
out a
big
little
deal.
bit since that post-Euro run.
So as I
elevated.
mentioned during my presentation, that at this point we have design wins, which gives us visibility, multi-year visibility, and these first of all of these are multi-generational engagement, and on top of that, the new engagements are even bigger than the one. So obviously, we talk about 20% target.
I've been saying Marvell wrong my whole life too.
And I said that
nobody corrected me on that.
We will be double-digit pretty soon.
Happy boy. Where's Marvell?
Obviously,
I can get one Marvell, Josh.
Silicon,
Marvell.
Custom compute is going to be
Not Marvel.
much
This
bigger
isn't fucking
part
Spider-Man.
of achieving the 20% target.
Great. And then let's on the second question, Loy, why don't you take that one?
Yeah, so great question on the optics side. So in terms of power, how critical, when it's going to happen, and so on and so forth. Well, the first thing is, as Achut mentioned earlier, time is really the most precious commodity. Customers are wanting a solution that plug and play, deploy now, that can scale 800 gig now, and a 1.6T pluggable is pretty much the ecosystem is gearing up to launch that product for the next generation of 200 gig per lane. So from that standpoint, the the linear optics and the CPU are kind of late for that generation. Just
Got
like
global
what
headline.
we had debate.
Source is
and
Ynet. Iran posted a strike against, postponed a strike against Israel at the last minute. It is still possible in the coming days.
With the bandwidth going up, continue to go up 2x every 2 years, we
So,
can
see
to
LMT
innovate.
and oil if they
we
move,
cannot just
otherwise,
say,
no.
oh, we're going to do the same thing and it's going to double the bandwidth, double the power. When you saw a roadmap, every time he's going up in 2x, actually he's cutting down the power per bit by something in the 30 or 40% or more.
Right.
And so don't assume today and just multiply by the bandwidth.
Yeah. And I just add, and then we can move to the next question, Vivek. I think the way, and what we said even at OFC, I said this in my keynote, was, look, we do think there's a potential that some applications in some part of the market, in closed systems in particular, may move to these types of approaches, right? That's fine. We are absolutely preparing for that. And just to give you a sense,
Yeah, Marvell's about to dump through the low.
Sort of 200 gig
I don't
per
think
lane
people
level,
they wanted
the
more.
ASP we can capture just
it's
on
still good
TIA
numbers,
driver,
but
the
it's
analog
the same
content,
same
not the
reaction from the
DSP,
earnings.
is like the DSP content.
But are
at
they
800
lower?
gig. So there's still a significant ASP we can get, and we're absolutely going to prepare for that. But I think what we're trying to do, and I think we did a good job at OFC, and so did our customers, is say, look, bulk of the market's going to stay pluggables. That's the way to think about it. It's insatiable demand for data. If there's some applications that are closed and go LPO, Marvell will be there and will capture content and revenue. And we're just like, hey, what does the market want? What do our customers want? But we also wanted to get the industry off this bandwagon that all these DSPs were going to disappear, which was sort of what had come up at OFC last year, which proved to be completely and patently and totally incorrect. Next question.
Right. Can we get a question from the other side of the room?
Hi, Tom O'Malley with Barclays. Thank you for hosting the day, Matt and team. My first one is in relation to AEC. You talked about multiple customers, and then you showed a slide with the front end and the back end, and you spent some time talking about the transition to 100G per lane in the front. Could you talk about where you see the bigger opportunity for AEC? Is it when you see the front end refresh, or do you see the bigger opportunity today in the back end with some of the custom ASIC ramps?
Yeah, bonds are coming back down. SPY got the rally.
Engine.
So that's happened a couple of times here. But SPY's been ignoring it for the last 2.5 hours.
You were at OFC. InnoLight talked about doing their own
2 hours.
silicon photonics. How are you going to balance your progression there and some of your customers maybe trying to do more themselves?
Sure. So I'll have Ashut take the first part on ACs, and then Loy, you can talk about SIFO and those dynamics. Go ahead, Ashut.
You know, when you talk about the back end and the front end networks, that's sort of the logical differentiation in the networks. Physically, it's really a question of the distance you need to travel for the AECs. So what we see today are opportunities both in the front end and the back end network, because all of these have to grow up in speed at the same time. You can't have a back end network that's very fast and then a bottleneck on the front end. So as all the network speeds, both in the front end and the back end scale, we are seeing applications for our AECs today at multiple customers, all of them using it both in the front end and in the back end. So I think you should look at this as a combined opportunity, not something that's different. You know, the same customers that are going to deploy these AECs, some of it will go in their back-end network, and some of it will go into their front-end networks. And that's what we see from multiple customers.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Ashut. And then Loy?
Could I repeat?
Yeah, Tom, why don't you just repeat the second question, just so we got it.
Developing silicon photonics themselves. How do you balance? You know, your customers developing their own products and your desire to further vertically integrate yourselves?
Okay, that's a great question. You know, Marvell is a component vendor. We do what we do best, and silicon photonics is still an emerging technology. Like I said, right? It's just starting. So it's not clear on who's going to be successful, who are not going to be successful. As I said in my talk too, a lot of people say they have silicon photonics, but few companies actually have successfully commercialized shipping silicon photonics at scale like Marvell. So we obviously will need to help our customer to build these silicon photonics and offer as a component parts. And then for those who have silicon photonics and can scale, of course, we will work with them to enable them to scale by offering the TIAs and driver and the DSP as part of the chipset. So it's a kind of a collaboration model, how to help to grow the industry. The goal is to make the pie bigger.
Yeah, And I just add, and we can go to the next question. The way to think of it at this stage, Tom, is it's completely not a zero-sum game, right? This is a brand new emerging $3 billion market that's actually very disruptive. So to Loy's point, you're going to see a lot of players. I think what we tried to articulate in our section was, look, there's a lot of talk about SIFO. I mean, I went to OFC 10 years ago. SIFO was up on every banner and booth, right? There's really only a couple of companies in the entire world that have shipped in high volume production into data center applications with high reliability, high yield, and high volume. And Marvell is one of those companies. And so we like our position as we transition this. But look, I wouldn't get hung up on right now if somebody's got one, somebody doesn't. If the whole pie opens up and it can become commercially successful,
I think if you get 5183, if you get like just like the Fed day or non-farms, if we could get around here, market will do very good by the end of the day. Otherwise, if we like top out here,
you guys did a great job
of do the range dance,
highlighting the opportunity in the front end and back end networks. But you sort of didn't address the compute fabric, which today is copper. NVIDIA, a couple of weeks ago, introduced their new NVLink 5 that spans up to 576 GPUs across 8 racks. It sounds like there should be opportunity for use, whether it's AECs or perhaps retimers to drive some of those copper links, and wondering if you could address that opportunity. And the second question is on DSPs at OFC. It sounded like optical units are certainly going up, but pricing may be an issue, and I was wondering if you could talk about what you're seeing on the DSP or just the pricing front in the optics business. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Why don't I hand the second question to Ashut, and then you can decide if you want to answer the first one or you and Loy want to team up on that.
Sure. So let me take the second question first. On this market, like Matt said, it's a rapidly expanding market. I mean, the CAGRs on these things are huge as these cluster sizes grow. So like anything else, as the market grows, but we also move down the technology node. So to enable the market, we will enable whatever degree of price flexibility is needed, but we can also keep to maintain our technical leadership, our profitability, as we develop more and more cutting-edge solutions. Our customers really care about moving to the next node, the next fastest technology quicker, and that's really where we are focused on, and that's where you can really charge the premium and you can capture a majority of the value in the market. I can start with the question on the compute fabric. When you looked at the event you talked about a few weeks ago, a lot of the focus was really on trying to keep some of those links passive and developing SerDes technologies to do that. And the customers will try as hard as they can to keep doing that. But you're exactly right. At some point, as the speeds will keep going up, the speeds are going to double every couple of years or even faster. At some point, that math is going to break. And at some degree, they're going to have to go active. Whether that happens in 1 generation or 2 generations or 3 generations, but it's going to open a significantly large market for this active electrical cable SAM at that point of time.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Next question.
Hi, Torres Vamber from Stifel. Thank you for this great event. I had a question for Raghib. Raghib, you talked about the high bandwidth memory interface being proprietary to what you do, and that's a value add. Could you maybe give us some parameters, how that compares with, again, the event from a couple of weeks ago from the B200?
So, as I said that, the actual goal of achieving, of putting these solutions are actually to achieve the highest bandwidth and the best power and latency. And it's not as simple that, hey, you just build one and one size fit all. It's a result of what overall system level memory bandwidth you are trying to achieve combined, which will match with the compute. So I would like to answer your question this way. We have at this moment the most cutting edge technology and capabilities. And we worked closely with our customer during the architecture phase to figure out what exact interface that needs to be tuned to, and that's what we build. And our goal is always to achieve the best performance and efficiency on a system level.
Great, thanks. We got some questions up front here. Carmen. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Chris Rollins, Susquehanna. Thanks for this great day. This might be for Loy, but Matt, I'll let you decide. So there's a lot of discussion about scaling out cluster sizes. And my question is, what effect does this have on optics attached per GPU? You know, do we go from 2 to 3 to 4? We're talking about cluster sizes of perhaps 1 million GPUs as well. And then secondly, in your slide, you showed that it's really training that looks like it's more scale out. And so if we have a move to inference, does that slow the rate, or you know, how would you expect that attach for inference to change over time as well?
Great. I think that's a great question for Loy.
Yeah, so that's a great question. So on the same chart that I show you, right, I span the cluster size from 128 to 1 million, right? Today, 128 to 25K is the kind of cluster that we can build. So for inference machine, as also depend on what you're trying to do with inference machine could vary from 100 accelerator to 1,000 to 10,000. So it's an average that on 1-to-1 on the small size, and 2-to-1 or even 3-to-1 on the large size. But so if you just look at the ratio of optics to XPU, that's really related to what's the size, right? And in terms of total number, absolute number, you need to take a product. The product of the size of the cluster, the ratio, and how many of them are being deployed. Today, what we see is that both training and inference driving massive amount of interconnects.
Great. Next question. Where you want to go?
Thanks, guys.
Fed
Great
callings,
day.
wage
Deutsche
growth
Bank.
consistent
on the
with path
custom
back
compute
to
business
2.
model and how that
Economic
may be
uncertainty
changing.
is elevated.
Everybody knows the revenues are huge. You've talked about those TAMs. We know the gross margins are lower, the operating margins are higher. But given the competitive environment, the complexity of your products, the co-development house, not an ASIC house side of things, what are the trends in the gross margin side of that? Are they actually getting better over time, given these relationships? Because one of the big fears we hear is it'll be great on the revenue side, but the margins might be a bit dilutive, and what does that mean to the stock, et cetera. So I would think in this AI generation, there could be some changes in that business model that either, you know, Matt, you, or even Willem might want to discuss.
Yeah, I'll give a couple comments, and I'll have Willem chime in as well. We've gotten this question for some time, and obviously as the ASIC opportunity and the custom becomes larger, it certainly would be top of mind. I think the first thing is, just to be clear, and we said it up front, but we're not changing the financial model at this point, right? We still feel very good about the model we have. You know, long term, when you project out and you've got a $40-something billion custom compute TAM, and if we can capture a significant portion, you know, that would change the dynamic, because that, from the very beginning, when we acquired Avera, we always said the custom business would carry a lower gross margin than the merchant type products, but the operating margins actually would be about on par over time, because remember, we do get NRE where customers are paying us to develop these products, and so that provides an offset. And ultimately, kind of the operating margin and the EPS line is on par, although if you get to this kind of scale, then obviously the EPS fall through is like massive, right? Because you're just on so much more volume. So that's how we think about it. I mean, maybe add a couple more thoughts, but
yeah,
because I think there's mechanisms we have to also give you guys some clarity around that too.
Yeah, I think the way we look at this, right, is, you know, clearly, you know, as Matt outlined, when you go back in the past, we always had a mix where we expected growth in custom, right? So that was always contemplated in the model. But as you go forward and it becomes a way more significant part of our business, you know, what we're looking to do is actually break it out for you guys so that you can see the core business and that strong margin. And then, you know, as Matt outlined on the custom side and the leverage we're getting, good operating margin and all the EPS. So in the future, as this becomes way more significant for us and way more material, you should look for us to break it out for you guys so you have that visibility.
Yeah, there's no current plans to do that, but just that since that's the feeling and the question, right? I think it's appropriate to let you guys know we're mindful of that dynamic and would want to provide that clarity to investors. In particular, I think not so much, well, what's the margin on the ASIC and custom side, because that's kind of an industry benchmark, but rather, hey, as the core business, are you really maintaining your profitability there? Is it really commanding best-in-class margins? Are you really getting paid for your engineering? And we're obviously we already watched that ourselves, right? And that side of the business is doing great and will continue to do great. You saw the innovation we're driving. But if that's helpful over time to investors, certainly we would provide it to make sure you guys have the necessary information. All right, next question. Ashish, do you want to direct them?
We can maybe go up front here.
Yeah, to Harlan.
Yeah, morning. Thank you, Harlan Sur with JP Morgan. First off, congrats to the team for bringing Axion to the market with your large cloud hyperscaler customer. I mean, that CPU performance is pretty incredible. But my question for Raghib is that if you look at customer A and customer C, they've had a track record of doing all of their chips in-house, right? And so like this inflection point has come where all of a sudden now they're feeling the need to partner up with a Marvell or maybe some of the other accelerated compute ASIC competitors out there. Is that being driven by a lot of the things that you talk about, which is the complexity increase is going up so much, the specialized IP requirements are going up such that their internal teams just can't deal with the complexity. They don't have the IP capability. They don't have the architectural expertise. And is this a trend that, given the complexity increases, is this a trend that continues going forward? In other words, these guys that used to do COT over time are just going to continue to engage more and more with Marvell because they just don't have all of this expertise in portfolio.
Yeah, no, let me frame it first, and then Raghib, you can chime in, because I think there's a great way to summarize a lot of what you talked about. I'd say at the first level, the way we're going to cover these types of questions is like one layer of abstraction higher, right? Given the sensitivity of all these customers and who might be A and B and C and so on and so forth. I think you're asking the absolute right question, which I think you should summarize, which is why? When would you go COT? When would you go need our services? What's the differentiation? And why are we seeing that trend continue? Because we actually think, as we showed in our TAM analysis, a bigger chunk of the TAM is going to move towards custom. By the way, some of that will be COT in there. There's no question, right? Some of that will be COT. But even within that, we think we can get a significant share. So why don't I let you answer it at the why level, right, versus the individual customer?
Thank you, Matt. I thought I tried to clarify it very well during my presentation, but here I go again. So the thing is that you have to keep in mind, it's not like past. First of all, this is not ASIC business, period, which means you should pretty much forget about all other players. Maybe few large semiconductor companies have the right capabilities, right IPs, and right scale to be able to do it. All of them may not be doing these kind of partnership because they may have their own internal product which compete with these things, and that's why they will never do it. So that brings it down to really, the companies, right? So then on top of that, so not only, if you need to build a chip with existing IPs, yeah, you can build it. Many people can build it. What I tried to explain in this case, you are pushing the limits in every direction, in performance, in technology, and you are actually, sitting with the scientist on the other side and really try to understand what is the problem that we are trying to solve. How would we best fit all these complex tons of silicon on a single, kind of complex package? How would we really, manage this whole power and thermal as well as signal integrity and all that? So that actually requires to develop a lot of new IPs in every generation, and that IP house doesn't do that. Actually, they have no clue what is needed. In fact, they follow once things are done, and that's what every IP house does it, right? So this is why these relationships are going to be more and more critical. And it's not about whether those companies have their internal capabilities or not, because I explained you that the cadence is increasing a lot more, right? So if anyone, just to give you an idea, the amount of cost of, let's say, the package versus the memory versus the chip itself in these complex silicon is all pretty much equal, right? So if I can come up with a better memory, technology, memory technology improve in the industry, it makes sense to quickly upgrade that and get better performance and overall better TCO. So it's not about who can do what. It's about what scale do you have? And this is where these partnerships are becoming much, much more important and much, much more closer. That's why I explained during my presentation, we are not a ASIC house. To be very clear, period, we are not a ASIC house. Right. What we do is we do co-development, co-design, and we are a true partner of our customers to bring the best of the class, highest performance, most optimized TCO product to the market. And that is what my mission is, and that's what we are doing.
Yeah, fantastic. All right, next question.
Maybe something at the back?
Yes. Oh, hi, it's Chris Cassa from Wolfe Research. So two quick questions. One is on some of what you provided for your fiscal 28 and some of the share assumptions you had there. One of the assumptions you had was maintaining share in interconnect. Can you, I think there's maybe a little bit more to that there that perhaps you can explain. You have very high share in DSP now, but there are some new products. You spoke about active cables, for example. So can you speak about what your assumptions on there? And then secondly, if you could touch on co-packaged optics a bit. And you mentioned the presentation, but kind of about timing and applicability of that.
Sure, yeah, I'll start off on those, and then I may have Lloyd comment on the second. Yeah, on the interconnect one, I think the way to think about it is it was easier to set a base case as maintain because, as you exactly pointed out, we have very high share today on DSPs. There's some emerging product categories, right? So, maybe, over time, those may be significant. We may gain more share in those, but they're still a smaller part of the total. So saying a gain share to us at this point seemed a little off. Like, how are you going to gain share when you've already got so much? So I think it's just better to assume, kind of keep it where it is, which would be high share still on the DSP side. Maybe it comes down a little bit over time. I mean, we keep saying that. In fact, I think when we were acquiring Inphi, Lloyd, they said, well, it's really high now, but eventually it's going to come down, and then it just sort of never happened. But I think we just said we have a leadership position there. Just assume it'd be a hard claim to say it's going to get any bigger, okay? And then on the second one, I mean, Lloyd teed it up, which was, like he founded the optics group at Inphi 10 years ago, right, to go do CPO, and here we are in 2024, and there's nothing shipping, right? And in fact, at OFC, in my keynote, I made a statement, because I got asked about this too, and I said, my experience was CPO was always N plus 2 years away, with N being the current year, and it keeps rolling. And then, in fact, after me, one of the senior fellows from our biggest customer got up and said, actually, my experience is well, first of all, Matt's being too polite. He's a very polite person. It's actually N plus 15 years is my experience, because when I joined Google 15 years ago, that's what we were working on, and it never went anywhere. So we keep an eye on it. I think Loy said it beautifully. I mean, we absolutely have the team to go do it. We have the switch capability.
I got suckered into it, man. I don't know. The first question I opened, he started talking money, then the stock moved, and it's all analysts.
So it's always going to be on the roadmap, and we're going to be
no headlines produced.
Right now, we don't see that.
And a couple names trading lower, believe it or not. But most big tech names, again, you guys were just saying Meta. That is red.
Let's go ahead.
Go ahead.
Thank you, CJ Muse with Candor. Thank you for hosting today.
Candor.
A couple questions on custom silicon.
They sat through that, all of it.
You've targeted or announced.
They've been there for 3 hours and 49 minutes.
Your willingness to support China.
I want to hear it.
And
my man sat there. At Candor Fitzgerald, he works there.
And approaching
the other guy from JP just sat there.
Any sort of update there in terms of maybe different workloads and what opportunities you could see over time, and then larger question around the workload side of things. As you're trying to get wins today, to ramp in 26, 27, beyond, are you seeing any meaningful changes in workloads or in what the focus is and what the requirements are within compute? Thanks so much.
Okay, let me do the first one, and I actually didn't catch the second part like as much. So on the first one with respect to China, our approach has been in that market for several years that we support our Chinese customers, but with merchant products. So our custom offerings there, generally have been very limited. And I think in light of all the restrictions that have gone on from the US government, doing very high-end sophisticated AI chips and advanced node technologies just presents a risk factor that's probably too challenging for us. And so we've really doubled down both on the US hyperscalers, certainly on the custom side, but then also enabling our merchant products both directly and through OEMs globally. Okay, so we can still address, for example, part of the China hyperscale market, but that could be on merchant parts or that could be through OEMs that sell a platform into there. So I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, I think the second part, CJ, where you're trying to ask whether there's opportunities outside of cloud, essentially, in vertically integrated. Was that kind of the question?
U.S. airline unions urge Biden administration to pause approving additional flights to U.S. by China Airlines.
And that's where we see the biggest traction. As Raghib talked about customer C, that's an even bigger opportunity.
And then Micron and NVIDIA, bro. So Marvell nothing from their event, but NVIDIA is literally up 3% right now. About to be back at $900.
But the reality is right now there's so much happening just with the large cloud customers.
Yeah, so I think Raghib wanted to add, and then maybe I'll say a few closing comments.
Sounds good.
We've got lunch queued up outside for everybody. We'll be
that's why they sat there. They got snacks. Okay, last question. That's good. We made it through. I feel like
that we
just left halfway through.
Pretty much who is
potheads. You guys just got high in the back while they were doing the presentation and came back for questions.
It's not like there are 10
then you gonna get snacks afterwards.
So even those people know when they need help who to go to. So as the right opportunity comes, of course we are always engaged with all of them.
Yeah. So again, just to wrap it up, I appreciate all the great comments. I appreciate everybody coming in to attend our AI event today. I just want to summarize it by saying, look, we have a $75 billion TAM opportunity at Marvell sitting in front of us, hanging out there. We've already got 10% of this market today. It's going to grow that share, by the way, in the current year we are, because you can see our ramps we're having in data center. It's going to grow again as a percent of total next year. So we're already on the path marching towards this 20%. And so we try to provide you guys enough information because you're going to have your own model. You're going to have your own point of view. This is a very explosive, very dynamic situation. So plug in your own numbers, right? Plug in your own numbers, figure out where you want to take it in terms of the market. But just to finish on this, we're absolutely confident, this management team, this company, that we can drive the share gains that we've talked about and be successful. So the question is, how big is the opportunity going to be? And you guys have better models than us probably, so good luck. And we'll see you at lunch. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't like all their biotech music. All right, man. Dud, man. Disappointment. I mean, honestly, kind of the epitome of sell the news. That was kind of my plan there. I'm a little bit up still on the shares, so we had a good entry from a little bit ago. I mean, the thing is, all the other chips are kind of holding up. Their numbers were good, again, but once again, in AI land, if the numbers are good, that's one thing, but like people want to see really good growth. Again, they literally said in the next 2 years they're going to like triple their numbers after doubling them up already. But it's still, again, people want, like, remember, NVIDIA has already like 4x'd. Bond auction is in 17 minutes. So that's our last catalyst of the day. The bonds, they keep flirting with 4.6. For the most part, I think chips are leading up, but most of the market is up here right now, except for the Dow Jones. So NASDAQ 100, you have 63 names in the green, 38 names in the red. S&P 500, 178 in the green, 324 in the red. No shit. So there's more names red on the SPY. That could be because of energy. And then Dow Jones, you got 9 names in the green, 20 in the red. But Dow is the one that's red there of all of it. But lately, like literally last hour or so, I mean, I want to say these chips kind of went nuts. Not all of them. Again, Marvell, they are dudded after the event. But like Micron, they did good. Gold is breaking out here at the high And bonds, check if oil does. Remember, there was a headline earlier related to the war stuff, but last time bonds randomly went crazy, but oil's not playing along with that one. So we will see. Hood on the high. Robin Hood. I don't know. Do they report in April or are they in May? I want to say. I feel like they just did report. Is SLV. So gold now high of the day. Gold's now recovering some of the losses. Or off of the high. I wouldn't even call it a loss. Yeah, gold's higher than yesterday, but it's lower than the morning of yesterday after like the pump. Remember that 2370 was looking pretty nutty up there. I think NVIDIA set the bar high. It's hard to compete. No, I don't think it's like Marvell. It's good, but like it kind of makes sense. I mean, just like ARM and all the other ones, like, you know, the market will keep rewarding you if you keep producing like stupid numbers that are like really, really good. So whether NVIDIA does really well or not, I don't think that gets in the way of it, but there is a little bit of the competition element. Bond auction is right around the corner, Habibi. 15 minutes, you'll be there. You'll be right there, Habibi. Don't you worry. Meta, I don't know. They announced the language models yesterday. That's the news. And remember, I mean, this is still digestion from the last day or so. CPI, now PPI today. We're still kind of trapped within the last day or so, like after that move, but there is earnings. So some of these companies, they could be moving on that. They could be moving part of the safe haven type beat. Again, the Mag 7 held up yesterday. They're doing good today. I think Meta might be the only other one, but in general, we're still turning, we keep moving. We keep moving and then turning the corner with more events, this time earnings. So anytime you start seeing like a weird push and pull, I mean, that does remind me of earnings. So like today, the NASDAQ is up, and I just read them, like you have a little bit more names green on the NASDAQ, but SPY and Dow is red, SPY is green, but there's more names trading lower on the SPY. And then today's kind of weird from yesterday. Bonds down, dollar back up, but then gold is back up, even with the dollar back up, and then oil is down. So it's a very interesting one here for the people. And then OJ passed away, yeah. Sad news. Sad news. Expedia, again, Airbnb and Booking, they were making moves and chips. But still a couple names on the low. And then value plays, they didn't do much. Again, more down names are down than not. And then gold still ramping up there. Watch if oil takes off. I mean, if oil does get a pop here, see if there's any headlines. And then again, next 13 minutes, Open AI CEO Sam Altman says U.S. needs to have AI policy. Is he not Sam Bankman? Am I? I'm just starting to get. I'm like, is this not?
Karen Jane Sloan said it's about more than that. Enormous amounts of energy is going to be required to run these data centers and really achieve the vision he's thinking of. And then on the legislation front or the regulatory front, also talking about meeting with lawmakers there. As we know, he was on Capitol Hill about a.
I think he's just talking. I thought they had him on CNBC. I was like, oh shit. It's Sam's alternative ego. What if it is? What if they just put another Sam in there, and then Sam just like went to the gym, lost weight, got a little plastic surgery, and boom, Sam Altman. So they would have gave him another name, but like he couldn't. It was too confusing for him. They're like, we have to keep it Sam. He won't know. He's kind of, it's his skinnier evil brother. Maybe. cousin? Is the market slow? I mean, it feels the volume's what, 29 million. We're at hour 3. Oh, we should do a push-up too, dude. But yeah, you're kind of average right now, to be honest. It was a little bit more active in the morning, but there's just like tension from yesterday and even the last couple weeks was where we've been at. Tech bros, dude. I'm never recover, but try to. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if it's feeling slow, then I think it's a good time for you to get up and do a push-up, baby. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watches and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate costs. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, we've been here for 3.5 hours. You have 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, you get your knees, do a push-up, plank, the worm, anything but get that body moving. Then optometrist recommendations. Stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Go blink, 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 blink. Bling, 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 bling. Oh, I needed that Apple M4 Max designed to bring AI capabilities and boost memory. Apple plans to revamp entire Mac lineup with AI-focused M4 chip. Apple's first wave of M4 Max to debut in late 2024, early 2025. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. And then Chad. Chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in. Good posture, legs in front of you. Do you want me to remind you or no? Do you want me to let you slide? I won't say anything, you know. I could give you a reminder if you not, you know. Maybe I'll do a poll from now. I'll ask you guys. I'll be like, do you guys want to put, you know? Don't let me get in your way, man. Don't let me, you know, one day they will just leave you to your own devices, you know. Just one day. I don't know. Oh, man. I don't know, man. Do you want me to tell you to relax the shoulders? I don't know. Otherwise, I would be telling you right now to drop the shoulders, man. Drop the ears. Oh, did you hear that? Man. I cracked my elbow. The bond auction for EST. I think y'all just like to ask. I don't know. It's fascinating to y'all. Is though. He's like, okay, tell me now the bond auction in Eastern time. Okay, what about in Hong Kong time? Okay, if you're on the International Space Station, is there still a bond auction? If you're in space, does that count? Yeah, it's just 8 minutes from right now. And no matter where you are in the world, in Earth time, just in the next 8 minutes, I believe that's like what? Is it around like 400 seconds or so? Veritas thing about Powell was a dud. they just got a horny dude at the Fed who likes to talk about Powell on his dates. And he was like, honestly, man, he didn't even lie. Like, maybe he was just too honest. Maybe he was honest now that I think about it. Because, like, he was like, I wrote some of, like, you know, some of the speech. Like, that's not even a cool lie. Like, he was just like, you know what I'm saying? So maybe he was telling the truth because he's like, oh, I just wrote a part of a paragraph. Like, I would have been like, I do what Powell does, actually. Powell asks me what to do, and I tell Powell how to go about it. I'm going to do a push-up today. I did back the other day, so. Yeah, but that's all it was. It really wasn't that crazy, though. All right. So give me a second. Let's get a push-up here. Push-ups are great. Gotta love them. I would have been capping. Yeah, I would have told her. I was like, I'm a regional Fed member. I'm like, I'm one of the dots on the dot plot. I would have told. That's what I would have said. But then I wouldn't have wanted to explain that to like a date, you know. But then if you kept, but then that's the thing, you guys. If you ever go out on a date and she asks you way too many economic questions, you're probably being set up. Okay? That's all. That's all. That's what I learned. That's what I learned. NVIDIA's insanity, bro. I think it wants 900. I'm sure a lot of people got calls. My dream of an economic date is literally Project Veritas. It's like, no, that's what my dream date. I'm just saying, man, that one, they got him. They got him. I think the long term's acceptable. It's a good conversation starter. Was she recording with Meta glasses? I don't know. I want those, but apparently they could only record for 1 minute. So, like, is it worth watching? I mean, I put it on in the background and I listen to it. Like, it's mildly entertaining. Only in the sense that, like, it's literally a guy going on a fake date. And he works with the Fed. And this girl is, like, kind of obviously like, so, what about Powell? And then, like, and he's just talking, and he's like, yes. It just sounds like he has an opinion. Like, it just sounds like the opinion of a federal employee. I mean, albeit it may be a strong opinion. It could be factually incorrect, but it's still just like, it's not anything there. So I just played it in the background and listened to it, but I don't know. Like, I wouldn't, like, set like a movie aside and get popcorn and like I don't know if I'd look forward to it. The hype was definitely more hype than not. I thought it was about to be Powell on a hidden camera. That's where I was like, whoa, this is it. Definitely the headline of it hit way harder than the actual video. He has to be fired? No, I mean somebody might sit him down and have the conversation I just had with you. And you'd be like, listen, buddy, okay, that shit's fake. No one's sitting you down on a date. And why are you even, like, flexing that on a date and to begin? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, like, you could get dates. Like, go just lie. Say you're like a lawyer or something, a fake plastic surgeon. I don't know, but just that's it. Someone's just going to talk to him about dating probably. And that's it. You realize Bostic, like, traded inside multiple times and he still moves the market on speeches. So I think guy at the Fed will be good. I think he will. My goodness, gold's still going up. Para too. And then NVIDIA came down, but it did that literally 20 minutes ago and then just hit another high. PPI was hot and not. So the month over month came in a little lower than expected, but then the year over year was still high. I'm still in the gold short. I'm back down 2,200. I mean, I was literally just down $600 on it like an hour or something ago when gold was at the low. And then I was up on it for a little yesterday and then went negative at close. GL and ARM. Globe Life down 26%. That's awful. The auction is in 2 minutes, man. 2 minutes world time. So wherever you are in the world, it will be happening. So get the popcorn. It doesn't last that long. So, you know, like yesterday's hype, it lasted for a little bit. It really moved the markets. But before you knew it, we were on something else. Even in space, I guess. I don't know how space-time continuum works. But it's okay. Y'all are very inquisitive. You once told a girl you're Josh Answers? Dude, nobody knows who that is. Like, you know who it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you got long term, but, like, statistically, I don't think that's going to get you anywhere. Like, I tell girls I'm Danny DeVito. They love it. You may not think it gets you that far, but he's still famous as hell, bro. I say I'm Danny DeVito. They're like, I see it. And I point my head down. I'm like, look. You see what I'm saying? And I dance a little bit awkwardly. And they're like, yeah, that's him. And then that's it. Benny Blanco, it depends. Not everybody knows who Benny Blanco is. You all know who Danny DeVito is. Your mom knows who Danny DeVito is. You know what I'm saying? That's it. It's very famous. I go with that. That's what I would have said. Tell them you dated Selena. Then nobody even knows Benny Blanco. Oh, dude, I didn't tell you. I'm with my girlfriend and her friend, and they start talking about Selena and Benny Blanco. And I'll tell you this story in a minute. When issued 4.661. Now you have bond anticipation and story anticipation. So 4.661, 30-year bond auction. Higher, bad, lower, good. Yesterday you had a little example of how that could play out. 4.661. It's not out yet. That's the number we're looking for, so give it about a minute or so. And if the number comes, it'll come across the wire here. If it's higher than 4.661, it'll be bad. If it's lower, it'll be good. And even then, it'll be short-lived. I honestly could tell you that. Whatever it is, it will be short-lived. That's kind of been the narrative on all of them lately. White 4.8. Bonds are moving, but nothing's out yet. 4.66. All bond news is bad. Lately, it has been. For the last probably 2 weeks. Correction. Commercial paper. 4.671. So that one was bad, but I'm honestly surprised it's not dying that much. Maybe TLT's dying a little more. Yeah, honestly, it's bad. It's awful. 4.661 to 4.71. That's what, 10? 0.10? Not 0.001, but 0.10. That's a lot. Yeah, honestly, though, the reactions, maybe the bonds have already done it. Look at the market's not doing anything. I think it's a bad auction, but little reaction. Unless the bonds really die, but the bonds may have already just been down. Dollar, little tick down. So give it a second, but bad bond auction. The bonds are fairly not violently moving. Smaller tail. Remember, 30-year bond auctions are usually bad. Gold is going up too. Remember, bonds have moved a lot leading into it. But we'll see. You might get some moves. Give it a couple minutes. But like I said, I think it'll all be short-lived when it's all said and done. First tail on the 30-year since the infamous November auction. Was that the one that killed us? That's weird that we're not moving that much. But then again, the bonds have just been murdered in the last week or so. Like I'm telling you, the bonds are already substantially more hawkish than anything. Like right now, your bonds are priced like the 2-year bond says one rate cut in the next 2 years. No exaggeration. So that's wild that if that's the first tail since then and then we're actually just not moving. SPY's going up here. So again, I think we're brushing it off. I think maybe maybe bonds have just been so bad at this point. It's not surprising unless it's really, really bad. But you are popping here. Bonds, little reaction. Did ARM? I don't think ARM got an upgrade. I could double check. Remember they had the Google stuff the other day. They just sold off kind of with the jitters. And then they kind of are continuing. And then, too, just keep in mind, like, this earnings season and moving on to the next thing. Hi. Remember what I told you guys? Was it 63.8? You're not out of there yet. If you get above 5183, then I'd get excited. But if you can't get above, like, 5183 to 5186, then I still think you're going to be trapped. So it's a good move right now. You just broke out kind of out of nowhere, but you got a little bit more to go. That wasn't off a headline. We had a bad bond auction, but I don't think the bad bond auction, I think the market was already really, really bad ahead of that in bonds, and now stocks just seem to be rallying off of it. But other than that, there's no other headlines. Again, you have earnings tomorrow morning. I don't see anything on ARM. Cone, DraftKings on the high. SPY on the high. ARM now damn, ARM's going crazy. Oh, come on. And then Intel and Marvell ain't no love in the heart of the chip stocks. And then Delta's back up. They're 2.8. After yesterday, not as bad as expected. I just think the bonds are I think bonds have literally priced in a big amount of bad data. So, like, no matter what, just the bonds have already sold off at this point. Yeah, the bond auction is bad, but, like what are you going to do? You're going to sell off the bonds to 5%? Like, we're already there almost. We're at 4.6 on the 10-year. So, I just think the bonds I think that kind of gave us a weird level of cushion for now. Remember, we got a little bit more data tomorrow, but then before we know it, earnings mode. And then as long as we stick to the path. Green ticker going wild. Amazon, 52-week high. A lot of names actually running up there. Again, ARM is going up. NVIDIA, are they above 900 yet? About to. SPY just rocketed up. We're not at, like, the breakout point, like I was just telling you. Right here, we get the next, like, 3 points from here. If we could hold above here, you could have a little squeezy end of the day. Maybe we get to the higher range of pre-data, pre-CPI, get kind of back up to here. Other than that, if it doesn't get above here, I mean, I think we might be looking at more downside. But till then, the events are running out now. Bad bond auction turned good catalyst. Consumer sentiment tomorrow and bank earnings. And then that's it. Next week, Netflix and Tesla, I think. UX stocks extend gain, 1% on the NASDAQ. How are you feeling about copper? I mean, if it means global demand goes up, that's as far as I'll take from it. But in general, I'd kind of tie it to the whole global commodity thing. That's it. Everything's ramping up. Dude, again, even right now, gold, that's going up. Your dollar is still in the green. Dollar has not even came back down. I think oil, at least oil's still down. But I would tie copper into the whole idea of all global commodities kind of reinflating more or less. Well, today, I don't know how much you want to call this a rally as much as it is relief. We are higher than yesterday, though. We opened up not as high. You did give up a little bit, and you had data today to help, but still a little bit off from yesterday. And then this overall downtrend from the last high still kind of in place on the short term. And then Marvel's climbing back up a little bit. See, if oil goes next, this is just going to be a real relief day. But then again, it's going to just be everything going up. If you get oil, dollar, bonds, gold, and SPY all up, I mean, there you go. Well, except for maybe bonds might even go green too. Your bonds may even catch a bid too. It's just one of them days. Bank of England green, I expect to hit inflation target in May. Briefly, ENV on the high. Again, Apple, like we talked about yesterday, just don't underestimate. I think like Apple and NVIDIA, that could be helping out a lot of today. Like I'm telling you, the SPY, there's more names red than not. Yeah, gold above yesterday's high. That's insanity. Again, the dollar's up 1%, and gold is up 1%. Maybe the U.S. backs the currency by gold again. Maybe that's it. It's moving like the dollar. We didn't go over the banks yet, no. Apple. Google's all-time high. And then Delta's moving. Like to see Intel's trying to move, but it's low-key been trapped all day. If they back it with silver, I mean, silver would go nuts, but I mean, the cost of building things would probably go up a lot. Silver, industrial. Bonds might go green right now. 10-year might literally catch a bid after a horrible bond auction. That's a dollar up, gold up. Interesting rotation. It's weird. Somebody, what did they say? They said, is gold lagging, or is like gold leading, or is gold just going up with the market at this point? It's kind of like I'm saying here today, like dollars up, gold. If everything goes green, it's like you could be looking for trying to like a reason, but it's just like no, it's just everything is going up. It's just all naturally green. So like some people are even saying gold is just getting a lift with the market. Yeah, so you're in the snitching camp. That's where some people are like gold is communicating this, is that, all of these different things. Some people are saying nope, it's just going up now with the market. It's like it's beta or something. I'm like, man, that's insane. It's expensive in China there, too. Australia forcing people to abandon cash. Earnings tomorrow, Bank of America, JP Morgan. Or no, Bank of America, sorry. Citi, JP Morgan, and then Wells Fargo and BlackRock. I don't know about the Blackstone, but one of the rocks are reporting. 5185. So, Chad, this is the high end of the range I told you about. If we could get above here, you're going to return. Might fill the gap today, but at the very least, I'm coming home again. So you think about it? Like you're just going to get right back to where you were at the last week from a little bit of that volatility that we got. Nothing happened except the bond auction, but the bond auction was bad, but maybe the market, or more so the bonds, were already so bad ahead of it. I don't think it actually turned into one of those. Remember when inflation came out hot and you were already down at 340 on the SPY and then it ripped? That's kind of the vibe that the bond auction gave today. Because it was bad. It was really bad, especially compared to the last ones we've gotten. But it's literally the bonds are catching a bid off that, and SPY rallied almost 2 points on the SPY. Have you seen so many data disconnections like this? I've seen it before in 2015. Kind of reminds me of that, but there was definitely I haven't seen it this long, like to a degree. Like I've watched correlations and divergences, but you are in like it's been kind of a couple of years now. But then again, the bond market did break a 50-year streak, so that's one of the main things Hugh loves talking about. But it's true. It's like if you go look at the bond market, you know, what we are going through in the last 3 years, it really is unique. Like it actually hasn't happened like this ever. So we can see, but man, it's pretty wicked. Taylor Swift reinstates her music on TikTok. Thanks, Taylor. Check Spotify off that. Oh, yeah. GL, I think, down 26%. It's still at $70. I don't know if that was earnings or not. That's a bad sell-off, though. GitLab, they have a price target cut. What happened? It was a short seller report. 14 short seller Fuzzy Panda alleges the company's disregarded insurance fraud. Didn't we hear that before? Yeah, Fuzzy Panda. Apparently. They put a short report on it. It's legit. No, I'm being serious. It's called Short Seller Fuzzy Panda Research. Alleged the company executives disregarded insurance fraud. Fuzzy Panda, which said it had a short position, alleged the company's executives disregarded wide-ranging insurance fraud while receiving an undisclosed kickback scheme. Globe Life did not immediately respond to the news for the comment. Adam Newman live on CNBC? No. I want the guy from the Apple show to show up, though.
A16.
Wow.
For those of you who don't know, they both come to my board meetings, and our boardroom is exciting. And for those of you who don't know them, they speak their mind, if you want them to or if you don't.
So there's more debate in the boardroom than there was before.
Debate is an understatement. There are lively discussions that can go all over the place. They're also a great partnership themselves, so it could be them and me and
They
us.
hold you more accountable?
Everyone's holding everyone more accountable. And I have the pleasure to working with them, and they are entrepreneurs. This is actually their third business. So it's one thing to have investors who are giving advice. It's another thing to have entrepreneurs who you consider peers that are working with you. That's one example. The other one is something you just said. I've taken my time. We did not rush to launch this brand. We've been running this business for the past 2 years. We built our operating systems. We built our technology, back end and front end. We rebuilt processes. We rebuilt a property management company. And we did all of that to practice and test and see what works and what doesn't. And even before we launched the brand, this building that you're in now is 95% full. Other Florida location is 96% full. And that was before the brand.
Right, so I want to get into Flow and this business model. Your mission, I'm going to read from your website, revolutionize the residential experience as a vertically integrated real estate owner, operator, and technology innovator. What does that mean?
So I'm not sure where you read that in the website, but it's actually more about coming to your higher self between you and yourself, your neighbor, and the world. So our mission is actually bringing everybody together. What you read, I think, is from the bio, which is a little bit of what we're doing.
This is crazy.
I will explain.
Is that accurate, though?
It's
Are
crazy
you
he
a
even
real
raised
estate
the money,
owner, operator,
and then he's just even on CNBC, right? Y'all should watch the Apple show.
So Flow is an experience-first residential real estate company. We're vertically integrated.
Yeah, how does he do?
So we
It's
have
trippy.
technology, we have operations, and we have the people that bring it all together. Also, as you can see around you, design is a very important aspect of what we do. And by bringing all of these things together, we had a theory 2 years ago that the buildings will become more valuable. In both of our Florida properties, we're already starting to show that with much higher performance.
Are the buildings more valuable than when you bought them?
So more valuable, now we're asking a real estate question of cap rates. But if you're asking if the buildings have a higher NOI, net operating income, than when we bought them, this building you're sitting in has a 40% higher NOI than when we took over 18 months ago.
And does that mean that you've increased rent growth, which is also a metric important in the industry?
That's a great question. We also increased rent growth, but some of your viewers might say, oh, Miami's rent growth are up. So actually, Fort Lauderdale, where we're at, rent has gone down 8% in the past 12 months. So we've increased our rent, but also we lowered churn. When people like being in a building, when they actually feel like they're part of a community, they stay. When people stay and there's no churn in the building, it increases occupancy and increases the value. But that's just one example.
So just to be clear, you are increasing value, and that's reflected in the value of the real estate that you own?
So I'm going to answer it very precisely. Another lesson. I'm going to answer it very precisely. We've increased the net operating income.
I thought that was a 1 minute chart. No, but dude,
40%
you just popped up
since we
almost
took
another
over
10 points
18
right there.
months ago.
That's
you
it.
say, well,
SPY's
it's
looking
for,
good there. If
that's
it
a
could hold
question
up
for
here,
people
but
who
now
it's a different
this is
metric,
just
but
getting you to
NOI is how
yesterday's
we're
level. I don't know if we'll do
measuring
highs
the
on
value of the
Friday,
building.
but
You only know by the way what
at the
building is
very
worth
least
is
now
when
you're
you
getting
sell it.
into like pre-CPI,
So what you're describing,
pre-CPI
there's another
zone,
word
and then
for it.
even
It's
post
purpose-built
data
rentals.
dump from 2 weeks
It is
ago.
a large category already. It's not new, and it's not technology. So why is Flow different? Why are you calling Flow a technology innovator?
Great question. We talked about partners. Mark and Ben are technology investors. When we started...
Well, now they're real estate investors also.
Well, you know, it's funny. Is Tesla a car company or a tech company? So I think we live in a world today where you can look at entire categories. If you're not leveraging technology to make things better, then you're stuck in the past. The systems in real estate, technology systems in real estate, were literally built in the 60s. And they used to just be accounting systems. What they don't do is they're not able to connect people. One of the way in Flow we make the building more valuable is we make the residents happier. One of the way we do it is we allow them to do business with each other. We allow them to do something we call passion sharing. Our residents, some of them are very excited about give back. We facilitate that. So there's a lot of different things you can do in a building. Technology represents the backbone and the front end of running all those things.
Right, and you were showing me the app, which launched today as well, but I'm still wondering, how is it disruptive?
Shit, and you have
Because
Bostic
when
in
I
10
look
minutes?
at this
No way.
purpose-built rental category, it's around,
Yeah,
you've got
10:30.
people like One Hudson Yards or an Avalon
Oh, my
Bay, or even a
goodness.
Toll Brothers is doing something similar. So what is the actual technology in your building that
Again,
separates
Bostic,
them
I don't know.
from one of
Mr.
them?
One Cup
So,
Bostic.
This is an interesting question. You could build a tech company that's only the backbone of real estate. And you can build a branded operating company.
This is
that's
weird. I
only
feel
the
like I'm in
operation
the
of the
Twilight
business.
Zone.
The only way you can build something integrated
I've never
is
really
if you do
listened to
both
him.
at the same time. There's not one.
I've only
as
heard
far
him
as
on
I
the
know,
show.
All the names you just said do not build their own technology. They actually rely on third parties.
Okay.
So if you're using an app in any of those, you'd have one app probably for payments, another one for parking, another one for guest registration. You'd be using 3 to 5 different systems just to operate in the building. We've created a seamless experience, but more importantly is the data.
Right.
Once you understand everything that's happening in the building, you know who to connect to who. You know how to price things. So we redid our pricing algorithms. You can do a lot of different things leveraging technology. But I think the real answer is, I think we live in a world where we should look at things as entire categories. There is not, as far as I know, a branded residential real estate company for rentals in the US today.
Not the ones I just named?
You and I might define brands differently. For me, a brand means there's a television show.
Okay. So are we going to get a television show, a media offspring from this?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, let's go on, I guess, a little bit. And you're building all the technology in-house. That is a really important distinction. How many engineers do you employ as part of this team at Flow?
So we've been very picky, and we're very lucky to have a great leadership team in engineering. Again, another partnership with A16Z. Actually, Ben Horowitz helped me choose the CTO. So we took a long time to look at who we thought were the best CTOs in the country. His name is Scott Ryder. He came from WhatsApp. WhatsApp before that. He was in charge of a lot of things and doing a lot of very interesting things. And when we hired him, one of the things we decided is we're going to stick to the highest tech level, tech talent possible. So in your tech team, you have approximately 50 people between engineers and product people and support all around, but we're actually recruiting aggressively and growing fast.
You've mentioned Marc Andreessen a few times, and this sort of points to this broader ambition here. You've talked about this, and Marc Andreessen wrote about this in his blog when he first invested in Flow, and that is you want to help solve the housing crisis in America. There's a lack of supply, there's rising prices.
This is Mr. Scammy himself.
How are you doing that? I wonder,
dog.
you scooping up 3,000
This is Mr.
units.
WeWork.
Does that take supply off the market, or is the calculus changing for homeowners? Is the dream still there? And how
He's
are
like,
you
I want to help people with houses.
I think you're touching a very serious
So
point.
if you buy all the
I think
houses,
we're
well,
part
can't
of a
they not
renter
afford houses?
generation. Just a little bit of numbers for the viewers. Over
Tell us.
2/3 of 35-year-old and younger in this country today are renters. They spend 34% in average over their total income on rent, which means you have a whole generation that probably from age 20 to age 40 is going to be a renter. Buying a home has never been more expensive. So if that is the case, and as a young adult you're not able to buy a home and you want to rent it, you want to get an elevated experience. You want a seamless experience. But there's also another problem. Because we can't buy homes, I think for human beings, shelter and a home is one of the most, if not
Y'all
the
ain't never
most
gonna buy a
important
home,
thing we
so
can have.
we might
If
as
I
well
don't have
make
a home
renting
that
really
I can
nice.
feel proud of and I don't feel connected to,
is
then how
up
can I connect to
1%.
myself?
Mhm.
I think we live in a world where we're so
Marvel
connected
came back
with
up
our
a little
phones
bit, and then
devices,
Spy Baby
we've
right
never
at
been more
another high.
disconnected. So something
High
else Flow
ticker
does,
absolutely
through
gassing.
events, through community, through everything that we've been good for a long time. And
This
doing,
is nuts,
we
yeah.
bring people together.
He hates you.
And
Adam
it's
hates
funny,
you too.
It doesn't take that much work
said you're gonna
to
rep forever.
help people come together, because I think these experiences, as technology goes forward, AI goes forward, as we progress, I think physical, real-world connections have never been more important.
You're also trying to give your renters a sense of ownership, right? Is there a way that you can give them an actual ownership? I know that that's something that other real estate companies, property developers are trying to do. Fractional ownership is really difficult, but are there any other ways? Because if people are renting, but the ultimate aim is to own a home, how do they get closer to that goal?
So let's divide your question into two. I think the ultimate aim is to actually feel proud of where you live. If you own it, if you're renting
said,
it, if you're
ultimate
sharing
aim,
it,
you give me
whatever
your
it is,
money.
You really want
Huh?
to feel at home, and you really want
Come
to
on.
feel connected, as we said before.
I connect
And
you
we're on
to
a journey
house.
of exploring all those different things. We're
said,
starting
very
with loyalty
simple
programs just to find a way to create
strategy
a
to
win-win
home
scenario
ownership.
between the
You never
renter
do it.
and ourselves, and we're just the beginning of it. But if you want to solve this problem, you're gonna
How
want
to give me your
over
money.
time.
What? I like Newman. You should watch the show. There's a cool Apple show. My goodness. You're going to want to rent from me is how you'll figure it out. Huh? Oh, you're about to get Bostic too. You already had your bond auction. So it's time you get some PHILO, man. SPY just ripped. You're getting back to the levels of yesterday. I thought we could sneak this one in here. I got a good one for you. I got a little one. I got a little one for you, and I don't know. I don't think we're gonna have Bostic live. Maybe I might have to delay it here for a second if he does come on live. We're gonna have to figure out how that plays out, Mr. Bostic. But Chattadonia, before we do anything, I want to tell you how proud I am of those who have made PHILO something real and living, baby. Real and planted and bearing fruit, baby. And honestly, it's a joy, and I'm very grateful to share these moments, especially on a day like today, man. Markets are insane. We're going to go through so much even for the rest of the year, and God willing, many more years to come. But even then, man, this day is it's a good one to share because, and I'm glad about who I'm around, because I'm gonna read you something. You might like it, but I'm going to read you two different things. I'm going to jump all over the place today, but like I said, bro, I'm proud of y'all, and thank you for this moment, and just thank you for making PHILO something pretty cool and bigger than what it really is, man, and I love to see the real effects, man. So keep praying for your brothers and sisters, too. Always that personal responsibility. Keep looking to do better and trying, baby, and that's what I'm saying. That's all we could do, baby, and give it 110, you know? And try, baby, and bring the energy, too. So amen, amen, baby. SPY, a new high, baby. A new high on the SPY, my guy. But let me just read you something. I'm gonna just read you this real quick. Okay. He then said to me, Son of man, go now to the people and speak my words to them. You are not being sent to a people of obscure speech and strange language, but to the people of Israel. Not too many people of obscure speech and strange language, whose words you cannot understand. Surely if I had sent you to them, they would have listened to you. But the people of Israel are not willing to listen to you because they are not willing to listen to me. For all the Israelites are hardened and obstinate. But I will make you as unyielding and hardened as they are. I will make your forehead like the hardest stone, harder than flint. Do not be afraid of them or terrified by them, though they are a rebellious people. And he said to me, listen carefully and take heart of the words I speak to you. Oh, I love it. I'm going to read you something else. That's from Ezekiel. That's Ezekiel 3. You know, I was reading a lot of things. I was reading and digesting a lot of different parts. I was all over the book the other day. But I read this and I was like, Ezekiel, interesting story. But when I came across that, there was something that stood out to me in that, man. And I really hope it stands out to some of y'all. And it's not political, because I know some of y'all in this day and age, you're like, what, Israel, what? There's news on. No. Calm down. He said, he's talking about rebellious people, talking about being hard-headed, and how these people are pretty much going to give him a lot of crap. Hard task, dealing with hard people. Right? That's said simply. But the one thing he says about, he said, I'm going to make you just as stubborn, just as hard-headed. But then he tells them, don't be afraid. And that really got me a little bit of a head scratcher. You know why? Because that means you could be built different, but you could still be scared. And then even worse, you could be given with everything you need to accomplish what you need to, and fear will be the only thing that stops you. Again, I guess it's your typical PHILO that boils all the way back down to no fear, said countless times in the book. But this one I liked a lot. I was like, man, it's one thing, man, to face a challenge, but then to also be up to the challenge and all the way through it, the part that you just got to manage is not doing that to yourself. Just fear alone. You can be built different, but the fear will take you out of the game. So I don't know, man. I feel like this has applied to me. I feel like this has applied to some of y'all, especially some of y'all with maybe a lot more talents, especially word to a lot more talents. Because think about it. You could have the tool. You could literally have the ability of it. I mean, you can very well be different than every single person in here. You could be the most superior person and just too scared to do anything. So that's the first one, but now I'm gonna jump to another because I was reading again, and I somehow ended up in Malachi. And honestly, this may make sense because I was telling y'all something the other day. And this one kind of got me. You know, maybe you'll see. Maybe tell me what this relates to. What I told you something the other day. I'm gonna read you this one. You have spoken arrogantly against me, says the Lord. Yet you ask, what have we said against you? You have said it is futile to serve God. What do we gain by carrying out his requirements and going about like mourners before the Lord Almighty? But now we call the arrogant blessed. Certainly evildoers prosper. And even when they put God to the test, they get away with it. There's no Bostic comments yet. Just PHILO comments. He should have been live. But does that remind you of anything I talked about? You've spoken arrogantly against the Lord. We call the arrogant blessed. Evildoers prosper. And then they put God to the test, they get away with it. And spies still near the high. I'll let it sit. I wonder what you know. Treasury Shamba says China is the biggest source of financing for developing countries. Well, I'll give it to you guys. I think y'all miss me on it. Y'all don't feel me? Y'all really don't feel me. See, I don't know how I even stumbled upon this. Like I'm saying, I was kind of all over the place. But the thing about that one, it reminded me of that indifference we were talking about. Maybe I'm just focusing on it, like I've been telling y'all. But that reminded me of the indifference. Literally seeing over and over again. You see people do this and do that. And now it got you listening to promises a little differently. Maybe you moving a little different off of that. So maybe I told you what that means to me the other day. So this one really, really did stick out to me. But Chad, I really hope you watch out for that indifference, but at the same time too, man, the destiny. And in the process, man, again, it's what you do and throughout the moments. Don't underestimate the arrogance sometimes that we display. Because I don't know. I never knew. I always called it being a brat. You know, what do you call that when you throw a fit when you don't get what you want? Or when you switch up when something takes longer than you expected. What do you call it? But, after reading that, I never really took a look at it. You say a tantrum? Entitlement? Yeah, maybe. I see entitlement, but selfish. But what I got to learn is that it's also a heavy form of arrogance. And it's one of those things where you're like, why? Wait, what? If I say you're being arrogant, how am I arrogant? And they're literally, and that's why, it's funny because we even talked about pride and some other things. But again, there's an arrogance that is in that type of indifference. So like I said, maybe this one just applies to me a little bit more. And I've been thinking about it. I told you guys that the other day. But all in all, man, I really hope y'all fight the indifference. I hope it leads into something related into the receiving the love. And Chad, above all else, man, remember, you are built different, but do not let the fear take you out of the gifts and the destiny, baby. But Chad, take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, thumbs up video button. I forgot. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Peach. We already had the peach. We had the peach early in the morning. Man, but good day. Good day. It's a wild day. Today's April 11th. Oh, no, you don't get it yet. All right, let me get you some uncle. The stream, I don't know. A lot of people have been saying they've been getting Lagville. You know what we're gonna play? I'm gonna play this. We played this the other day, but someone was like, "Is this song new?" And I was like, "Yeah, it is."
Yo, screw your chorus and your hook. I feel like Jordan with the books, I'm more like Soros with the puts. I open doors, I use my foot. I thank the Lord we doing good. I use the sword like it's my words. A 9 to 5 ain't what I'm worth. I go define my life in verbs. Yeah, I let the action show the work. You know I know them contracts worth. I know you know I do research. I'm about to blow, some might get hurt, but I was told that it's my turn. Come watch the growth and how I learned. I hope you do the same in turn. Yeah, stack it up, 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 bitch. Low with the interest, I pound it up, pound it up, pound it up. Don't wanna spin. Talking about friends, only got one. His name is Ben. Love politics, legit presidents, need places to live. I got some for rent. Hey, talk shit, little bitch, consume me. Start shit, play the game like 2-3. Options, man, trades off newsfeed. Do less, complain more, doing. Some people hate the movement. They mad cause they can't do it. Too cool for plans in schooling. Always found that amusing. Got some tools, but they won't use them. Moving, I got shit to do. Then tune in, substitute your former schooling. Disrupting the institution. They keep asking what I'm doing. Going, Gandhi, I'm not human. Love my people more than flumin'. Hate the evil, that's confusing. Yeah, screw the technicals you trade. I feel like Curry on the chain, or more like Burry in a way. Not in a hurry, I'ma wait. I turn my time into a bank, you turned your time into a waste. Yeah, I use my mind to create great. I redefined a different way. I read them filings to make plays. They vilified, I hide my face, but undermine the things I gave. And that's all fine and that's okay, because I know my God is great. Besides, you should see just what I make. He showed himself in different ways. Got different whips in many lanes on every list, but never came. I'm really busy with them trades. I beat the markets 50 shades. I guess I smiled opportunity. Yeah, buy it, buy it, buy it, buy it, buy it, buy it, the deal. Facebook and Amazon, Netflix and Google, then buying up all my blue chips. Buy it, buy it, buy it, buy it, buy it, buy it, the deal. Facebook and Amazon, Netflix and Google, then buying up all my blue chips.
Classic, bro. It's a classic. Oh. Chattadonia. Happy Friday, Junior. Does it feel like Friday, Junior? It's a nice setup for a Friday. The market's right there where you were at the last 2 weeks. Bro, this thing's down another 25% during PHILO. Jeez. That's insane, Habibi. Yeah, no hyperbole. Yeah, I feel like Shores with the push. That last one's called just called Jordan with the Books by Uncle Answers. GL, there was a short report by Fuzzy Panda Short. I don't know the company. I'm not familiar with Fuzzy Panda, but apparently they got like 20,000 followers on Twitter. It's a real company that does short reports, but they have it's Fuzzy Panda. Fuzzy Panda. The song name, I just said it, is Jordan with the Books by Uncle Answers. Maybe you don't understand Joe Biden. You don't speak Joe Bidenese. I understand. Nobody understands this guy. I'm telling you, he can't even finish a sentence. That song that Josh played, Jordan with the Books, terrific song. I'm telling you, it's a great song. Who was it? Uncle Answers. I met him a long time ago. I know Uncle. Uncle, a great guy. He's a good-looking guy. Looks amazing. You should see him. He's a good guy. I love him. I'm telling you, it's a shame it's pure shame what they've done. What they've done to rap music without Uncle. Any more Uncle, he's gonna vote. We love it all. Good. I had tears in my eyes when I looked at him. He's beautiful. He's glorious. Okay, I'm losing it. But you get it. Jordan with the Books is the song. YouTube Music, even though they censor me, they won't let you see anything. They'll tell you that I belong in jail. But it's on YouTube Music. Even Spotify. Spotify.com. It's a good website. New Zealand. Or what are they? Swiss. Bostic delayed you, man. He's not here. It's good, though. It's good timing. Good thing we didn't wait for him. We got a PHILO out the way. Now you got Bostic again. He got you moving the other day. It's Swedish. I forgot Swedish. Beautiful. Swedish fish. Love them. Can Geo sue the short report? I mean, as long as it's disclosed properly, all it is someone's opinion. So if people believe it, but the company's gonna be like, that's unfounded. These are baseless claims. And we don't stand with non-material. And they're just gonna use those words and then that's it. The pop back up was just nothing. I think pure momentum and pure like recovery mode of today. I mean, you gave up a little bit of the PPI because that helped us out in the morning, but after we bounced up, it was kind of a one-way road after just top bottom ticking where you came out with the data. There's just relief from yesterday, a little bit more digestion. I mean, bonds look ugly, but they had a gain in the morning. Ironically, again, we've been up. The pop here, though, was the bond auction, even though the bond auction was bad. But the bonds, I mean, they're barely red. The 10-year is actually not that much move. So markets recovered a little bit. Bonds are still in a very bad position, and that's where we're at now. Yeah, you missed the PHILO. I'm sorry. You love Central Oregon, baby. I saw a cool house in Oregon the other day. I was like, man, Oregon, you guys got some good cribs out there. Good values, too. I had Geo. I just had that up on the screen. They're down 40. We had it up at 23% down. And then SPY, 2 more big candles here. Well, you got like an hour 45 or 2 hours? Pfft. You have a lot of time, Habibi. Oregon? I think Portland. It was a really nice, let me see if it was 1.3 million, but it was a really nice house in Portland. It was like almost 4,000 square feet. It was like remodeled. It was new. It was a good deal. And I was like, 1.3? I thought Oregon was like really, really expensive. And I know 1.3 is a lot, but like, I was like, that seems like a lot of house. Tesla, 1.5. SPY still at the high, too. His arm still going crazy. Micron up. NVIDIA right under 900 right now. Google keeps ripping, too. That started the wave, them and Amazon. And Apple, too. Apple's literally 172.90. Apple's up 3% now. Damn. So remember I was saying yesterday, like, it was just NVIDIA, but even today, you know, even asking kind of this relief, we're still in the range from a couple of days ago, but single-handedly, I mean, some of these mega cap names moving up, they've moved up very big while everything else has really done nothing. Treasury, Shamba, it's in the interest to avoid solvency, not let 6 months delays in restructuring of IMF programs. Cattle up 52. From now till Tesla earnings, so 2 weeks. What market movers do we have? Earnings? You're going to have Netflix before that. You're going to probably have like 4 or 5 more banks, maybe after the ones tomorrow. You're not going to get a CPI before Tesla. You'll have one more CPI in like a month. I think you'll get like the ISM and like some PMI data and then retail sales and all that good stuff. But other than that, not much. It'll probably be earnings driven. CNBC just said, beware fuzzy pandas when covering GL. Well, there you go. Fuzzy pandas. You're going to bed, you haven't had heat in 2 days, and you're freezing? What do you mean? Heat? Like, get a blanket on. It's good, man. Get some rest. Netflix is up. Again, their earnings literally in a week from now, next Thursday. Marriott on the high. Bro, all of travel is on fire today. Again, there's upgrades and downgrades, but B&B, Marriott, Booking, Expedia. Still banned on Twitter, yeah, man. Like that, it won't let me out. It won't let me out, no. Steady trying to find a motive. When Powell will cut the rates. Rate cuts ain't getting no closer. No matter how long we wait, the jobs ain't cooling. Inflation's rising, and Bostic's pumping, and Powell stopped it, then we ain't rate cut. They won't cut the raise. They won't cut the race. No, they won't cut the raise. It's a good song, man. It's a good song. I felt it too. I know you felt it too, man. That's really what we all be singing. See it, they're ad-libbing. J Powell, baby. J Powell. I wonder if J Powell makes songs up. He said he does music. I wonder if he could ever get J Powell lyrics. Come on, James O'Keefe. Give me some J Powell songs. I wonder what a J Powell song would go like. The best one. That was a good one, man. The rate cuts. The market a bunch of crap. I mean, it's the market is favored and hated by many. You know, because you see all these moves, lack thereof, and then you go like, imagine the video holders. Anybody who's like only like sole purpose is just focus on the video. You know, you've been loving it. You know, the more you're like, I love this market. The video move yesterday too is crazy. Imagine Powell resigns and they put an actual hawk. I don't think they will. I mean, I don't think. Name me one hawkish person on the Fed. I don't even. The last hawkish guy left and now he's bullish. And his name is Bullard. It's kind of crazy. But like, I couldn't even think of a potential. But then again, Jerome Powell, they kind of pulled him up out of nowhere. Kashkari? Nah, Kashkari's a pretty reasonable guy. Don't let, like, Kashkari, like, I don't know. He kind of vibes. Kashkari was, like, super hawkish and then super dovish. Like, I don't know. Kashkari used to be, like, a zero hedge dude, and then he flipped dovish, and then he'll play it in the middle. But then again, like, at Fed chair, I don't know. I think Kashkari, yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm not scared of him. Like, Powell was scary at one point. There was a time where, like, Powell was terrifying. It's like my mom. Like, you know, like, I love my mom. And me and my mom, like, have a great relationship now. But, like, at one point, she was so scary when I was younger. Like, Powell was a very hawkish individual. Like, you know, he did put you through a lot. You know, and now, like, you don't even, now he's just all nice to the grandkids when he did his job. I don't know if there's a potential hawkish replacement on the Fed. Jail shareholder equity 4.5 billion, market cap 5.5. It'll probably pop when the company says something, but they actually did something wrong. They're clapped. And then SPY still edging upwards, and bonds too. At least bonds recovered a little bit, but they're just about to be break even on the day. What happened? Nothing real. There was a bad bond auction, but seems like everything was so bad that it kind of marked the bottom there a little bit. But if anything, bonds went up a little bit, and then SPY just jumped. So we just continued the relief that we started in the morning that we sold off. Came right back up now, a little bit higher. We're almost within the range of pre-CPI, kind of where we hung out the last couple days, literally right around 5,200. And then we chillin'. It's a little bit more like 5,203, but you'll fill the gap at 5,210. Like I said, if we get above 5,183, 5,186, that was going to just be a little bit more optimistic. And then Caesars on the high. Apple's up 3%, literally. Oh, earnings previews. Oh, it's not even 11. That's good, because I told some of y'all 11. I forgot. today, man. And then bonds back to the green now. WDC on the high. PayPal. WDC's up 2. Micron's up. Let's see. Intel. Why my I ticker won't work? Intel went up a little bit. Still guttered for the most part. PI, GL, bouncing a little bit off the bottom. MU did very well. Very good. Very well now. TSM2, they could have been a little better. And then Apple, man, nonstop. Even Netflix picked up a little bit there, but Apple is 4 or 3.14%. Oh, I forgot about Dell. Dell was up the other day. At least it's just holding. And then where's Marvell? Marvell bounced a little bit, but still generally dud of an event. Apple keeps going. Geo was halted and then unhalted. And then how much time, man? We still got 2 hours? You have a lot of time remaining, Habibi. You haven't even had your exposure therapy for the day. Huh? They don't even, she's not even here. Oh, it says announces criminal investigation in LA. Dude, do you guys want me to tell you a very sad story? It's honestly, like, I feel like bad. And like, it's kind of like it's dangerous, man. It's just like, damn. But it's a sad story, bro. It's honestly like, it's the most craziest shit ever. And like, we were like joking about shit, bro. But like, nah, dude. It's just, I don't know if you want to be sad. You know, you only want a good story. Oh, I forgot to even tell you that one story too. The Benny Blanco story. I forgot to tell you that one. So, I don't know. No car chases today. It has to do with LA, though. But if y'all don't want it, if y'all don't want a sad story, I could save it. It's technically news, but it's one of those sad news stories. You doubt it's that sad? No, it's pretty sad. It's pretty dark. It's not. It was bad. Doubt it's that sad. I don't know. Was it? I think it might have been Woodland Hills. Oh, it does. You're close. You're close. The baby, it involved a child, and an adult, and a 7-year-old or a 9-year-old. Okay, now I have to tell you. Yeah, bro. Dude. This like astrology influencer freaked out about the eclipse. Like, this girl was, like, posting about the eclipse and was like, it's the apocalypse. And it's like, and just was, like, freaking out about it. And then, literally, when the eclipse, like, right before it happened, like, just went crazy. And then, like, stabbed her boyfriend, pushed her kids out of a car on the freeway, and then drove into a tree. Like, it was all bad. And it was all, literally, she just freaked out about the eclipse. And this was somebody on, like, dude, I think her post would get, like, millions of Twitter views. And I was like, dude, what? Dude, it's the wickedest story ever. So, like, someone actually believed, like, the apocalypse and, like, went, like, nuts. It was bad. I told you it was a bad story. You were like, nah, it's not that bad. I was like, that's probably one of the most terrible things. Like, bro, I didn't think anybody was like that into the eclipse thing like that, but like, dude, that's sad. She died. One of her kids died, and then one of the kids survived, and then, I don't know, I think the boyfriend survived. Like, it was just the eclipse, though. You got these accounts and people believe, but that's the weird part is that it was one of the people who was posting the stuff. So like she was like leading into it, she was just going off on Twitter about how like the eclipse is she's like people die. She was like making videos about it, and like she was the one who was putting out all the videos. So I don't even think her followers did anything remotely similar, but yeah, bro, it's crazy. And bro, everything green bean on the day, man. 1.37 for the NASDAQ, SPY 0.7, high ticker, still very good momentum, holding near the highs. Bonds got a little bit of a gain. GL still back near the low. Octa's on the high. And then J, and then Googly Woogly. That's been going all day. And we still have a lot of time. 2 hours left. Marvell, actually. Marvell, but it did absolutely nothing at the event. Would you quit trading if you lost everything? No, I'd get a job, save up, try to get enough for a house flip or finesse business. Start over. It's the only thing you can do. We've had this discussion several times over the years. I have been asked what I'd do. I've said I'd work at like Costco, Starbucks, I'd be at the Apple store until I could get a bag. I'd start a little baby long term. I wouldn't trade until I like found a way to get a side hustle and had some like extra playing money, you know? I went to Costco yesterday or 2 days ago. I literally went to Costco the other day. You made over 200K past 2 days and just lost it all? Nah, don't trip. I mean, I don't think, I think there's bigger things at hand. Like, I don't think you should quit, but I think that's just more like risk management to a degree, or like you wanted to take the risk, you know? Like, I wouldn't beat yourself up too hard about it. I'd figure out what to do, but if that cleared you out completely, I wouldn't use that. I wouldn't, like, you're not just going to walk away. Long time. I didn't buy Kirkland. I haven't bought gold in a really long time. These gold coins that I'm, like, every time I do this, bro. I've had these coins for almost 10 years. Like, it blows my mind to think about. It's been almost 10 years I've had these same exact coins. I have Pamp Swiss bars, too. You know, they're still in their little plastic thing, but I've had it for a while. So I didn't buy any at the time. So you can sell them if it's been 10 years? I guess so, huh? I never thought about it, but I don't really want to sell them. I'm just going to hold them. Like Google Big Can. Remember, Google was just leading not too long ago. SPY's still in the high. So is Apple. A little bit, 159. Yeah, I don't know. It's been 10 years, but I think I'd hold that. SPY, the high ticker is going crazy here on the high. Literally all full RPM. SPY's going up again. Google, Apple, GE, AMAT, Microsoft, the banks now, even Citi's starting to go up. So again, all of those are starting to move right here. I think earnings mode, bro. Keep that in mind. I think people might be getting ready for that. That's it, because if we're already going to be like pre-CPI levels and everybody's brushing it off, I mean, they're going to start talking earnings, Habibi. Can you guys hear him? Bostic was supposed to be on, but he hustled you. There's probably a municipal bond auction. He's a little busy. I think she's coming on. I wanted to hear their whispers. VIX futures, huge candle. VIX is down. So on some of these days when we be going up like this, the VIX would be going up with it, but VIX is actually down. Russell, not the leader. Russell's actually behind the SPY. I thought it was going to be right behind the NASDAQ. Boston trading the Muni. All right. I'm going to go to the bathroom, give you like 5 minutes of exposure therapy, and then we'll do earnings previews. Does that sound like a good plan? Corinne looks...
So a couple of things, and then we'll go into...
Looks good today. I like the outfit. Hot pink.
Do I sound like I have an echo?
Did I tell you guys?
Can we...
At one point...
Fix the sound?
As honestly, I'm surprised,
Okay.
My
All right,
favorite
great.
color when I was a
So
kid
from
was
Buffalo-
hot pink.
From
I love
Buffalo
this
and Kansas
pink.
City to Uvalde and Monterey
Honestly,
Park,
I want
we have
my
seen
car
the
this color. I'm going to
epidemic
go wrap
of
one of
gun
my
violence
cars hot
tearing
pink.
apart communities
I just inspired
nationwide,
myself.
leaving empty seats
Mhm.
at dining room tables
All right,
across
I'll be
the
right back.
country. The president and the vice president have spent countless hours with families who have lost loved ones to the senseless violence. And they all say the same thing: do something. These same families and other survivors of gun violence turned their pain into purpose. They organized, demanded action, and marched for their lives. And thanks to their collective efforts, President Biden signed the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the most significant gun safety law in nearly 30 years. Today, we are building on that progress and announcing a new rule that saves lives by requiring background checks for all gun dealers engaged in the business of firearms dealing, including for guns sold at gun shows and online. This new rule implements the only significant expansion of background check requirements since then Senator Biden helped shepherd the Brady bill over the finish line in 1993. Today's new action furthers the Biden-Harris administration's historic efforts to stop the illegal flow of guns and hold those who supply firearms used in crime accountable. But there's still much work to be done. President Biden and Vice President Harris continue to call on Congress to enact universal background checks and finish the job. Now, as you all have reported overnight, Russia launched another large round of aerial assaults against Ukraine's energy grid as Vladimir Putin's continue to try to break the spirit of the Ukrainian people and plunge them into darkness. Russia struck the largest power plant in Kyiv Oblast, as well as power facilities in 5 other regions across Ukraine. As President Zelensky said in the recent days, Ukraine needs more air defenses and interceptors to protect its people and critical infrastructure against Russian missiles and Iranian-supplied drones. We need the House of Representatives, Republicans specifically, obviously, but the House of Representatives, to take urgent action to pass the bipartisan National Security Supplemental Bill so we can send Ukraine more air defenses. And let me correct myself. It's actually the House of Representatives. We need the Speaker to put that bill on the floor because we know we would get overwhelming support from Republicans and Democrats, obviously. So we need to see that bill put on the floor. That was passed overwhelmingly in the Senate. The strikes in Ukraine over the past 24 hours are another terrible reminder that Ukraine's need is critical. And now turning over to Gaza, I wanted to provide an update on our efforts to do all we can to increase the amount of humanitarian assistance reaching Gaza and ease the humanitarian suffering. As you know, when President Biden last spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu just last week, he was clear that Israel must announce and implement a series of specific, concrete, measurable steps to address humanitarian suffering. The past few days have shown some promise. Israel made the commitment to open the Ashdod port for the direct delivery of assistance into Gaza, to open a new crossing for a new route for assistance to reach North Gaza, and to significantly increase deliveries from Jordan directly into Gaza. And over the past few days, over 1,000 trucks loaded with humanitarian aid have gotten into Gaza, and with over 300 trucks going into Gaza yesterday alone. That's good progress. But it's still not enough, and we hope to see the progress continue and accelerate. This afternoon, President Biden will welcome
Bro, what the
President
fuck
Marcos
is
of the
happening?
Philippines to the White House for his second meeting at the White
Bro,
House.
everything is audit. Bro, even gold is ripping up right now.
Security Advisor,
Bro, Bond just took a bid, SPY ripping up. I mean, dollar is break even, but my good dude, everything is launching up.
The first ever trilateral leaders summit
5208 now.
States, Japan,
I mean,
and
it's crazy. You're
Philippines
still,
during President
what,
Biden's
60
meeting
points
with
off the
President
high?
Marcos, the two
But
presidents
now
will
this is
mark
way
the
higher than
unprecedented
any of these
strength
other
of the
points now
alliance
at the bare
between
minimum. You're
the
filling the
United
gap
States and
here
the Philippines.
for the last
leaders
2
will
days
discuss
of
initiatives to
pre-CPI.
enhance economic and energy security, bolster maritime cooperation, invest in critical infrastructure, and deepen.
Bostic hasn't even said anything. If he was talking, we would have blamed him.
Ironclad U.S. alliance commitments to the Philippines. Following the meeting, the president will host the historic Trilateral Leaders Summit as leading maritime democracies. The United States, Japan, and the Philippines share a joint vision for the future of the Indo-Pacific, and with this leader-level trilateral, we are taking our cooperation to new heights. Our national security advisors met in Tokyo last June.
Morgan Stanley Wealth Management probed by multiple federal regulators.
Three governments have met on topics as varied as economic security
is Morgan
and
Stanley
maritime
big drop?
cooperation. Today,
Yo,
the leaders
Morgan
will announce new
Stanley
initiatives to accelerate
probed by
and surge high-quality
federal
infrastructure
regulators.
investments in the Philippines, enhance energy security, deepen maritime cooperation, and strengthen partnerships on technology and cybersecurity. Our three countries embark on this new era of trilateral cooperation as trusted, equal partners guided by shared values and an unwavering commitment to a free,
those are far
open,
out.
peaceful, and prosperous Indo-Pacific. With that, Darlene, it's good to see you.
Good to see you too. Thank you. To jump off
Big
of
drop
what
on
you
there
were
again. You're
saying
gonna have
in
bank
Tucker about
earnings.
Gaza, the USAID administrator Samantha Power has said that she accepts as credible.
Okay, I grabbed next week's, but they're far. I'm gonna just flip them real quick.
Does the president and the White
How many was
House
that?
share that assessment? And if so, you were talking about the progress is good, but more needs to be done. What more can be
Exactly.
done?
The progress is good. More needs to be done. I talked about the commitment that Israel had, the Prime Minister gave to the president just last week, and I talked about the port, and I talked about the new border crossings in northern Gaza. We need to see.
No, I bought
that
puts for
open
like
up,
three.
that
I got
move forward.
72.50
But we've seen
puts.
some
I bought
progress, right? The opening
3 of them for 3 cents,
more
$9.
routes, and also
I don't know if
more
they're gonna
trucks,
hit
as I
though.
just laid out. We've seen more than
I think they're a
1,000
little too
trucks in
far
the
out.
last
Those
3
are the only
days.
contracts
Look,
that didn't
specifically to
go
Samantha
crazy. But
Powers and her
again, the last
comments,
couple.
our
What was that other
understanding
play
is
we
that the latest
did?
reporting
Was it
from
Boeing?
The integrated
Boeing,
food
the
security
spreads did the
phase
exact same thing.
classification indicates that the famine is imminent in Gaza, and that's why we're trying to do everything that we can to uptick, obviously, the humanitarian aid. We know how dire the situation is in Gaza, so we are certainly deeply concerned about these reports, and so we've been working around the clock to get more of that aid into Gaza. And so we're going to continue to do this. We're going to continue to push Israel to increase the flow that is getting into Gaza. And like I said, I've laid out their commitments. There are 2 other ways that we want to see their commitment continue, which is that port that I just mentioned at the top and just moments ago, and so also those the routes in northern Gaza. So there's more work to be done, but again, 1,000 trucks over the last 3 days is an improvement. It's good promise. We need to see more.
Yeah, they just flushed.
Was
Contracts
there
went
any
up.
reaction from
Plus,
the
he kept
president
it
to
small
O.J.
just in
Simpson's
case.
death?
Maybe I think we might get some bank exposure on
Has?
that.
If so, how? When?
But if anything,
So I'll
that
say
just
this, our
that literally
thoughts are
just
with,
that's big news.
with
We
his
got it early,
families during this
but it
difficult time,
flipped it
obviously,
from
with his
there.
family and loved ones.
That thing went from
And I'll
highs
say
to
this, I
lows
know
real
that
quick.
They have asked for some privacy, and so we're going to respect that. I'll just leave it there.
Yeah, Morgan Stanley's still dropping.
Iran is threatening a
Apple's still
significant
running.
attack against Israel. With all of the U.S. assets in the region, will the U.S. provide assistance in thwarting this attack? How is the U.S. preparing to respond?
So look, you heard from the president directly yesterday. He mentioned this at the top of his press conference and laid out our concerns, certainly, about these threats that are being made. And he made very clear as well that America's support for Israel's security is ironclad, especially against these threats that's coming from Iran and their proxies. And so the president made that clear as well when he spoke to President President Netanyahu just last week, as I mentioned moments ago. I want to be really careful. I'm not going to get into operational procedures from here. Beyond that, we've made ourselves very, very clear. The President made himself very clear just yesterday, and so I just don't have anything else to add beyond that.
But we certainly have done joint strikes against Iranian proxies in the recent weeks and months. Should we be braced for joint strikes against, in response to an Iranian strike against Israel?
I want to be super mindful. I don't want to get into hypotheticals here. What we have made very clear, obviously we've seen the threats coming from Iran, and so we have made ourselves very clear where we stand in supporting Israel's security. That is ironclad. That does not change. I'm just not going to get into details about our operational procedures from here.
Just one more on this. So General Kurilla is in the Middle East. He's making a stop in Israel. He's reportedly there to help, coordinate with Israel ahead of this expected attack. What does that coordination look like? What does that mean exactly?
I will refer you to SETCOM. Okay.
Great. Just to follow up on that topic, has Iran been in touch via intermediaries with Washington to indicate that when it responds to Israel's attack on its embassy, on its Syrian embassy, that it will not escalate?
So obviously we don't want this conflict to spread. We've been very clear about that. And we've been very clear that to Iran that we're not involved in the Damascus strike, right? We've been also very clear. I'm not going to get into public back and forth. We communicated to Iran that the U.S. had no involvement in the strike, as I just mentioned, that happened in Damascus, and we warned Iran not to use this attack as a pretext to escalate further in the region or attack U.S. facilities or personnel.
Yeah, Morgan Stanley probe is getting absolutely killed.
Not to speak beyond
those
that.
Those contracts got a little bit of a bid, but now the spreads are tightening up on the whole chain. It was news of multiple federal probes into their wealth management unit.
And following up on something that the president said yesterday with regard to Julian Assange, he indicated that the U.S. is considering a deal. To what extent does the White House and the president weigh in with DOJ on this, considering that it's a DOJ-led run, or a DOJ-led...
All right, Corinne. Thank you. But Chad Adonia, are you ready? Well, we got that news very, very early. Actually, I might be down to make these free. All right, I sold out at 9 cents on the Morgan Stanleys. Oh, did I not sell all of them? I think I did. Yeah. So I sold out 9 cents. So I made them all free. That was 3 cents to 9 cents real quick. Bro, that rally here, though, everything started going nuts. So, again, tomorrow, I'm sure people are going to be excited for whatever happens there. But, my goodness. My goodness. Even the bonds, again, gold is hitting 23.80 right now. It's literally, I think gold, is it a new high? I don't want to wait. Yeah, gold is literally $4 off the all-time high again. So that's literally flipped $30 in a day. That's insane. But then again, everything's up. Even the dollar's right at break even, but you got up even a little bit higher. So factor in yesterday. I mean, what? You dropped about 1% yesterday. Now you're right back up. So you are right here, pre-levels. Not so bad. Yeah, so it is that time, baby. That being said, we'll see where the market closes here. We have a little bit of time, but now it is time for the bank earnings. So, Chad, welcome back. Does it feel like we left? I feel like we never left. You know what I'm saying? I feel like we never left. I feel like this whole time we've been in earnings mode since the beginning of the year, but we are back to earnings previews. Earnings kicks off tomorrow morning with JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Citi, BlackRock, and I think there's one more, but Chad, we have our earnings previews. We're going to go over what is expected. We're going to go over what the option chain and the market maker is thinking. We're going to go over the 2 standard deviations, and we are going to see if there is any cheap option plays. So, that being said, I hope you guys are familiar. If you're not, there is a tutorial called Ghetto Standard Deviation. If you go on YouTube, you will find that tutorial. It will explain how we are going over any of these plays, but I'm going to show you guys what the market maker is thinking, and then we are going to go over the strategy to see if there's a cheap play. Now, one of the big themes we've been saying, yes, money that you need is cursed. So don't gamble on these plays. Be very, very wise. A lot of these plays are, most of them, every single one of them, is going to be extremely low probability. That's why we are going to be looking for cheap plays with low exposure and high upside. But these plays are more likely going to lose than not. So you have to approach them with caution and be wise. And hopefully you're not betting the farm for no reason because it's earnings and then literally it went crazy. So a lot of back and forth. I hope you are wise with it. Good luck. And now let's get into it. The first one, let's start with JP Morgan, baby. All of these are tomorrow morning. So by tomorrow morning, they will all report. If you want to make a play on them, they have to be now. But JP Morgan, they are expecting revenue of $41.67 billion. Net interest income, FTE 23.1, reported 22.9E. Non-interest income, $18.55 billion. Provisions for credit losses, $2.7 billion. Non-interest expense, $22.93 billion. Efficiency ratio of 55.1. EPS of $4.17. Net interest margin, 2.75%. And average earning assets, $3.39 trillion. Net charge-offs, $2.13 billion. Ending loans, $1.3 trillion. Non-performing loans, $7.1 billion. Book value of $107.03. Tangible book value of $88.11. Since last quarter, January 11th, JP Morgan is up 14.4. S&P is up 7.6. And XLF is up by 8.7. Near-term options imply 3.6% move. Revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters. Last 4 quarters, loss of 1, gain of 2, gain of 1, gain of 8. And that's it. So not priced in to move a lot. But like I said earlier in the day, I told you guys I was going to remind you of this, but bank stocks don't really move too crazy on earnings. So JP Morgan is up 15% since last quarter. But last earnings, they only moved 1%. We lost on our JP Morgan earnings play. So keep that in mind. But it says they're pricing in only 3.6. I believe that's accurate. It wasn't a lot. 196. So 287 plus 405. That's like what? 690? 698? I think it was higher yesterday. We'll go with 698. So 698 divided by 196.09, 3.5%. And that's what the preview said. So the market maker believes that JP Morgan is going to move 3.5%, $6.98 either up or down. That is one standard deviation. That is what is priced in and expected by the option chain and market maker. So now if we did the ghetto standard deviation, we're going to double that up. 698 times 2 should be like right under 14. 1396. So that leaves you with 210 to the upside. Those are 50 cents. Not a bad price for a $200 stock. Honestly, I kind of love it. But that's how it was last time. Just remember, banks don't move. And you would need a 6% move. And then 1396. $182.14 to the downside. 50 cents. So $100 both ways. So if you wanted to play it both ways, it would be a little bit more expensive. So remember, I made a play on this the other day. I spent $60. I grabbed 2 of the 215s because I tried to go for it a little bit earlier, but then literally we started dumping the last 2 days. So I went a little further than 2, but these plays are down. And then I did not grab any of the puts. So, yeah, it's kind of tempting just because I don't think the options are priced bad, but, like, these don't move. Like, that's the thing. The bank stocks, I think Citi might have a better chance of moving. So let's go over Citi, but for now, I'll keep my calls. I might be down to even sell one. So then the max loss I'll take would be like 30 plus 10, like $40. Because remember, I bought two. Yeah, I think morning of or after, you may be a little better off. But that is Bank of or JP Morgan. Bank of JP Morgan. That was JP Morgan. So the next one is Citi. Citi. Can't you see? Oh, okay. Sometimes book value hypnotize me. No? Okay. You'll see what I'm talking about. Revenue is expected to be $20.46 billion. Provision for credit losses, $2.63 billion. Non-interest expense, $14.31 billion. EPS, $1.18. Net interest margin, 2.45%. Net interest earning assets, $2.23 trillion. Net charge-offs, $2.09 billion. Ending loans, $685.9 billion. Ending deposits, $1.3 trillion. Book value per share, $99.53. Tangible book value, $86.73. Price history since last close, January 12th. Citi is up 14.8, S&P 500 is up 7.6, and XLF is up by 9.0. Near-term options imply 4.3% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 1. Break even, loss of 4, gain of 5. Revenue has beaten consensus 17 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. So, honestly, kind of sounds just like JP Morgan. If you didn't get my little song joke, the only thing, Citi is trading well below their book value. I think they're the only big bank that is right now. I think all the other ones are trading above. But they moved about the same. They're pricing in a little bit more. And then in the last year, even last earnings, they only moved 1%. But they haven't moved anything more than 5%. So 2 standard deviations, you'll probably need an 8% move. But let's price it in for fun. 60, so 84 cents, like right in the middle. And then $1.52. 180. That's like 260. Is it? 183. Oh shit. Oh yeah, plus we'll say. Yeah, 230. Oh, 234. 231. All right, we'll go with 231. TD Ameritrade's right on the money. So 231 divided by $60.63. That's 3.8%, a little bit less than what we had here on the preview. So the market is pricing in 3.8%. The market, the option chain, thinks that Citi will move $2.31 either direction after earnings. So you could play within the money if you would like. That's if you think it'll just, if anything surprising happens now, we're going to take the 231 and then double it and give it to the next person. That leaves us with 462. Add that to 64. That leaves us with 65.26 to the upside. Ooh, 27. These were cheaper last time. 66s are 18 cents. So not bad, but again, you just need something that doesn't move to move. And what did we say it was? 460, right? 462. 55.98. So 65 and then 55.98. 9 cents. Yeah, not bad. So again, they're priced. The only thing that sucks, I mean, Citi is priced like what, 4 times less than the price of JP Morgan. So comparative to the share price, but I do like the calls. I'm kind of mad they went up. Oh yeah, I really like these. These were expensive the other day. So I'm down with Citi. Gotta call, I gotta put. I can make the money both ways. I'm down with the put as well too Honestly, I think we're going to spend what? I went one off of 2 standard deviations, and then I'm grabbing the put there for 9 cents. So not a recommendation. You will lose money. 66 call, 55 put. There's been 18 for the call and then 9 cents for the put. It was 66 call. Again, it's a cheaper stock, and I like it both ways because Citi's moved a lot, but they're the underperformer. So even then, even to the upside, but then they've moved 15%. I like Citi. Hopefully JP Morgan isn't the one that ends up being the mover, but I like it. I like it. And then Intel's finally moving. Shukran, Habibi. That's what we needed, Habibi. Come on. Why are you so shy? Yeah, it'll have to move 6%. It may not. It may move more after earnings, like we said. Sometimes the banks do a little bit better the morning after. So I'm just giving the nature of like their value. And you never know if they surprise here. But I spent about, what, $20, $27 both ways. So that's the first play. And then what's the next one? BlackRock? I don't like playing BlackRock. I think it's going to be too expensive too. Hold on. It's very expensive. That was Citi. Again, I think the next one's, is there any other banks? Or is the next one just BlackRock and that's it? All right, you guys want to try it? Revenue $4.65 billion. Oh, I don't know. Revenue $4.65 billion. Oh, it won't go. Revenue $4.65 billion. Advisory, administration, and lending $3.86 billion. Performance $89.3 million. Technology and risk management $386.7 million. Distribution $337.2 million. Advisory and other $27.8 million. Operating expenses total $3.01 billion. Compensation and benefits $1.54 billion. Operating income $1.72 billion. EPS $9.39. Ending AUM $10, 400T. That's average AUM $10, 179T. Net inflows total $77.86 billion. Price history for Q1 since 11 Jan close. BLK 1.2%, S&P 500 negative. Plus 7, 5%, XLF plus 7, 7%. Last 4 quarter percent moves plus 1%, 1%, 2%. He didn't do it as good. Last 4 quarters, though, BlackRock, gain of 1, loss of 1, loss of 2, gain of 3. Revenue has beaten consensus 11 of the last 20 with 2 in line. EPS has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. And near-term options imply a 3.1% move. Oh, wasn't too bad. I have to tell him the negative and positive numbers. That's for BlackRock. That's my brother you're hearing. All righty. So again, BlackRock is a $780 stock. I don't know if you guys are going to play this one. At $785 exactly. So pricing in $25. So $25 is priced in. 25 divided by 785, 41, 3.1% priced in. $50 both ways, so $785 plus 50, $835 to the upside. $300. Still kind of expensive. I am the real Josh. No, I am. No, I am. Good guy. So 50 again, $300 for those. And then $50 will be what? $735 to the downside. I think that might be it, boys. $200. Unless you want it. I don't know. So you're going to need $500 to play BlackRock both ways. I say we skip it and wait. They're actually kind of underperforming, though, compared to all the other banks. So quite interesting, but I think we're going to leave it there. I think that's all the earnings. Is there any other banks you guys want me to cover? I think Citi is going to be our only play. We went both ways on Citi. Citi, can't you see? And then Morgan Stanley still clap. We had a nice flip on that. We got some plays there. You just YOLO'd on JPM. Don't hate you. Okay. I have very deja vu. I feel like you said that last time on the last earnings. But either way, I mean, the bank contracts aren't priced bad. Bank stocks just don't move. So like I just went with Citi because it moves more. But JP Morgan, I mean, you could get $50 plays for a $200 stock. And I mean, it moves a lot. So last time, again, it moved JP. I'm kept one of them, or I have both of them now. I think I'm going to sell the other one, actually. I'm going to wait, though, till close, because last time I did a pre-earnings and I sold out a little earlier. I just remember it ramped up at close. So the market's kind of crackheady right now after that little ramp up, but I'm going to sell one of them by close for sure. So then my risk, I'm going to lose $10 on that contract, and then I'll only have $20 to the upside on JP Morgan. Crackheady, yeah, it's an adjective. And then SPY going up, I don't know. That would be the image next to it. Crackheady would show you this. 5210, man. That's very surprising. You have filled the gap. You're higher than any range that I was expecting for like a little bit of like relief. I think this goes beyond that, but now take a look. You're like smack dab right in the middle of everything from last week. So even remember last Friday or last Thursday, it was crazy. Last Thursday we died. This Thursday we're running up. And then last Friday we had the bounce. So, but you're like right in the middle of that. Citi, 55 put, 66 call. One of each. I spent, it was like $20, $25 or $27 for both of them. So 2 standard deviations. You know, tutorial will not fail you. That one was easy. Next week, TSM. TSM, they gave that sales update already too. And then gold, bro, right? I'm getting squeezed. I'm down 3K on gold now. Literally just in one day. And that was from, I think I was only down 700 at one point, not too long ago. But gold's near the high. It's very squeezy. 66 1 week out on Citi, yeah. Citi. I can't believe it's already earnings. But yeah, I think we're done with earnings, man. So I don't know if you guys have any other questions. I don't think there's any other ones, but get ready. This is going to define everything. And then Corinne is still going. Oh, you can't escape. I just needed to take a pee now. But you can't escape, homie.
Of course, we need to see more progress. Of course, we know how dire the situation is.
Good luck, buddy.
In Israel.
Good luck.
And I'm sorry, in Gaza. And so we're going to continue to have those conversations with Israel government.
Yeah, thanks, Kareem. You said President Biden still hasn't made a decision on taking executive action on the border. Why is there a holdup on making a final decision on this? What factors are being considered before the White House makes a call on this matter?
I mean, look, Joe, we spent a couple of months working with the Senate, Republicans and Democrats, to make sure that we came up with a bipartisan solution to deal with the border, right, to deal with the challenges at the border. We believe that that was the best way. We still believe that's the best way to move forward because it would be tough, it would be fair, and it's gotten support from places that you would never think, right? The U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the Border Patrol Union. That's important. And so we believe that is the best way to move forward here. We're always going to evaluate other options as it relates to executive action, but we are going to continue to be clear here. The best way to move forward is to get that bipartisan proposal forward, and for Republicans to not pick politics here, to pick majority of the American people.
I mean, is it a matter of there's being concerns about opening the administration up to litigation on this with executive action?
I mean, that's why we came up with the bipartisan proposal, right? Because we believe the way to actually deal with this is legislation. The way to actually deal with this is to turn legislation into law, obviously. And so that is the best way to move forward. And no executive action is going to have the full resources that we need to get this done. We're going to evaluate all of our options, as we've been saying, but we have to continue to be really clear here. Republicans need to act. They need to move forward.
Thank you. Following up on my colleagues, Weija and Peter, you said earlier that the president is doing everything he can on getting humanitarian aid into Gaza. I have to respectfully suggest that that's not true, because it took until 7 aid workers were killed last week for the president to even suggest that he would change U.S. policy and possibly condition defense aid on the humanitarian situation in Israel. So how can you stand there and say the president is doing everything he can,
Apple,
when for weeks and weeks
largest
and weeks now,
gain in 11
even
months.
as NGOs and aid groups warned,
Bro, Apple's up 4%
that
right now.
famine was imminent.
That's very big
He
green shoot,
continued
Habibi.
to refuse to pull on that lever.
So I think that's a
and
big
link
part of here too.
Defense aid to humanitarian aid.
So first of all, the president has we've done airdrops. We're going to do this peer. We've talked about for the past several months how we need to do more and how we're going to uptake our efforts to get that humanitarian aid into Gaza. We understand what's going on. We understand that the dire needs there are. And so the president we've announced, we're going to do this peer, right? We've done this airdrops. And so we have had the conversation with the prime minister multiple times, with the Israeli government almost every day on what needs to be done. And we've had those conversations with them. And so now we are seeing an uptick. That is important. That is indeed what we want to see. We've also been working on doing this hostage deal. The president has been working around the clock. So I take offense to what you're saying, because it isn't true. The president has been working on this hostage deal for months now. For months now. For months now. And that is a way to make sure that there's a temporary ceasefire that could hopefully lead to something longer, get those hostages home, and get humanitarian aid. And so that is what we have been also focusing on really diligently for the last 20 years.
With all due respect,
Yeah.
my question was on the humanitarian situation in Gaza and the famine, which has been something that
But
aid
that's
groups
the
have warned
same. The
about for
hostage
weeks.
deal includes humanitarian aid getting into Gaza. That's what he's been working on, this humanitarian aid to get into Gaza and also get those hostages home.
Why is it? Because it sounds like.
But you're saying that we haven't done anything.
No.
No, but
You said
that's
the
what you're
president
saying.
has been doing all he can.
He's been working 24/7 around the clock to
I have
he
no
can.
doubt. But he has not until recently even suggested that he would condition military aid, which Israel needs, on them allowing food and humanitarian aid into Gaza, which the people of Gaza need. That has been, I hate to use the term,
humble business. On a Friday, Junior, baby.
I'm not, and you've heard from National Security Advisor, I'm not going to get into red lines from here. Here's what I can say. The hostage deal includes getting the humanitarian aid in.
Gold new high. Now it's murdering me.
We're going to continue to do
Bro,
that.
this
You've
is
heard us
crazy.
say that we've worked around the clock.
Again, dollar high, or dollar still higher from yesterday. That's the only thing that's came down, but SPY still high. I guess dollar's in the green, but bonds now in the green still too. Apple best day in 11 months right now. Post hot CPI and cooler PPI, depending on who you ask.
With the Prime Minister, and so it is important. It is important to get that aid in. We
Pfizer's still murdered.
We understand that, and we're going to have those conversations every day.
Not bad. It's still green, but generally did nothing. Where's Abby at? Gold new high on the
earlier
the futures are $2 below the high, but gold's going up.
Cameron, the British Foreign Secretary, he has in recent weeks
Apple's Apple, baby.
Orban, leader of Hungary. He has said he's spoken to Mohammed bin Salman, the de facto leader of Saudi Arabia.
And then Morgan Stanley's still down. They dropped almost 5.
History of Republican presidential candidates.
Yeah, GL down 48, got halted at the low. Again, SPY still holding up. High taker is very active.
Hashtag territory, telling people vote for or against someone.
Axie Ricardo.
Concerned
he loves it.
That this private citizen could be working against U.S. interests in the interests of his own political ones.
And you're talking about his meeting specifically with
foreign leaders. Lord Cameron is talking with MBS, Viktor Orban, and others possibly.
So look, as it relates to other leaders and those types of meetings, specifically, let's talk about David Cameron. The UK noted earlier this week it is common for officials from other countries to meet with representatives of different parties. That includes the United States, as we routinely meet with political leaders of different parties as well. For instance, we hosted Israeli opposition leader Yair Lapid yesterday at the beginning of the week. And so it's not uncommon. I'm going to be really careful here because you're talking about a presidential candidate. I'm going to be really mindful. I used David Cameron as an example, but I'm going to be really mindful of not speaking beyond that. Okay.
Governor Moore is apparently on the Hill today. He was there earlier this week meeting with lawmakers. Has he been down at the White House to meet with officials to talk about funding for the bridge? And can you give us an update on the president's conversations with lawmakers to get that funding moving forward?
So we have said to Congress that we want to continue to work with them to make sure that the Key Bridge is back up and that the Baltimore gets what it needs, certainly to be whole again. And obviously we're getting that port open. We've been in regular touch with Governor Moore. The president was with him very recently, and they have had continuous conversations about what Baltimore needs. The president said when he was in Baltimore, we will be with Baltimore and the state of Maryland for as long as they need to get this done. I don't have a specific readout to share with you, but we've been in regular communication. Our Office of Legislative Affairs has been in regular communication with members of Congress. Our intergovernmental affairs folks, Tom Perez, has been leading on this issue as it relates to Baltimore and the needs there. And also, let's not forget our Department of Labor has been very involved as well, making sure, dealing with the economic situation and how we can help on that front as well. So don't have anything to read out as far as conversations, but we've been there for them.
And is there any better sense now that we're another week past this and the president's conversation last week and the briefing he got there on an estimate of how much this is going to cost?
So I don't have an estimate for you. We're going to talk to the Maryland delegation, have those conversations. Don't have an estimate for you to share. Department of Transportation announced $60 million really right after the week after the bridge collapsed, and so we know that's there to help. Don't have a final estimation. Obviously, we're going to continue to talk to the delegation. Okay, John.
Thanks, Kareem. Back in late December, President Biden, in response to a question that I asked him, said that he could not think of one reason for presidents to receive total immunity from prosecution. 4 months later, does the president continue to have that same belief?
I don't have anything beyond what the president shared with you.
And in 2 weeks' time, a Supreme Court case will happen. It's Donald J. Trump versus the United States. Earlier this week, there was an amicus brief that was filed by more than a dozen retired generals and admirals opposing this legal theory that Donald Trump and his lawyers have, that he does have total immunity from criminal prosecution. Does the White House, the administration, plan to file an amicus brief of their own on this particular issue?
I would refer you to Department of Justice.
Is there any effort to have the former presidents that you know of to file an amicus brief taking one side or another on this particular issue?
Say that one more time.
Is there any effort that you are aware of the former presidents, the predecessors of President Biden, President George W. Bush, President Bill Clinton, President Barack Obama, Jimmy Carter, to file a joint amicus brief, either taking a position one way or another on this particular matter?
No.
Yeah, thanks, Karine. I'm going to ask you about inflation. So yesterday in the Rose Garden, the president said that when he came into office, inflation was skyrocketing, but it was 1.4% in January of 2021, and that was the 11th consecutive month at that time under 2%. So was the president misleading Americans?
So when the president took office, and you know this, there was a pandemic. It was closing down businesses, closing down schools. And so it was drastically disrupting the supply chain. Let's not forget about that. And so that's what was going on. And that caused inflation around the world to increase. We know that. And then further increasing inflation was the Russia's war in Ukraine. And in fact, many other countries are even worse off because of what we've seen with Russia's war. So the president took historic action to deal with the disruption of the supply chain. Let's not forget what he did with the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. And so we have made progress in lowering costs. We've made progress in dealing with inflation. But that's what was happening when we walked in. The pandemic, the disruption of the supply chain. All of these things were happening when the president took office.
The president didn't say the supply chain was being disrupted. He said inflation was skyrocketing.
But that's what he was referring to, right? That's what was going on. Those were the things that were happening right before us. The pandemic, it was taking thousands of lives.
Joe
a day
Biden said the
when
rate
he
cut
took office.
is going to be a
Schools
month
were
delayed.
Closed. Majority of schools were closed. Businesses were closed.
Biden made rate cut
and
comments
we had a supply
yesterday.
chain that was disrupted. And so that's what the president was speaking to and laying out. And then inflation down the road became even more, increased even more because of the war that Russia had taken on into Ukraine.
But the Fed supply chain measure actually went down in November at that time. So is the president being honest about inflation?
The president has said what he said what he saw when he took office. The pandemic.
He said what he saw,
right?
And he
It
saw what
disrupted
he
the
said
supply
because he
chain.
said he
We
did
know,
what he saw.
you know
what
what
he saw.
happens when
We know what
the
he saw,
supply
but he
chain
said
is
what he saw.
disrupted. You know what that
And you
leads
know
to.
what that is.
And so that's what he was
That's
speaking
what we
to.
just saying what we
And
saw
not
because
only
we
that,
saw it how we see it.
He had to.
So
we also
you gotta
saw
listen to
a
how you
war
heard it.
in Ukraine.
Otherwise, you ain't gonna
that-
hear how
that
you
Mr.
heard it
Putin,
and see it how
an
you saw it because we saw it how we
aggression that
see
Mr.
it, so we
Putin
call it how we
was
saw it when we
putting
see it,
into
and by
Ukraine,
seeing it,
set
you
forth.
see
And so the
how it
president had
was,
to
so you
take
saw
historic
it, so we
action,
see
take
it.
aggressive action in dealing with our disruption in the supply chain. He released the Strategic Petroleum Reserve so that we can deal with the supply chain, and he continued to take action to lower cost. And that's what we've seen, whether it's healthcare costs, whether it's dealing with junk fees, whether it's prescription drugs, lowering those costs. That's what the president took action in. But we saw what was happening when the president took office. We did. Okay.
Thanks, Karine. As you know, there's a tradition dating back to the Truman administration of offering intelligence briefings to major party presidential nominees. President Trump was
Bonds
declared
red
the
again.
presumptive nominee on March 6th. Has the White House offered intel briefings to former President Trump, and if so, how have they begun?
I would refer you to the ODNI. That's for them to speak to. Okay. Thanks, everybody. See you tomorrow.
That's the last question. You guys did good. You guys did good, man. You only have to listen to like a quarter of that. Again, we had earnings preview. She was on there for a while. She did not like that last question. I felt she's like, I'll just refer you. And then Morgan Stanley, again, Chatadonia. So again, they had that news they're getting probed. They're down 6 now. I don't know. We made our plays free on that. I think we just got, I went like super duper far out the money and those still hit. She does not. Speaking of where is Disney? Disney 118, man. Still no 120s ever since the Peltz thing. We didn't do PGR. Do they report tomorrow? Progressive. I think they had a pretty decent move last time. But no, we didn't. When is the Twitch for adults going to be back up? What do you mean Twitch for adults? Sounds like some nasty shit. No, but I'll see you in probably 11 days, depending on how I feel. That's it. I mean, maybe 12 days. Maybe 12 days. I might revolt for 1 day minimum. At least, I must, let them know what's up. So like I think I have like 11 more days left on the ban, but I'm gonna do 12 so that they know I banned myself. And I'm like, you know what? I don't have to turn this back on. I don't. I want them to know. Who's they is Twitch, Amazon. I want Jeff. Hopefully you can make it up the ranks to Jeff. Hefe. A geo pause due to volatility. Yeah, Morgan Stanley's down 7. I swear it's down even more, though. I want to say it was up like 1 point something before it flipped. But yeah, Morgan Stanley's getting murked right now. It's gone. And then we did Citi. That was the only play. I have the JP Morgans. I'm going to sell one of them before close, though. We did that play earlier. I'm glad I kept it cheaper, but so far, 0 for 2 on JP Morgan earnings or pre-earnings. It's a good stock, but it's never really, doesn't have the juice. Rest in peace, the juice, they say, today. It is almost power hour. 5 minutes. 5 minutes till power hour. And it's already been a crazy day. I mean, again, we started off, you had the bad day from yesterday. You actually held a down day after hot data. And then you wake up, the PPI is both good and bad, but generally, market takes it as relief. You go up, and then you sell off back to the low, and then you get a bid out of nowhere, and then a bad bond auction gets you a gigantic pop for the second half of the day, and then you stroll all the way back up to pre-CPI levels, right in the middle. It's wild, man. And now tomorrow, consumer sentiment, I don't know. I think all the data should get us moving, but then again, it's only 1 day. Well, that's why we got to see where it ends up, but we kind of have a problem. I don't know if we call it a problem, but today does. I mean, some of you call it a scam. Call it what you want, but today it's just kind of bad news, but not like bad news like, oh my God, the market's going down bad news. It's actually the reverse. Maybe it's good news depending on how you want to see it. Do you know? Just take a look now. If we're back up to what? Tuesday's level? Tuesday morning? I guess bond yields were up. Nah. No, you were at 4.3. But pretty much the market is ignoring the 10-year a little bit. Because again, you did hit a new high here today. You're right under 4.6. But now that we're back, I mean, nothing else has retreated back. I guess now you're a little bit down. But generally, even since Tuesday, though, market's back up, yields destroyed. This last 3, it's showing you market strength is what I'm telling you. So if we keep climbing on the 10-year and we're really not being that sensitive, or like the last year sensitive, but then you're quickly recovering, I mean, at the end of the day, though, you're only watching the dollars pulling apart, the bonds are pulling apart, but the market is still kind of staying glued together, or it's just pulling apart to the upside. Corn halving? Oh, Bitcoin? I don't know about sell the news. There might be a little bit of volatility, but it's usually generally bullish. Fubo for the long term. I mean, do you use it? I remember we were kind of intrigued by it. I mean, I'm glad I waited on it considering the price movements, but I mean, if you use it, like I said, with any of the plays nowadays, I mean, if there's something really expensive or kind of like ultra small cap, more or less, if your portfolio is balanced and as long as you don't make it, you know, a gigantic position, I mean, you're free to meander. I like that word, meander. And then GL unhalted. No way, bro. A short report from a company called Fuzzy Panda has this thing down 60% right now. This is insane. Bro, Fuzzy Panda, it just took off like 11 years of their stock price. Like the stock wasn't even doing that bad. That's actually insane. There's no way, actually. Should we be looking at calls? I know I don't know about buying shares, but is there cheap enough calls? Dude, what the hell? That's actually like insanity. Damn, a lot of people were buying those calls and they still even getting clapped. That's crazy. I don't know where Bostic is. He's probably on a municipal bond bender. It happens. He just blacks out. Nobody knows where he goes. We can't find him. And he just traded. Again, there was a 30-year bond. It is bond auction time, so I'm just saying, I don't know. You had 10-year yesterday, 30-year today. Bostic's missing. I don't know. U.S. Cyber Agency says theft of emails between officials and Microsoft poses unacceptable risk. Did it just get halted again? Might have. Yeah, Globe Life paused due to volatility. Boop. That's a crazy, man. What about Geo for the long? You just fucking buying everything for the long term today, huh? Have you ever used the Globe Life? You even have a snow globe? I don't even got a snow globe. You want to buy Globe Life? You don't even know. Do they sell insurance? Do they sell snow globes? What do they do? You want to buy Globe Life? We just going to buy gold. Just get my opinion. That's my opinion. I don't know what Globe Life is. I was not buying it for the long. I've never used Globe Life in my life. In my whole life, I've never used Globe Life in my life. It's crazy. And then pandas? Fuzzy Pandas is involved in this. I don't even know what that means, but it means something apparently. Marriott, again, travel. Banks are trying to make a move here to close. And Chad, welcome to Power Hour. They provide insurance. I figured it was insurance based on the one thing, but yeah. Remember, long term, I mean, you can put anything in your long term. So, I mean, don't. You know what I'm saying? There is a limit to what I could recommend, but nothing is a recommendation. But in general, it's like you could add anything. I kind of want to buy NVO just so I could buy a stock at all-time highs to show you guys, or, you know, and work something into the portfolio that I want that doesn't necessarily meet the full criteria or is just expensive, but I would try to stay with the criteria and go with what you know. But like I said, you know, you could always balance it out. As long as you have your other portfolio goals met, you could throw in a little bit of everything. A little bit of everything. Yeah, bond just died there at the end of the day. I mean, we'll see. The last couple days, markets would end up kind of following, but not today. But we'll see how long that lasts. But go with the names you know. Usually will take you a long way. Or he makes it easier. RVMD. GL has 3,000 employees. That's really weird, though, that a random short report brought it down like that. The company hasn't responded, but still, that's big, man. Globe Life. Should we call him? Hey, Globe Life. I was asked if I would put you in the long term. Would you like to state your case? Longest losing streak since October 2008. Down 10 consecutive days, 51% over this period. This would be the largest decrease on record back to available data of July 1st, 1982. This would be the lowest close since 2016. Worst 10-day stretch on record since 1982. Wow. Largest intraday drop since its inception. They had a price target cut from Wells Fargo, but it was just the short seller report. Globe Life. Sounds like Globo Gym. I sell the GC short. I'm getting murdered on it. I'm down 3,600 on it now. I was literally down $700, I think, this morning or like at the beginning of the day. News, you got consumer sentiment tomorrow morning and bank earnings. GL unhalted. I'm looking at the GL options. I mean, they're kind of expensive, and you could see the volume spikes on the options. Like, people have been trying to buy the dip on this, and then it just gets... It got halted again? Yeah, literally paused due to volatility. I don't know. You might not even be able to get a play. It'd be very difficult. Marvell's going up. Gold's still high, and then bonds came back towards the low. 5 minutes into power hour. Again, travel names. I've been looking at those. They've been moving up today. We flipped the Morgan Stanley. That was the only play today. And then they bounced up a little bit, but still down 5. Airbnb. SPY's still holding, man. Again, Apple's best day in 11 months. GL's worst day in 50 or 60 years. My goodness. What are they? We can't call them. Your call's filled. That's good. Good luck. What price? Which ones you get? What price?
You have reached Globe Life. Please select from the following menu options. If you are a shareholder of Globe Life, press 1. For customer service escalations, press 2. Did you know that you can complete many common policy service tasks on our website? You can pay your monthly premium, set up a regularly recurring credit card or bank draft, and even make changes to your policy, all online. Just go to our website at www.globelifeinsurance.com and click Policyholder Login. That's www.globelifeinsurance.com.
Making my way downtown. Yo, Jerome. Yo, Jerome. Oh.
Thank you for calling. Your call is very important to us. Please hold, and a representative will be with you shortly. This call may be monitored or recorded for training or quality assurance purposes.
Same. Yo. Am I talking? I'm just listening to music. I have questions. It's kind of a good phone system, though. Usually I have to press a lot of buttons to get to talk to. At least I'm waiting to talk to someone.
We appreciate your patience and will be...
Oh, hello? Hello?
Good afternoon. This is Diane. How may I direct your call?
Hi, Diane. I'm calling for investor relations or anybody who could direct me about what's going on with the stock today. I have a couple of questions.
Okay. No problem. I'm going to give you the number to investor relations when you're ready.
Okay, what's that number?
972
569
This is 3627.
3627. Okay. Awesome. Are you aware what's like have you heard of the fuzzy panda?
Yes, we
Is that real?
we
Is
are
that
aware.
serious or is that like a joke? It seems like fuzzy fuzzy pandas?
Yes, sir. I can't give out any information. You will have to talk to to investor relations. They will be able to give you information.
Okay, thank you so much. You have a wonderful day.
You
Okay.
as well. Thank
Okay.
you.
God bless you. Bye-bye. Yeah, she was nice. I was gonna try to get a little more. I said, she sounds so sweet. I didn't want, you know what I'm saying? I said, I just want fuzzy. She knows they know about the fuzzy pandas. She said, hatch act. Hatch act. Hatch act. I can't answer. She gave me a phone number, though. Should we get to the bottom of this? And just fit.
Good afternoon. This is Globe Life Inc. Can we help you?
Hi. Is this the investor relations?
This is the admin.
I think we just.
Calls for them.
Oh, I don't know if we just spoke or not.
This is the first time that this number has came in.
Oh.
How can I help you, sir?
Yeah, I'm calling. I'm wondering about what's going on with the stock today. I was like, I saw something that said like fuzzy pandas, and I didn't know like, is that serious? And what is happening today?
Okay. I am not at liberty to say anything. I am taking several concerned calls, so that's what I can do for our investor relations team. And if you want to leave your name and number, I will pass this on to them, and then they can reach back out and give any answers that they want to do.
But there's no. I could leave that with you, but there's no. There's no has there been a statement and like this is real though? Like this isn't like a parody or a joke? It literally says fuzzy pandas. I didn't know, and I didn't I know there's been rumors of or fake news in the past. So
Yeah, I could not tell you. I am not. Like I said, I am hired to answer the phone today. So. Sorry.
Oh, just for today? No way.
Yeah. So anyway, is there a good name and number I can?
Yeah, I just hung up. That's crazy. She said, one, bro, they lying to me. That was the same lady that I talked to first, bro. I wish y'all saw my face camera. Because my face, I was smiling and I was like, you lie. She trying to act like she didn't give me that was her, bro. You know, damn. I was like, I just talked to you. See, I'm too, like, stupid and honest because I was like, I just talked to you. She's like, this is the first time that we spoke. I don't know. Oh, wait, that'd be crazy if that was James O'Keefe. Oh, man. No, I know Southern people. They don't all, I'm not that, like, judgmental. I'm like, oh, all you hicks sound the same. I'm like, no, man, I know. Like, I could definitely, it was the same lady, bro. They were hustling me. And she even said she was hired today. She wouldn't even, that's why I was like, this isn't a joke. They wouldn't give, she's like, I'm not at liberty to disclose shit. They have not, they will not say anything. But, yeah, that's where we're at with it. But they're going to probably come out with a statement eventually. I mean, I'm kind of down, bro. J-Pap. Oh, nice. All right. I grabbed a GL. It's kind of expensive, to be honest with you. I don't really like playing these volatility plays when they fall like that, especially with an option. But they haven't made a statement all day, and this thing is down 60. I mean, there's nothing we got out of that call. I mean, if anything, it sounds like it's a shit show over there. And they said that they hired somebody to answer the. She's like, I'm just hired today to answer the phone. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Why don't we see what Fuzzy Panda has before, if it's real? I mean, I don't know if we can, I don't know if they could prove it yet. Like, I know they were saying something about, like, they're just saying the company perpetrated, like, insurance fraud. So it's very, like, I don't know. I don't know if they have anything objective about it. So, like, here it is. Unproved allegations. Proof management is known as stopped it. Sales agencies have committed insurance fraud, wrote policies for dead people, forged customer signatures, withdrew funds from customer bank accounts without approval, indications of actuarial fraud, fake tests so smokers were underwritten as non-smokers, growth driven by AIL sales team, allegations of illegal kickbacks with senior VPs and president. So they say their biggest subsidy, 39% of total. So, like I'm saying, like, I don't know if you could, like, can you, I don't know how you could prove all of this yet. Like, that's the thing. Oh, yeah, I got GL. So, not a recommendation. I grabbed GL April 19th. I grabbed the 90 call for 60 cents. So, why not? Still, again, that's a lot of money for outlet. I don't like playing these plays after that, but that's literally their biggest drop since 1982. The stock has never dropped like that ever. Should we call Fuzzy Panda? I don't think Fuzzy Panda has a phone number. You could follow them. We found fraudulent policies are not a one-off. They uncovered insurance fraud. A former VP at all told us he sent 200 emails detailing fraud to executives. We have documents from 2017. Came a lot more rampant with a lot bigger numbers. So there's a snitch apparent. So then that's the evidence. Somebody, apparently a former employee, they got emails from him. I think that's their evidence or source. Shares, because I don't know if it is a fraud, they'll get clapped. So you don't really know. Fraud, they know, yes. I think it's like a disgruntled employee. Well, or he actually has legit claims. In 2014, AIL even helped authorities prosecute, convict 5 of the company's agents for selling hundreds of fraudulent policies. So they have been clapped before. Who's this guy? Sales team run by Simon Arias. They exposed him in 23 for horrific acts of sexual harassment, drugging females with date rape drugs, cocaine, and steroid use, and insurance fraud. So, just put bad luck for those of you who do steroids. Okay. Steroids don't kill people. People kill steroids. Simon Arias. Is this the whole team? David Ackerman? Bro, there's a lot going on here. What the fuck is happening? Producer fought. It looks, dude, this looks quite extensive. Okay, I can't even, dude, this is like a movie. This looks like a Netflix doc. I'm gonna have to read this later. I could read more of this and get you more. Look at it. They got Snapchats. Oh, dude, this is great, bro. We got Snapchats. Oh, dude. Oh yeah, man. Gio's cooked. Why are you hating on Juice? I'm not hating. I'm just reading the story. I mean, again, this is Fuzzy Panda, so that's why they didn't have anybody on the phone to answer. It happens. It happens. Apple's best day today in 11 months. So welcome to the party, my friend. Welcome to the party. But yeah, that was Fuzzy Panda. You guys could search it and find it. I'll have to read that later. That was a lot bigger. I read that one headline. I had like a quick summary on it, but I did not think it was that deep. So Fuzzy Panda, man. They say, well, they came with receipts. They had once you know they pulling out Snapchats, that's kind of wild, though. Why are these pharma executives on Snapchat? Oh, Snapchat's dead, Josh. Tell that to the insurance scammers. Apparently, these 40-year-old insurance heads love Snapchat and steroids and other nefarious activities. So I don't know. Then again, maybe that's the core customer of Snap. I don't know. It's weird. It's really weird. They're inspired by Wolf of Wall Street. Quick DD on some of the employees' Insta feed. It looks intense. It looks like they have a real high sales environment insurance scheme, it looks like, or just selling high intensity insurance tactics, insurance sales. I never knew it could be that aggressive, but you never know. You never know. And then, man, anything else going up? Intel went up a little bit today, I guess 1%. Marvel's climbing back up, still down on the day, but about to be break even. Tesla, check email. I got you, baby. Selling puts on iRobot. I thought you said Reddit. Has been the hardest worker in my house for years. Premiums are jacked. Dude, you know what I low-key realized, though? Those iRobots are expensive. Dude, they're like $400. I was walking through Target. I didn't want one, but I saw one in Target, and I was like, you know what? I'll buy one. I was like, why not? Let me get one. And then I saw it, and I was like, dude, it's $400. I'm like, fuck that. I won't. I'll sweep. I'm not going to sweep anyways, but fuck that. Yours was $1,500. You like the finer things in life, my friend. What the fuck, man? Buy your ass a membership and throw me a donation. You got a $1,500 vacuum? The hell? That's offensive. You know that? Like, I got some offensive shit, but like, that's offensive. That's offensive. $1,500 vacuum? Like, maybe if you like clean houses commercially, I could get behind it. But like, you just bought a pet. I bet you, did you name it? I bet you pet it, huh? And like, it follows you around and shit, and you're like, you pet it. I know you pet it, and you named it. My RoboVac is named Nacho Libre. That's good. That was a good movie. I'm a big fan. You got my girl weak. Is she listening to this? I'm sorry. What is she going to think of the Chad? She's like, so y'all sit here for 7 hours a day, and Josh will make fun of the people, and then somebody in the Chad stock trader has a $1,500 vacuum. She said, honey pot, watch out. Make sure she's not with Project Veritas. If your girlfriend asks you about Jerome Powell, she might work with Project Veritas. You're like, Josh, I don't even work with the Fed or anything. I don't even, like, the hell? I work in customer service. No options in the long term. I've covered calls. That's about it. Free Carissa. I think I saw her earlier in here. I think it ended up working. It worked at least once. I think it might only work on mobile, maybe. I didn't see her in the morning, but I saw one throughout the day. TKO. They had that news the other day, but I think they had premium. No, she just said her account wasn't showing up. I checked if she was banned. She didn't get banned. Yeah, Cocoa Futures, I think it's all-time highs. But yeah, that's been one of the, alongside several other commodities. And then Marvel is back to green. Wow. And Tesla's on the high. Apple, dude, 4.1. Got laser. GLBK. Again, that article, it was just a short. That stock wasn't doing bad. Like, if you go and look at that company, it's not like, honestly, that's usually not your typical short sale candidate, if that makes any sense. Like, usually they go after the weaker names. Like, that name was actually pretty strong. That's quite the claim, but I don't know. It kind of, just from that quick little skim, it looks a little shady. Or it just gives me Wolf of Wall Street vibes. But then again, a couple of edgy headlines and Instagram pictures could do that. It was Furry Panda. Yeah, actually, you could go see it. Go look it up there. I think it was on their Twitter, but like, it looks like it's entertaining. I'm going to go read it later. Like, I'll read that as like an entertainment read. I grabbed one of the calls. They went up to like 80, 90 cents, but I'm down to, that's the biggest down day for that stock since 1982. It seems, no, they like, other employees have gotten in trouble in the past for other stuff, but they're just saying it's like widespread and rampant. Vera, wasn't that thing running yesterday? VERA? Buffett had stake in it. He sold when did he sell 6 million shares? Hard to believe it could be that widespread with that many employees. Somebody could have snitched a while ago. I mean, there could be what if it's just like the head management? I don't know. He sold not that long ago. The 3-body problem? No, what the hell is that? Nah. Q423. Sales culture, LQDA on the high. And SPY chilling out here. I mean, it still looks very strong from earlier. Big gap between the bonds now and equities. So we'll see what's good, baby. Michael, God bless you, my friend. You're back. I thought we lost you, but you're back, baby. God bless you. Or not. Amen. Someone got mad they weren't invited to their parties. Is it Netflix? No, I've never seen it. 10-year up while the market's up. I mean, it's quite surprising, but there is now the markets have gotten back to pre-CPI level, but rates and everything else, dollar, they've all pulled pretty far from that. Damn, 3-body pro. You guys all like that. And what's it about? Is it about bodies? It seems, I'd assume. LQDA still going. Apple another high. What time is it? Oh, it's Ramp Capital right now, 3:30. Micron's still going too. Dude, Micron up 4. What was the other one? Qualcomm. No. Dell and TSM. Dell didn't do anything. TSM came up a little bit. And then Google, Power Apple. Power Apple. Dude, that's big. $7. I feel like, remember that other day? It was a couple weeks ago. It outperformed on that Friday, but this is like double the size of that. That's a huge day. And then even then, Apple hit a new low yesterday, 167 to 175. 24 hours. Snap, Snow. You recently found out I'm part Egyptian. Yallah. Did you do one of those like 23andMe tests? You're like, I'm 1.77% Egyptian. Habibi. brother. Here's Strap with Apple puts. I mean, that move is probably just to kill the puts for a little. Unless you just got them now. I'm sure you could get them cheap. You're going to Egypt in July? Wow, come in. I'll hook you up. Have you been to Egypt? How are you going to visit and hook me up? What? What? I want to go to Egypt. Me and my mom have been talking about that. We really want to go. I've never been in my life. I'm ashamed to the Egyptian people. My mom is so disappointed. I've never seen it. I've never seen the pyramids. Like, oh, you didn't build them? No, I didn't. MU and Tesla. Again, some chips better than others, but like low key. I mean, even Intel's up 1%. Marvel's starting to climb now again, but you're doing it again. We'll see if we actually break out here. Do you want a breakdown? Let's see, actually. We've kind of moved around a lot today. So S&P, more names are red earlier. Now you have more names green, but it's still kind of 50-50. 281 names green on the SPY, 222 in the red. NASDAQ 187 in the green, 14 in the red. It was a little bit more 50-50 earlier. And then Dow Jones 17 green, 13 in the red. Do you think my ancestors built the pyramids? I don't know how to take that question, sir. I don't know what you mean by that. Like, it kind of makes sense what you're asking, but I don't really get it. Like, I just kind of hard to interpret. Do you believe it was the Egyptians or the aliens that built the pyramids? Either or, they were in Egypt, so they are Egyptian, Habibi. Come on, yalla. مش مشكلة. What do you mean, Egyptian, alien, Habibi? It's in Egypt, they are Egyptian. We built it. Come on. What are you saying? Even if they land in Egypt, they build in Egypt, they are Egyptian, Habibi. Come on. Yalla. Honestly, though, the pyramids are a trip, though. I don't know. Y'all still, like, you know, y'all all geniuses about everything. The pyramids are trippy still. To this day. To this day. The pyramids are a trip. And then Marvel kind of getting up there a little bit. He's trying to wake up. With Marvel, I just had that play from leading into the event. We bought one of the dips there, like, even after the earnings, but I've been holding for the lead up in here, and it just finally had the event. But the event was kind of a dud. They had guidance numbers. It went up for a little, then sold off, but now it's kind of been catching up to some of its chip-making peers. Well, I don't know. I might be down. UNH, remember, they got clapped with all the other healthcare stocks on that Medicaid news, on like the amount that they're going to be getting covered. AMD. All right. The Global Life stuff looks so... Did you read it all? I can't wait to. I went over... I mean, it definitely looks intriguing. And then not to mention just like the reaction. Like that's a huge reaction on the stock. That's definitely not small. Oh, today's Thursday, you guys? Oh, wow. So we're going to have a live watch list. Do you guys... Maybe today we don't do a live watch list. We should do like a live like party. Like you guys down to like... Can I like DJ? I just bought some like DJ equipment. And I'm thinking we could do like just like a live DJ party. I don't know if that's something you'd be into. Because the stock market, you already know the market is like, the market's just doing market. You know what I'm saying? So we could just... You down? No, man, I'm kidding. We're just... All right. I'm getting the watch list set up. I forgot. Dude, I can't... Did this week really fly by, or is that just me? I feel like this week really was crazy. April 11th. It really... Oh, the eclipse did it. I feel you. It messed up everything. I can't even make jokes about the eclipse anymore. I can't believe it. That story, bro. That thing is just absolutely... Oh, okay, let me tell you a funny story now. I didn't tell you this. It's not even a funny story. It was just kind of awkward. I got mad. I told my girlfriend she can't hang out with this girl anymore. I said, I don't like that. She's like, that's my best friend. I'm like, not anymore. I'm like, I hate that. Nah, I'm kidding. That's a joke. I'm not. But like, I'm with my girlfriend and her friend, and they were just like talking, and like, they brought up Selena Gomez, and then they brought up like all these things. They were just talking about Selena Gomez. And then my girlfriend told the other one, she's like, she exposed me of my former crush on Selena. But then my girlfriend's friend is like, oh, yeah, did you see her boyfriend? And did you see Selena's new boyfriend, Benny Blanco? And then my girlfriend's friend just starts going in depth about how ugly this man is right in front of me. And I'm just looking at her, blinking, and I couldn't take it. Eventually, I stood up for myself. I said, "Excuse me, ma'am. I look exactly like that guy." And then she's like, "No, you don't." And I'm like, "Oh, you're a liar now, too." I said, "Look at me." Yeah, I was there. She's like, "Nah," and I was like, "That's literally my twin." I was like, "If anything, he had better hair than me." So, either my friend's girlfriend she's trying to play, or my friend's girlfriend, my girlfriend's friend, she's trying to either play around, or she blind. Or she was just trying to sneak this me. She's done. No, it sucks. It sucks because she's actually like really nice. And I really liked her before that, but now... You're not getting a Christmas card. Respectfully, you look like Russ. I mean, I don't remember seeing you, but no. Russ is a pretty guy. Damn it, new high on gold. It's just ripped. Hi. Bro, that 30-minute chart is insane because I was literally break even on a 30-minute chart. You're looking tall, thank you. But no, Russ. I wish I had Josh level humility. Are you ugly? Or like, what the fuck? What do you mean? What are you talking about, Cuban? I'm just telling you who I look like. I look like Benny Blanco. That's it, man. That's all it comes down to. Unfortunately, we are not winners of the genetic lottery. We have won other lotteries in life. Israel Defense Minister Gallant says a direct Iranian attack will require an appropriate Israeli response against Iran. You haven't seen me, but you sounded very confident. That's why I was just... All right. Laser. Apple's still going, man. Apple and gold. A golden apple. Dude, literally, Apple's up 4.3. Bro, it could be a 5% day. We still got 16 minutes remaining. So you're even getting a couple of bullish impetus, even down to oil. And then the dollar's still in the green, holding the 1% from yesterday. Silver's at 28.40. Wow. So that's at least good. I thought it was gold out, but gold's up a lot, dude. Gold is up 1.7. I really thought after yesterday, even today, gold would have took a hit. You have very bearish macro factors on the short term, but it's higher. It's hitting an all-time high. But at least silver's in tandem, 1.2. But silver's still lagging. Oh, no, 1.6. Spot 23.70. So but the gap is closing between futures and spot. So that's at least a good. I don't know how much time's on 49 days on those contracts. You got marked. You switched to long. I should have. I was thinking about that, but then again, now I'm down 4K on the gold swing, but like I'm literally at 8 a.m. 8 a.m. I was like right above break even. I was down like $200, $400. Scam. And then early a.m. I was up on it. Like early into the a.m. So it's bigger swings there, but gold, it's high. At 23, but the future gap is smaller. It was like $40 earlier. Now it's 17. I have the big one. That's why it's moving so much. Will go down, but again, it could, what's it called? Stay crazy longer than solvent, but I'm playing the general range. It's going to have a blow off eventually, but 2,500 or 22,000. That's where I think a lot of gold bugs are. Unless 2,250, maybe that's a good equilibrium. But I think that's where people are going to fight between. ZF, the 5. I'm not a fan of the 5-year. The gold miners are still lagging behind, but then again, that's some of the paradox there. Like, go look at the price of gold. It's hitting all-time highs. Go look at a gold miner. It's literally you're at like you're near 3-year lows, even if it's went up a lot in the last couple of months. Intel, a couple of chips came down, but Apple's still going. Nvidia. Again, it's been above 900 here for the last like 20, 30 minutes. We got 13 minutes left. 10-minute rigged right around the corner. GL. Well, and I mean, some gold miners, they have interest. They have debt. So that's something to keep in mind. But they are lagging heavy, but they have historically underperformed. And then silver looks good right now, man. Silver, it fell below 28 earlier. Where is it? Again, last time, 28.40 on silver. It was January. Damn, it was like January 21. Yeah, that's nutty, bro. Even silver is about to go higher than when mother effers tried to squeeze this shit. That's really funny. But that's like actually wild. You had at least what? Yeah, that was like at least 100,000 mother effers on Wall Street bets. I had friends from college texting me to buy silver. At last time silver was anywhere near this price. That's kind of nuts, man. So we'll see, though. Commodities closing strong. The whole market is. Again, watch how the dollar comes into it. Then keep an eye on bank stocks. We got 12 minutes. I got to just make one more move on JP Morgan, and then that's it. I'm kind of bullish on JP Morgan, but I'm going to trim one of the... I kept it very small, and I'm going to trim it, but I am worried that the bank stocks just kind of, meander. Again, like Delta, where they just move with what's in line and then kind of have a bigger move afterwards, more so than in relation to earnings. Ooh, Iron Condor, maybe. It's because they're up there. No, I didn't close the gold short. I'm getting murked on it now. And I don't know if I think investors are still nervous, but they're not terrified. So why do I say they're nervous? Because you're at the same range from when we started dropping, like on the way down. Like, you've been at this price for all of the month pretty much, and then even half of last month, but not to the point where, again, you're not dumping. And even though the bond yields are high and rate expectations have changed drastically, I mean, you're holding on pretty decent. $2 billion to sell. So again, 10-minute rigged right now. Let's see where this takes us. I think cautiously optimistic. Good way to put it. The day's over. I know, man. It flew by. A wild one, man. Dude, these swings, I'm telling, even gold now. I mean, I would have still been freaking out like this on gold even if I didn't have the position, because it's doing it again alongside everything else. It's quite phenomenal. Like I'm saying, even though the market feels a little nervous, I mean, it's kind of flexing its muscles just in the sense, bro, the dollar is ripping now. You're 40 cents off the dollar from the 29s. And then now your bond yields are awful, the whole curve, and you even have just all these assets still ripping. And then again, now gold and commodities, not good for inflation at all. And then, I mean, today with oil taking a break, that's good too. Gold at 3,000, that'd be insane. But we will find out. I think we're going to talk about it here on the watch list today. Yeah, so I just had silver. Silver is already like at the higher point around the same time when people were trying to squeeze this, if not higher, which is insane. And then that's with a bad China. That's the part that's phenomenal on all of the commodity stuff. Oil's up and commodities are up, and China is apparently dog shit. That makes zero sense. Or even if you don't even have to make sense about it. That's a bad way to put it. All it means is that whenever they do good, my goodness, Coinbase on the high? Yo, why is Coinbase ripping in here? Again, SPY down a little bit, 10-minute rigged, not anything too crazy. I bought a GL call earlier, maybe 30 minutes ago. Is there any data? Consumer sentiment. Michigan consumer sentiment, and that is about it. The ghetto spread the NVIDIA. Ooh. Snap still going up, but coin, bro. I don't know if Bitcoin doesn't even look like it's moving. But coin, banks, just kind of chilling out. XLF red on the day. And then NASDAQ up 1.7. The GL, I got an April 19th 90 call, but I bought it for 60 cents. It already went up. No data for tomorrow. Kelly, what are you're pumping leverage? Who do you work for, Kelly? I thought you worked for Calvin Klein. Calm down, Kelly. Make life-changing gains. Lever up today. You... Big margin. Yeah, bro. Gold is just new highs, 23.89. It's like hugging right below there, but that's it. Gold is bullish into it. I think the markets might even pop here on the final 5, but that's it. You're getting your final movements, and I don't think the dollar or the bonds, we may have a delayed reaction, but today you got the exact opposite. Dude, NASDAQ's up 1.7. Anything long duration, not really affected at all by the recent move, or you have now recovered that. But that has to last. So we'll see. But yes, Chattatonia, it is going to get very, very loud. I hope you are ready. I hope you guys are prepared. I want you to have a great day, but here's my warning to you, because sometimes people have said their days have been ruined and their lives and a lot of other negative consequences. But, Chad, I want you to know it's going to get really loud in here. So when you hear me say earmuffs, that is your warning to mute your speakers, because it gets so loud that, like I said, people's lives, the diseases it's caused, the heartache, the heartbreaks, you have no idea, man. The loud noise. I've learned a lot by streaming, and this is one thing I learned. So if loud noises do that to you and you are sensitive to that, just make sure when you hear me say earmuffs, you lower your speakers, mute them, and you will be good to go, okay? Sound good? Sound good? Okay, earmuffs. That's the key word. It pisses you off every day. I know, earmuffs. You got a little bit of time, but earmuffs, okay? Earmuffs. That's the word. Earmuffs. Mm-hmm. Oh, man. I was going to say, I need a water. I need a water real quick. Please hold. Fuzzy Panda reported. Oh, man. That's a symptom. Fuzzy Panda. All right, Chad. Earmuffs. Not a warning. Earmuffs. Not a warning. Earmuffs, earmuffs, earmuffs. Oh, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. Earmuffs, earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here under the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego. Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 74 degrees and sunny. Looking like a beautiful day, especially if you just bought the dip and ignored everything from bonds to dollar because the market does it. Shout out in the video. But the good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in a Call Rapid Rewards program card, please select the enter flight attendant, and we'll get to that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Chadadonia. It's time to bring it home. It's time to wrap it up. I think I got to make a couple of more moves here, actually. So let's go. You don't have much time left. You have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. You got a little bit of data tomorrow. You got a couple of things going on, man. You got the Bits Friday, actually. So you got to wrap it up. I close my plays, baby. I'm finalizing them here. I sold out of Marvel, 650 profit. And then I closed out of the JP Morgan. I sold one of them for 17 cents. And I'm holding one for earnings. Marvel shares and one of two JPM options. All right, there you go. There you go. Take some gain. Again, I wanted Marvel. We sold the event. I'm holding Intel still. So that's kind of the plan there. Hold 1, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Oh, no. Let's go, baby. Oh, Chadadonia. We did it. We made it, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I don't care if you just got here or not. You're new or old. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I need a good game in the chat right now. Let's go. Drop that GG. Let's go, baby. Good game. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, information, baby. Way to hold it down. That's what I'm talking about. God bless you, Chad. Let's go, baby. And listen, without a GG, I don't know, man. I don't know where your sportsmanship. Without a GG, and listen, you got GG, you need to be in the game. You know that some of y'all little pieces that without you don't you think a GG? Oh yeah, I'm just saying GG's one of many steps to being a Chad. If your mama raised you well, we can clearly tell. They don't know. Way to hold it down, baby. I know you're there in spirit, Twitch. God bless you. And good game. All my positive people. My people answering questions. Showing love. They were positive. You could have been a baby back B, but you chose out of anything in the world. You chose to be the best. Not the baby back B. You chose to be the best. God bless you, baby. GG. Good game. I said that. Good game. That's how you play, baby. GG. GG. UAL on the high. Good game. Good game, bro. Good game. I'll see you tomorrow. God willing. Good game. Good game. GG. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Oh, man. Oh, wow. This comes up next. Chadadonia. I don't think, is it? I don't think it was UAL earnings. They're popping after hours. But Chadadonia, that's it. That's the day, bro. That is all we have here for today. We gotta wrap it up. We gotta wrap it up and bring it home. UAL popping, but I'll let it play a little bit. But that's it, baby.
Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV.
But I love you, baby. God bless you. Thank you for being here. Enjoy the Friday Junior. You got a live watch list tonight. I'll see you there, baby. Second link. There's links in the description. Where is it? I don't know where it is.
Driving got my girlfriend stressing.
Prayer request more. All of it. Instagram. It's all there.
Driving in the slow lane. If they ain't going slow, man. I used to say the same
thing. There, baby. God bless y'all.
When they was stop up in the fast lane. Now with Kia trying to pass, man. Thinking Nissan almost crashed, man. I'm just trying to make a lane change. Now I'm late and I got road rage. Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius when they let me mine. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Wherever said carpooling's faster, hasn't seen the 405. It took me 30 minutes just to go a mile. I came to California for the women in the vibe, but all I saw was Teslas and girls who look like guys. Now I let everybody, I'm just saying I'm surprised. All these different people, but none of them can drive. Rolling in my F350, I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Think I just missed my exit. A Prius when they let me mine. Loaning on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius when they let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. They said they waited an hour to
Great
charge.
post-gym song.
I know.
It is, man. It is. Man, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I keep watching them damn TikToks in the gym. Cause I be working out at home. It's good though. They be giving me like 7-minute TikToks. I be getting even sermons on TikTok now too, bro. Stop playing with me. But Chattadonia, that is it, man. That is the day. What a wild one. A wild one considering yesterday. The heat, the market, bro, the animal spirits underneath the surface still remain, baby, here in April. We got a lot to deal with, baby. So tomorrow, a little bit more data. I think the tension still remains. It kind of cooled down, but you could see, man, there's a little bit of shuffling. But that, like I'm saying, man, the animal spirits, the dollar, the bonds, the interest rates, all of it, man. So God bless all of you. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you again for being here, but that is all I have for you. That is the day, baby. We got the watch list tonight. We're going to be live. Go check out the links. First link, Stream Alerts, Boot Camp, and Real Estate. I think I had it up there. I don't know if you were going to be in Explorers there. First there's there. Second link, Nightly Watch List, baby. We're going to be there. I think it's there. I think it should be there. All right, ladies. That's me or it's Josh AI. I don't know. Can I tell you guys a secret? Can I tell you? You guys want me to tell you guys a secret? Can I tell you a secret? Are you ready? Can I tell you a secret? Did you like the video today? I'll tell you a secret. Well, here, let me show you first before I tell you the secret. But, like, if you go to the main channel, like, go here. It should say, I don't know if it says live. It should say notify you. Yeah, it's going to take you after there. So if you just stay on this channel when I end it, it's gonna take you there. But are you ready? So this watch list yesterday, that wasn't me. That was AI. And gentlemen, I hope you had a wonderful day. The CPI came in hotter today. The market dropped 1.5% within minutes. And by the end of the day, nah, I'm just fucking with you. I just want to, I just keep you on your toes. I was thinking about it. I could do it. Maybe I do it. Maybe you don't. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. Now what? Yeah, keep you on your toes, baby. What now, huh? Maybe you should watch the watch list. Maybe you want to get fooled, huh? Watch it. Watch it. Yeah, you ain't know. You're like, huh? Never let them know your next move. I know I'm messing with y'all, but I'll see you on the watch list tonight. It'll be live. It's always a good time, fun for the whole family. You know, so bring a friend if you'd like. It's Thursday night. We turn up on Thursday. Like I said, we could DJ. Or should we go to the club? Should we just go to the club and then I'll take my phone and we could live stream from the club on Thursday? You know, people go to the club on Thursdays, right? That's like, some people, this is the start of their weekend. Let's know. You don't want to? Okay, I'll just do a normal live watch. That's fine. We could do that. It's too loud. Yeah, you won't be able to. I'll be like, all right, ladies and gentlemen. CPI is... Oh, wait, that's what Pump It Up is. Wait a minute. Well, anyways, Chad, I love you. God bless you. I'll see you guys tonight. I'll see you in the morning. That is all I have. Read the books. Richest Man in Babylon. Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, baby. And why you can't be afraid even if you built tough, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Ooh. So that's it, Chad. I love you all. God bless you. I'll see you tonight. I'll see you. Well, I'll give you one more then. Why not? I'll give you one more. Well, I'll see you tonight, baby. We got all night. It's going to be a good time. I turn up on Friday night. Low key. And Troy, I got you an email back. I don't know. Did I get you that? Oh, yeah, we said we got you one. Oh, yeah. Sorry, yeah. I got you, baby. I got you, baby. Sorry, man. Run it. Run it, baby. Run it. Where is it? It's a code, baby. Uh-huh.
All right, guys, listen to this blues riff and B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES, get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and it's finger to the sky, throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hated, not inspired. Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the greats. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the race. Zotan to my rag, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want the bait. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies. My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership has set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating now, I'm just trying to get the chat food.
Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Kept it for yeses, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lying to a secret? I eat you to find the pride. Be careful the things you thinking you speaking, what's inside.
Money, I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On the minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but...
Oh, no. Oh, no. You'll get it soon, though. Very, very soon. But Chattadonia, that is all. And I will see you tonight. And have a wonderful day. Peace out. Yes, like you know me, homie. You ain't got your fry. We keep careful forever. You're a demon in your eye, huh? How you know? I mean, come on. Yeah, you can get Uncle Answers on Spotify. I got a song too. Yeah, so darling, you better vote for me on Spotify in November. You got that, buddy? Otherwise, you're gonna threaten democracy. What are you, a fascism? Yeah, good. Yeah, come on. Don't play around. We gotta go. Exactly now. Now, Joshua. I heard Joshua thinks everybody from the South sounds the same. Mm-hmm. Do I sound like the lady on the phone, Joshua? Exactly. Is that what you think? Is that what happens and you think we all sound the same, Joshua? Exactly. I reclaim my time, you Peter Pan, California boy. Exactly. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye. So I'll see you on the evening watch list. It's live. Live and direct, huh? I don't know why I'm growling. Exactly.